Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, it's a bit different for us. We're 3 p.m. this time as far as it, but welcome to Super Bowl Game Saturday. I'm Captain D-Trag.
And Proterova here.
And unfortunately, I do want to jump onto one thing quickly. We were not able to have Blood Spice Moon on the program. She had previous engagements that were taking up her time that way, but we are going to be having her feasibly, the plan, tentatively, to be involved in the play of Lunar Silver Star Story Complete that we're starting next month. Or he's starting. He's going to be leading that one. Specifically looking forward to that. We're also looking forward to today because this is a game that you wanted to see. A game that I know you said, at some point you showed me this. You were the one who actually exposed me to this game. In fact, we already have first case as far as chat's concerned. Hello, Dolly Finn. So good to see you. We are so good to see you on this earlier time. This might actually be a good thing because some people who come into chat said, hey, it's too late later in the night. So, maybe that's the idea. Something more relaxing as we play a game that you exposed me to and a game that you wanted to see. And I hope I'm not speaking out of turn on this. I don't know if maybe when I said we're going to do this, you're like, are we really going to do this? So I said, yeah, we are going to do it. And the point we've actually already done it already. Hi, in fact, we also have Gemini96. So good to see you today. And yes, nice. So, Dolphin says, so yeah, we already.
It's a unique game.
It is a very unique game. We're playing, you want to tell them what it is?
Game Dev Tycoon.
Yep, it came out initially on the PC December 10th, 2012. So actually, it's been a while. We're playing the Switch version that came out in 2020. It also got ported to the mobile platforms of iOS and Android. There's also Macintosh and Linux versions, and it was on Steam as far as PC. This port was, the game was developed by, and this is an interesting one, we're getting into the story on these people, Greenheart Games. They developed and published this. They're an independent studio out of Brisbane, Australia, that was started in July of 2012 by Patrick and Daniel Klug, who were brothers, specifically. They put quite a bit of their lives into this game, as I was telling you yesterday, to the point where, so far, this is the only game they've released, and they got another game they're working on, which is called, I do have it down here in my notes, Tavern Keeper. It's on PC, or it's going to be on PC. It's still in early alpha, and they said, we want to make sure that this is going to be right before we even go further than that. So it's going to be a little bit of time till we see that, but Game Dev Tycoon is a game that got a lot of people's attention, and it's a game that, as I said, you exposed me to, and I'm glad you did, because I realize this is a game that a lot of people I know actually also have experience with, not just you. Where I was showing people this game, saying, like, we're going to do this. They were excited to see what we're going to do, how's this going to go, and people who said that I played this game, and they kind of want to go back to it. So in this case, yeah, let's give it a shot. Specifically, I do have it on the Switch next to my other stuff of Data Rhythm Final Barline, which I was showing you earlier. This War of Mine, another game that I got into thanks to you. And the Blizzard Arcade Collection, which has some interesting stuff in that, going to the early days of Blizzard, which was a company there, and Metro Prime Remastered, which is a case of remastering done right. And we tell you something, also porting to this console done right. One word of advice, my friend, or anybody else out there, never, ever, ever take a good Switch port for granted. Because look, the Switch cannot handle games like Chrono Cross or Tales of Symphonia well. So when it does something really well, you take it. And this port, by the way, was done by Rarebyte. They are out of Vienna, Austria. And other games they made were stuff on iPhone, specifically White Mouse, as well as Waterstorm on the PC. And they have a game called We Are Screwed that's currently in access, or early access on the PC. Kind of a co-op space adventure. Right, we do have Game Dev Tycoon running with company name, pretty generic, because him and I actually did do a by phone discussion or preview of this game about a month ago, which went really well. People liked it as far as when I uploaded to the YouTube site. They were like, I love this game. Can't wait to see when you get to it fully. So you're thinking, like, do people remember this game? The answer is yes, they do. And yeah, we're going to get more attention. And feel free, chat, to go into any memories you have on Game Dev Tycoon as we go along. We're going to start a new game as far as this one. We're going to see how this goes. I also have my requests of other people as far as games they want to see, as far as stuff we create. But in that case, let's get started with a new game. I do have also saved as far as other stuff and get stuff going. Alright, so let's get down to business. And feel free also, Proterova, since you are a big one on this game, let us know any of your memories on this game and anything else that you have, because we're playing this game because of you. And that's why I said, yeah, we're not doing this game without him. Alright, so welcome to the game. In this business simulation, so we are covering a little bit of a gap on this show. We've not had any simulation games on this. And I guess it's also fitting that we had the first PC show last week with the Freddy Fish games we played, which is quite a great play. And the fact that we're going to another one, although with its port specifically. So yeah. Alright, so for this one, we're going back in time. We're going back to 1984. specifically as far as where this game starts, because we did in the preview of this, you're saying when did this game start as far as like the early year of when this is set up. It's 1984, and I guess technically if you count how everything is going, it can go up to 2026. Alright, so let's see here. So it'll give the explanation of what this is. So we're going to start at the beginning of creating, at the beginning of the PC revolution. Over the next 35 years, we build our dream company, create the best-selling games that we can, gain fans, and become leader of the market. But before we start, we're going to have to give our upcoming company a name, and we will in just a second. We're also going to take a look at our advanced options. Because you can set game length, you can set difficulty. You have them run 30 years, which is fast-paced run, 35 years, which is the intermediate, and the difficult mode, which is 42. So yeah, in that case, this game can go pretty far out, specifically as far as how you want it. And usually gets a little more difficult as far as that. There's also pirate mode. This is an interesting thing, and I can definitely go into this as far as the story. You turn this on, and it causes your case to have your games being pirated by other outside forces for this. And in that case, you might run out as far as bankruptcy. And one thing also going to, the Switch version doesn't have this because this is not something you can easily pirate for this console without getting a permaban as far as your online account for Nintendo. But one thing on the PC version that pirate mode does is that this is a very shrewd move on the part of the people who made this game, because they said, you know, there's a check they do as far as the piracy of the fact that people, I guess, stole this game and played it on their own. But at a random point in the game, it comes up with a message saying like, hey guys, our company is being attacked by pirates, and you will eventually go bankrupt, and there's nothing you can do about it. And that is, you are pirating the PC version. You're familiar with that, I take it, yes?
There is the pirate mode, and it is beatable.
No, I'm saying that the PC version says that if you steal that game and you try to play it, it'll be the same as normal, but eventually get to a point where it'll give you a message, and then you're gonna eventually go bankrupt no matter what you do.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, that was, and people were saying like, what was that about? And then they said, oh, we did this on purpose, so it was something that we planned all along. But the Switch version, since you can't really pirate the Switch easily, they give you an option to turn on a mode for this. I believe the PC version also has this.
Oh, it's completely unbeatable?
Yes,
okay,
that's what they're saying.
I thought that's how I played initially.
So basically, as I said, we won't necessarily make a judgment on this show, and you might want to mute that feasibly, just as far as the window you got there. But that being said, yeah, if you did pirate this game itself, you then will be in a case where I think it is unbeatable. You keep losing money, and you will eventually go bankrupt. And they did say we did this on purpose because, which I guess is a toss back.
It's a good idea. It's an idea.
It's an interesting idea.
Don't trip the people who are stealing your game, right?
That's true, but also kind of a very subtle thing, and it's also, I guess, a throwback to early PC gaming, because I don't know if you're familiar like how copyright protection tended to work. I have a game called DuckTales: The Quest for Gold, which is on the PC from Incredible Technologies. They have a check saying that you have to put in a special code in order to go into Scrooge's vault or go into his bank system in order to play. And if you don't have this code sheet they give you, they say like, yeah, you can't play this game. So basically they made sure that got locked behind it, so that they made sure that, okay, people weren't going to steal that. Or the Carmen Sandiego games. You remember how those, you're familiar with the franchise of games?
I know of them.
Do you know how they always used to come with like an almanac in the box?
Yeah, I'm familiar with that concept.
That is why they did it. They specifically said we did that so that people then would not be able to, you can't be promoted in those games. We'll show those games eventually, but you cannot be promoted unless you get the specific detail on a specific page they indicate of that book becomes bundled.
Page, in the manual on page 37.
Yes. But fine, nowadays we have internet, so you can go look up what everything is. But back in the 80s and 90s, you didn't have that. So you're going to notice one thing about this game, if you haven't played it out there in chat, YouTube, and anywhere land, you're watching this. And that is that if you know your history of the video game industry, this game really gets it. And I love that. And I can help you feasibly. I would turn that off. Because I also saying like what game length is, 30, 35, and 42. For this, I guess we'll go 35. Is that what we want to do?
I think 35.
35 will run fine.
We'll make things pretty straightforward.
Oh shit, no, that's a load case. So fine, let's go to this as well. It'll show that, so we saw that already.
Alright.
Because we do need to have a company name. That is one thing we do have to do this time. So as player, we'll find, let's see, how many...
Alright, so we want...
Fine, you can think about that. I'm gonna try and get a case of, let's see.
Give us a good name.
Okay, so, fine. As far as the name of ourselves, we will put in our code name specific. So, Instead of, since Captain D-Trag and Proterova both I don't think will fit, I'm going to be putting in, where is it? Hang on. Fine, your full case of this, so... Proterova.
I'm gonna make my full one.
So,
mine's long.
No, mine is longer, actually. But so it's like, it's Captain Proterova. Familiar with the band Captain and Tennille? It's almost like a takeoff on that.
Okay.
So, Captain Proterova, that's what we do. Captain D-Trag, that is me, and Proterova, him, of course. And then company name, which we'll put in eventually. But you can also change your character as far as what we want to have, as far as different cases. Because it does have a very cartoony style that's very appealing, the way this looks. And the interface is not necessarily that much different than the PC version, but a little. And you go down to the dice.
It's simple, but it has an elegance to its simplicity.
It definitely does, and there's something to be said about that. Also, you can randomize anything by hitting the dice. You select male or female, your choice. As far as that, you can also get the nice shirt there. I'm gonna go with this kind of gray shirt as far as that. As far as our ourselves,
like a nice wool shirt.
Yeah, the nice wool shirt. It's something comforting, you know. And that's the thing about this game. It can be very comforting. It can also be very stressful, often at the same time, but it also kind of puts you in a good feeling as far as that. Let's go with. Okay, that should be fine. All right, let's do that. And then company name, let's see.
All right, guys, come on.
We do have SOGS. Well, fine. SOGS Games is what I ran when I was doing this as far as like practice stuff. We just used the default company name when we ran this game about a month ago. And when I edit this in a couple days, I'll have in the link list that first part. So yeah, you'll be able to see the preview we did, and it was quite a time. Actually, it was the first as that case because him and I are distanced to that, so we couldn't be in the same room together. But in this case, we certainly are. So. All right, in your case, Proterova, what would you think as far as a company name? I did ask you when we played this last what you're thinking. We could like rip off a company name. We could say like,
That's actually how you get some achievements.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Do you want to do that then? So I don't know. What do we want to?
At least be clever about it.
You know what? You were showing me
trivia.
Okay, fine. I'll give you a trivia. You were showing me before the show. You're showing me chat. If you're familiar with this game, let us know. Guardians Crusade, which is for the PlayStation. It was developed by Tamsoft, the people who made Battle Arena, Toshinden, and the Onichambara games. It's kind of an RPG of sorts that came out in 1999 for the US. And it's fine, I'll put the name of the company. They probably won't recognize who the hell Tamsoft is as far as it, but then the question is, fine, I'll tell you what we'll do. Fine, we'll be Tamsoft with 2 M's. So it's like, is that supposed to be like, I don't know,
Unless you get it exactly right, and it's not obscure. That won't work.
That's fine, but
I'm just saying. I think.
Do you want me to put in Blizzard then, or something big? Actually, is that one of the ones they take?
I don't know what they take, but probably something like Blizzard would. You would probably get, if you don't have it already, you probably would get an achievement. Let's try it then, because you were saying you haven't got that.
Fine, okay, because fine. Yeah, see, unfortunately, we can't use. What was the original name of that company?
Silicon and Synapse.
Thank you. Yeah, because they do indicate that actually that Blizzard Arcade Collection does that. So fine.
Yeah. There's an achievement for like company fan or something.
Okay.
Where you put in, if you put in a well-known company. You get the achievement.
Okay, actually, this is one of the rare games on Switch that does have achievements, because Nintendo does not believe in them, but that does not mean that other companies don't put them into the games as far as an in-game thing. See also Capcom with the Mega Man Legacy Collections that came out. But fine, I guess we'll be not Blizzard. We can do that. Specifically, we'll see what happens to that, because actually I've never seen that.
Okay,
unless you want something else.
Also, is there any type of game you want to make? Do you want to specialize in any type industry?
Not necessarily.
Or you want to just go with what we are experienced in?
I think we're pretty much I think it's gonna be anything goes pretty much. Because there's certain games that people I know, including people on the show last week, said they want to see built here.
If we conveniently pick Blizzard, and then we make children's games, it's not exactly. It wouldn't be exactly Blizzard.
Well, I mean, Blizzard does have a little bit of an image problem. Let's put it that way. So I think
to be fair, though, I believe Blizzard originally, as well as a lot of early startups, actually did start off with educational companies. So I'm saying as a joke, but historically it's actually true. And I believe was it Blizzard or Blizzard North did get offered a contract for making educational games, and then eventually they transitioned out of that.
Okay.
In other words, the money wasn't for entertainment. The money was for educational games. Because that was the market where the market was going.
Mm-hmm. Especially early in the PC era, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so
I don't know, do we want to call him Blizzard or do we want to call him something else?
I wouldn't take Blizzard exactly.
Yeah, you're right.
Be more creative.
Fine, I guess we'll do the Tamsoft thing because nobody knows who they are. At some point, we do have to show Battle Arena Toshinden and some other stuff of that company. Because I do have a nostalgic thing as far as Battle Arena Toshinden, and in your case with Guardians Crusade. And hey, it's something different as far as this show, so fine. At least in that case, you'll know who they are as you're hearing the music, which, let's go into that with the music briefly before we start. I have the name down of who did the music. It was done by Alexander Lysenkov, who is a artist out of Russia who does a lot of personal stuff of his own, but he also did music for a game called Hard Truck Apocalypse on the PC. And there's also another name who was involved in the music, Jack White. By the way, I do want to emphasize this. There's no other credits I found about Jack White, and also it is not Jack White of, are you familiar with the band The White Stripes?
No.
Yeah, of stuff like Icky Thump, The Hardest Button, The Button, and he has a solo career with like Lazaretto. Or if you ever like watched the World Series, you always hear Seven Nation Army playing the do. It's like, yeah, it's not him. In fact, to the point where I found this, so in that case I was trying to look at who did the music and is that the same guy, and the answer is no, because he's gone on the record saying like, I hate video games, I don't let my kids play them because I think they're a waste of time, but he has licensed his music to stuff like Guitar Hero and Rock Band and other games. So it's not that one, so I confirmed that, but outside of that, that's all I got as far as what he came from, but it's good music. Assuming I don't get a license question.
Pay attention because there are also sort of achievements for there's plenty of Easter eggs for things. So just sort of look around, and if we happen to come across, I don't know, let's say a poster or something, and we happen to make a game based on that.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye.
We may just get something.
Also, it's worth pointing out one thing. He may very well be taking control as far as part of this, if he so desires. So what I'm also going to do is, his familiarity is with the PC version. Am I correct about that?
Huh? Yeah.
Okay, so it's in my experiences with this one on Switch, which is $15 on the store, so it's not that expensive. It's also like $10 on the PC itself. You go on Steam, they usually have it up there. It also is cheaper on the Steam sales, of which there was one last week. So next time they have one, they're going to cut this to like $5. So it's not expensive, and it's a really good one. So if you've never played it, it's probably worth going. All right, so let's get started. Your movement, by the way, is...
Here's the list, by the way.
Oh, okay. Actually, you have the link to that?
Yeah.
Provide that to me. That'll go in the link list below when I edit this. Because that's also gives a sense of, like, actually, is Tamsoft on there? That's my question, because they actually have some pretty, specific ones.
I'm really surprised they have so many. I figured it would be, Blizzard, Activision, big ones, but...
Yeah. The one thing I was thinking
that
maybe, here's the thing, the other thing I'm wondering is maybe because this is out of Australia, maybe there's a lot of other companies that were involved in this.
It's there.
It is? Awesome. Okay, fine, we're gonna do it. So they know what Tamsoft is. It's Tamsoft. S-O-F-T. It's there. Awesome. All right, so fine, we're gonna be Tamsoft. It's there. Who knew? I was like, yeah. See, here's the other thing. Any knowledge you might have about the history of this industry is coming in handy. And that's the brilliant thing about this game. And like 20 minutes in, we haven't necessarily even started. We're gonna get going. As far as your movement...
I just assumed there was only just big name ones.
Oh, in fact, also is there...
Like triple A's.
How about that? Game Arts, the people making the game you're playing for us next month.
Yes. Game Arts is there. Game House, Game Labs, Game Loft.
Oh, Game Loft.
To Win, Garage Games, Gearbox Games, Genji, Giant Software, and so on.
Yeah, the list goes on. We'll have the full list when we edit this, but it's fitting. It's like, I told you that this is fitting with the fact that you're playing Lunar Silver Star Story Complete next month, the developers of that Game Arts, and even the thing with Freddy Fish last week, because, one quick background before we start, the inspiration of this game was based on this game called Game Dev Story, that's by Kairosoft. It came on the PC in 1997, and they ported it to a bunch of other units like iOS, Switch, Android, and PS4. And Ron Gilbert, who was involved with Freddy Fish last week, was a huge fan of that. So, all these things are connecting together. We always say this on this program of, we play in the show, I swear to God, we do. But alright, let's get started.
So, long list of ones to get the basically fan achievement.
There you go, so we're going to get it right now because I don't have it. Okay, so here's the other thing. You want to go into this. Hints. Since you played the game before, you can choose to use all the hints you've gained in previous plays in a new game, so you can import in. You want to explain to the audience what hints are?
It's basically of how they of how they grade your game or how successful your game is based on how well the synergy is with the like the genre and your platform and your audience.
Yeah, we'll get to that in just a second. So you basically can unlock these things. They'll give you little ideas as far as if you're on the right track or not based upon how elements are going. And if you know your history of gaming in the periods that you're playing, that can come in handy as well.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's not always easy to tell. Sorry, we're gonna, let's import them for the purpose of this, and we'll pull them in. There you go, fan, pick an inspired company name, so there's the achievement.
Yep, okay.
Perfect. So you start in your garage in 1984, and you have $70,000, no fans, and that's it. Hit the X button, you bring up your menu for being able to develop games or looking at yourself. That is the A button, but yeah, we only can develop a game, so let's get going. Okay, so when you first start, and Proterova, if you want to lead any part of the discussion on this,
right.
Feel free, because I know you have the experience on this as we get in our first game. So yeah, you have your option of topic. They will give you random topics when you start. Yes, 4 of them?
Yep, and it looks like we have fantasy, and it looks like we know that it is good with everyone, apparently.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because these are hints I pulled over. Usually when you play them, you don't have them, and as you do different things and make combinations, they'll give you more information when you run game reports after you make something. So yeah, we have Cyberpunk, Virtual Pet, City, and Fantasy as far as the topic, and genre, which I believe these are all set just in general, yes?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's action, adventure, RPG, simulation, and strategy, and then you have your selection of consoles. As I said, this is a satirical game as far as the history of the industry. We have the not Commodore 64 over there, the G64, which was still around at the time, and the PC. This game, by the way, totally blackwalls Atari. Atari's not involved in this, because we were talking last time we did the preview on this. You're saying, where's Atari? The video game crash had already happened based upon this, so they're gone. Even though they're in history, they were making stuff in between. We don't care.
Well, they weren't really... Were they struggling? They were still around, because I know they still exist.
They did, they did exist, but then what happened was that after the great video game crash about 40 years ago, so we're 40 years to that, they then were basically done as far as it, and when Nintendo wanted to bring the Famicom over here, and they turned to the NES, they went to Atari specifically and they said, we want to go in a partnership. Atari said, we're done, we don't want any more of this. So Nintendo went on their own, the NES became a huge hit, and then Atari decided to do other stuff on their side with stuff like the Atari 5200, the 7800, the Atari Lynx, and then the Atari Jaguar, which took them out for a while until Infogrames bought the Atari name, and they are known as Atari now, and that's how they're continuing to
So
exist.
really, for home consoles, really Atari was just it.
Yeah, to start, yes, but as far as this game does not acknowledge Atari at all.
Okay, but Atari really didn't do much. It wasn't big enough at this time period to even be justified putting on.
Well, given some of the things that didn't come out as far as systems that it gives lip service to, that's kind of half true. We'll see as we go along.
I'm saying, is not putting any Atari system on a fair for this time period? Or is that just kind of a slight?
I think it's maybe a little bit of both to a certain extent. Because look, we're gonna go into this next week because of what I got next week. I gotta deal with Pokemon Gen 9 next week. We're 40 years off of the video game crash. Let's be honest, because of Nintendo, that's the reason this game even exists. That's why video gaming even is a thing still.
And apparently Atari needs to hit a target.
Yeah, there you go. And they hit a target initially with the 2600, and then with everything that it was expanding out, that was the problem. We gotta do more stuff with Atari. I want to show that Atari 50 collection that I have on Switch. It's awesome. So, point is, you have your option of platforms. You start with the Commodore 64 and the PC. So yeah, you have options as far as look at this. You'll get your dev costs for paying for it, and later you have licensing costs for certain things. We'll see that later. And they get you a sense of what's the market share. So, looking at this, the Commodore 64 has a bigger market share than the PC does, but has a higher development cost. So, instead of spending $5,000, you spend $20,000 here, but have more of a market share. But remember, that's not going to necessarily be a guarantee if you don't have something that's going to go well. All right.
So, developing for the not Commodore is risky, but if you can make it pay off.
Right, it costs more.
$15,000.
Sure. So,
it depends on how confident you are.
And also the idea is like kind of in a lot of ways, and this is the fascinating thing we're gonna see, the idea of predicting what the market's really gonna look like or what's gonna happen based on what you pick. Because yeah, we have our options of Cyberpunk, Virtual Pet, City, and Fantasy. What do you want to run to start? It's your choice.
Oh man. Well, we did get that Fantasy, and we know that it's good for everyone.
Want to show that? Well, Want to show that then?
Let's see. I would say either that or city. Like, it really depends on what you want to do.
Okay.
I wouldn't touch virtual pets.
Not yet.
Like, was there really any virtual pet games?
Not in 1984. There weren't. That's more of a
in Cyberpunk.
mid-90s.
If you want to make a cyberpunk.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
like, that's okay. Like, I mentioned cyberpunk is probably fine for the time period.
Kinda. I mean, especially when we get to Snatcher, although that Snatcher is years later.
Yeah.
But that maybe.
Do you want to go in the fantasy realm, or do you want to go?
I'm waiting between city and fantasy, unless you want to run cyberpunk. We can see how this goes.
Or you want to go for more Maxis and go SimCity.
That's true. You're right. We could do that. So you have a lot of options. All right, fine. Let's do that then. And then picking a mix, which is going to be city action, adventure, RPG, simulation, strategy. I guess we can be SimCity then. So I guess let's go simulation. Okay. And they'll give you an option. And when you have hints like this, it's like, hey, here's a great combo. So we have simulation city go well, but like city RPG, apparently that's not a good combination. And city action actually.
Yes.
Okay. Of everything I've done, actually.
So 89. We are predating SimCity.
Yeah, like
by quite a few years.
The question is like, yeah, we'll come up with a name later. And here's the other thing: you can put a name in. You can name anything you want. You can also name it the end of development, so you don't have to necessarily be in a case of naming the game right away.
And can you change it later on too?
At the end of development, yes. So if I name it now, you can go back in development at the end of development and change it. So actually, that's fitting because you'll have games where they'll have a code name during development and then they'll change their name to something else when it actually comes out.
To be fair, considering we really don't even have graphics per se, like we have ASCII at this point, having a simulation city game kind of makes sense.
Yeah, although that you'll hold that thought because we're gonna run that. Fine, we'll go the PC route just for the purpose of this. We'll name the game a little later.
We're going PC, okay?
Yeah, may as well. But yeah, because you do have an option for graphics. You said, hey, what is this gonna be looking? It's gonna be ASCII. We could make it in ASCII. We could make it a text-based game for $5,000 or $5,000.
I wonder what 2D graphics back then. Well, I guess there were 2D graphics.
Yeah, there were. You go to the Commodore, there's tons of that.
So
or even the early PC.
So I guess when we mean graphics, we're not meaning ASCII art. Just that would be the simplest version of graphics, but were real graphics.
We could have ASCII elements. I mean, if you've ever played Beast on the PC, that's a case where it has like an ASCII title screen. I'll have a picture of what that title screen looks like, and if anybody knows what Beast is, yeah, you officially have my respect.
Well, I'm gonna say go the 2D graphics because I think having no graphics and just having ASCII art it's not as good.
Well, in all honesty, here I want to ask you a question than this because when I played this, I usually will always run graphics for anything. Will they pick up on the idea that you're running text like, we don't like this?
I get the impression it's better to go for graphics early on, but this is my opinion. Just if you go for graphics early on, do realize they're going to expect graphics.
Sure. So it's going to be weird if you pull text later on.
Yeah, they're gonna go, this is trash, we don't like it.
Unless it depends on the game. We mentioned softcore adventure last time. But
let's just say consumers are spoiled.
No kidding.
If you make a good game, then they're gonna judge everything based on your previous game.
Yep, you're right.
So
and I'm just as guilty as that, but still.
So don't spoil. If you drop feed them content, they'll run away. They'll be fine. But if you give them something really nice
and then take it away,
and then you take it away, you're gonna say all your games suck and you won't make money.
Yeah, you go. See, this is in touch with real life. So yeah, we're living the real life of making video games.
Is that how consumers actually are?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And in some ways, it might be even worse than that. But all right, here's the deal. Also with this,
I'm being snarky, by the way.
And I'm being serious because everything he's saying is also true. We're gonna see that next week, the Pokemon thing.
Okay.
I'm gonna tear that game a new asshole. I'll tell you that right now. But anyway, you have multiple factors of your development. Because hey, software development life cycle. I've always talked about this, Brian. But you have as well. We did the Ocarina of Time play. The idea of what are the phases of development. This game gets it. So we're gonna start our development. Your controls, by the way, are pretty simple. You're just moving around with the D-pad or analog stick, left analog stick. You convert the A button to the B button, and you do quick selections with the X button. All right, so there you go. We are at our element, and you have your little bubbles going out because you have 4 items there. They don't label them in this version. On the PC they do, but...
The graphics are a little different.
Yes, as far as the way that is, but you have those 4 bubbles up there. The orange one on the left is bugs. When you're developing, you can have things happen as far as bugs that might need to be fixed. The yellow over there is your design. The light blue over there is technology, and the last one over there is research.
I like how they have icons.
Yeah, I mean, they have the icons on the PC version as well, but they also have the names down.
They don't have the icon. You kind of just have to know.
Right.
Like, the art palette isn't there.
Right.
In the PC version.
Yeah, so I mean, if nothing else, it's also showing difference of version. They're mostly the same, and also on Switch, the only other thing it has is that there is sort of mouse control a little bit when you're playing in handheld mode, where you can use the touch screen of the Switch in order to basically move the cursor around and do
like, you'll
stuff.
Figure it out after the first game, but it's nice.
Not hard, no.
It's a nice touch.
It's a case, and we talked about this, the idea of coming into a game as far as an easily approachable game. This is a game that's easily approachable as far as how to run it, but then the question of the deeper mechanics of it, that's where it gets a little more of a question. In fact, because we have our hints here, you have those little things at the end there, because at the first development stage, we have engine, gameplay, and stories and quests, and you usually don't have these things as far as the minus question mark or the plus question marks there. It's basically the idea of, based on the combination of genre and topic you pick, what is something that is more important for the focus on development. Basically, as you said when we did this last time, the idea of you're allocating your time as far as that bar, and you move the gameplay bar like that, you're seeing that, hey, that's getting a little larger, that one's getting smaller. So you have the same amount of time for phase 1, but then the idea of what are you focusing on more across everything. And you normally don't have these indications here, so it becomes a question of saying, finding them out, as you said, unlocking hints, and we'll see hint unlocks going on just in general for other stuff. Because I did City Simulation when I played this, since that's why we have that. So, for City Simulation, they're giving the indication as far as how important gameplay is, which I would think it is. Engine, they're also saying, is pretty important, and then story and quest, not as much. So in that case, it might not necessarily be worth going into that much. Then a question of at least giving a little bit of a bump.
Well, it's a simulation game, so
Sure.
I think that engine would be important.
Engine would be important. I mean, you could also say quests of like, hey, if you have like a scenario mode. Remember, we're in 1984, so it's probably going to be early one.
Do remember, you know, when you put one up, the others go down.
Yes.
Everything's based on that bottom percentage.
Sure, and the idea of like, what do you want to focus on? So I think for this one, we want engine and gameplay.
So you can't have everything. You have to, you know.
You got to make a cut somewhere.
Yeah.
So yeah, there you go.
Yeah. So be careful on your on adding too much. If you add too much features, then you're gonna fail it.
Yeah, you don't want it to blow up. But I mean, in this case, engine and gameplay, that's fine. And story side quests, we have opinions on that.
All right.
And as they go, you'll have your design and your tech and bugs feasibly and research going along with those little bubbles. I love that little sound. It just sounds so nice when you're getting those in. And you see them coming in really fast as you go along. It is really, really nice. So next stage, we have development of dialogues, level design, and AI.
Okay, so what would make a SimCity game good?
There are a lot of things. Map design, I would think, would make it, because you want to make sure that when you're getting the map ready, you got everything going. Or you click that button in SimCity 2000, is reticulating splines, which is in every single Maxis game, by the way. As far as I love that.
What was that supposed to be?
I believe it's I'll have a link as far as that. I believe it is a technical term as far as how they're doing the map generation. I know The Sims has it as far as like a message on the loading screen when you first boot it up. I think there's something they have that. I'll look into that. So at least we'll have an answer later. But,
you know what?
Or Mel, you'll be able to look at it now?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, if nothing else, also be other stuff to put in the link list. Okay, so I would say map design specifically as far as that. AI, because the idea is like with SimCity as an example, you want to make sure that your town is going to be reacting to stuff you do well or in a good way or bad in the ways when you do something that's not so hot.
I just tuned it out, but what was the quote?
Reticulating splines.
Reticulating splines.
Yeah, as soon as I said that, it kind of came back, right?
Yeah, I remember it, but I remember tuning out going, what? What are they saying?
I love how they voiced that as far as SimCity 2000. At some point we'll play that because, as I said, the floodgates are open on PC now. We have a way to do PC. In this case, I had bought the Switch version before, so that's why we're running this one. And it is equivalent to the PC. If it was a case like with the Freddy Fish games where they were non-console or they're ported badly to console, I'd say fine, we'll do the other one. We'll do the best we can on the show as far as version, but this is equivalent on PC, so it's either way. So, alright, for this one, they're saying going into artificial intelligence and design, they are going high on artificial intelligence because the more of those plus symbols you have, when you unlock the hint for that, gives a sense of, yeah, there's more of an importance that's going to be on that. As far as dialogues, not so much. It's basically going to be your citizen saying, like, the rent is too damn high, or something like that. So, in this case, I'm going to focus level design pretty heavily, and AI I'm going to have pretty much at the top. So, let's do that. And now, yeah, in our garage, we also have a nut DeLorean underneath the tarp over there, which I do love. Oh, and I noticed that right there, the Pong, actually, that's probably what you're getting as far as the Easter eggs. There's like a blackboard over there that has a game of Pong written on it, which I thought was kind of cool. Okay, so last development stage.
I've said too much.
Well, no, I know what it is, but it's also the case of me looking at that, because this sometimes happens too.
It's you know, I'm just saying pay attention.
Sure, exactly. Hi, gang. Hi, Luckverse. So good to see you today. Not tonight. It's usually today. Not a today case, but yeah, we were earlier for Game Dev Tycoon, the Switch version. I did Proterova myself for this one. Streaming early, kind of early, yes. Yes, because, I'll explain that again. It was for the purpose of Proterova's schedule. There's also Blood Spice Moon's schedule. Unfortunately, she was not going to be able to be here, as we found during the week. But we're going to try and have her on another show for that. And actually, in terms of that case, they're saying that they're better with an earlier show. And actually, Leftford, you said this. You said, I can't stay up late for the show anymore, in certain cases. So I said, you know, this might be an interesting thing to check, you know? This idea of, fine, what happened? Earlier. So I guess the question is that, fine, we'll adjust the schedule based upon what our guests need. So, like, in your case, if it's earlier, it's better. That's good. We'll do that with Lunar. We start that in a month. With Nikki and Edwack, there you need Friday. So it's like, okay, fine. And then in my case, I'll do Saturday at 7 p.m. when I can as far as that. That seems like that's that idea. So this is going to be an interesting thing for that. So, like, let's try that out. As I said, when it comes to the Switch's schedule, I will let you know ahead of time. But either way, we are doing a little earlier. So in that case, you're saying, like, hey, I wish I could stay longer. It's like, I feel like I'm going to collapse. I get that. Because actually, as Casper22 said to me the other day, we're getting older. It's like, yeah, I guess we are, for sure. Yeah, we do have Game Dev Tycoon. Feel free to let us know any memories you might have or any insights on what you're seeing with this game.
So, from what I've seen,
yeah,
it looks like Will Wright stated that the term is meaningless.
Okay.
And it says that it does not particularly explain when generating terrain in the phrase was included because it sounded cool.
Okay. So it's like blast processing for Sonic 2. It doesn't mean anything. Pretty much. It's basically just saying the Genesis has a faster clock speed than Super Nintendo, which it does. And in this case, it's going to map generations. It does sound cool, but talk about a line like that getting into gaming's lexicon. Okay, so for our last development stage of our not SimCity game, our city simulation, we have graphics, sound, and world design. They're putting emphasis on graphics as far as the hints we have unlocked, and then also the sound, but not much on world design. I never played this. I hadn't either until Proterova turned me onto this, and it's because of him we're playing this. This is sort of a viewer request in terms of that with him, and also something that I played it more. I was really taken by it. It is on Switch, which is where we're playing it. It's also on the PC, and there's mobile versions as well. And there's cross-save, by the way, between all the versions. So if you have it on multiple systems, and you're playing on Switch, say, and you're, like, going out or somewhere with your laptop or something, you play it that way. It is a good game, and if you love cases of stuff like, you know, like Roller Coaster Tycoon or Railroad Tycoon or some of those Tycoon games, you're going to feel right at home with this one. I've actually been messing around with my Steam Deck. Ooh, okay, this might be an interesting one to run this on the Steam Deck. Not that this isn't going to push the tech of it exactly that hard, but that is definitely a neat one. Feel free to go into that. I guess Proterova, you too, as far as that Steam Deck. It's basically sort of their answer to the Switch in the sense that it's a portable PC a little bit, and you can basically run pretty much anything on it. It is a unique thing. I know some people actually have one of these things, and feel free, Lifers, to go into that, like what you're liking as far as what you're seeing with that, and also with this. Could you run this on the Steam Deck feasibly, or anything you want. Be a unique case of a Steam Deck. So like, yeah, I'm gonna be playing Game Dev Tycoon, or in my case, it's like, fine, let's play those Freddy Fish games we played last week on it. I'm really satisfied with it. Well, I can get that as well. That's what I've heard from people. They said, I've been waiting to try and get one of these things, and they're very satisfied with what they saw. Alrighty, so for this one, let's see. Proto, what are you thinking? Because we got graphics, sound, and world design. I have hints on everything but world design. They say graphics go high, something can go high. And then for sound... So
we're really going to use our 2D graphics.
Yes, we are. And our basic sounds, because you do have additional features. Hit the R or L button to switch between development stage and additional features. So you can turn these off. I can turn off basic sounds and save money, or turn it on and then have that. So it is your choice.
We only have so much. I would at least have what we have. Like use our graphics engine to its fullest at this point. It's not. We don't have much. We might as well use it.
I guess maybe our sound engine. It's a little less as far as that, so we could feasibly go down. But then I don't know necessarily how much world design we need for this. We might need a little. As far as like the maps, does that count as like a world design?
That's level design.
Level design, so maybe
not. Like world design is an open world.
Okay, so yeah, in that case, probably we don't need much.
So there is no open world in SimCity, right?
Fine, just the city.
Yeah, right?
Okay, so
that's
fine.
A level generation.
Yeah, pretty much. Reticulating splines. It doesn't mean anything. We found out. Thank you, by the way, for finding that.
By the way, I did find a much nerdier explanation to that.
Yes, that'll be in the link list when we edit this in a couple of days. One thing also to go as far as the Steam Deck, I can't seem to get the audio output to run from HDMI when I'm docked. I don't have one of those, so I'm not sure necessarily how that is, because that's the other thing. We've always talked about the technical reason. That's why it took a while to get PC running. But, yeah, I'll see if I can find some of that. If I find something, I will put link list in there, see, like, maybe to give you as much of a hand as I can, just to get a sense of that, because, like, hey, I've always asked these questions, like, how I'm going to handle tech for certain stuff. So, when you get that crack specifically to that could be a cool thing that way. So, yeah.
So the junction of two polygons in reticulation refers to the relative angle or overlap of two or more polygons.
Mm-hmm.
That's the short end.
Okay, so I guess as far as our sound case, yeah, we want to run the graphic engine to the fullest, but do you want to allocate more time to graphics and less to the sounds, you think? I would think maybe that would be a good idea.
I would say level design is where you want to focus.
Level design?
Right?
So we want to run
level design, not world design.
Okay, so
So world design, there is no world, right?
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so sound, this looks pretty good, don't you think? I got it because we want to run the graphics engine to the fullest, I think. And we have enough sound, sort of, I think.
I would say that's probably good.
Okay.
I actually don't know. I'm not sure, but I'm just saying world design, there is no world.
Okay, well, we'll see. And when the game is done, it's finished. You can release it now by hitting the A button, but the other thing is you might want to wait so you can get bugs erased. After time will happen, hit the A button, you're done. You can also wait and they'll get more design and more technology into it, but the idea of getting that, maybe waiting too long, could be a problem. Alright, thankfully I have a Bluetooth speaker. Thankfully, in that case, but ever since I updated it, couldn't get sound from the HDMI output. I've actually run out of that case similar stuff with PC itself. Alright, so here we go. Our game is ready, and when you complete the game, it takes your design and your tech, and it puts elements into experience for everything that you went into, and then into the main character. You also have the option to trash the game, where you trash the game, remind me on this, you keep the stats that you got as far as the experience you gained, you just trash the game, right?
Huh? What is it?
Trash game, what's that do?
Sorry, I generally wouldn't trash the game.
No, what does it do?
You get the experience, yeah, I think we said it was right. You get the experience, but you just can't sell any. You don't make money.
Yeah, so it's like pretty much just it's a development exercise.
Unless you're worried about like your reputation.
Yeah, what reputation right now? Nothing. So
we're literally living in our parents' basement making games.
But we have a DeLorean, so it's like we must be pretty rich that way. Or we came back in time and did this. Well, that's probably the thought of that, you know? The thought that, that's what happened. We came back in time and maybe we know that. Okay, we do need a name for our not Sim City. So, as I said, I could just do the case of like, what's another word for sim?
Sim.
Of anything. So like, we'll come up with like the synonym of sim.
Okay.
So instead of Sim City, I was thinking, I don't know, no, fine, instead of like Sim City, it'd be like, somethingburg. So like Johannesburg or something like that. I don't know.
You put simulation instead.
Uh-huh. Or something short that way.
Affect, assume, counterfeit, forfeit, pretend, and sham. What? Is that really?
So Shamberg? Is that what we're going to be calling that? That doesn't sound right.
Sham.
Or
this is from Merriam-Webster.
Okay, so yeah, maybe they're not a reliable source. But that...
wasn't that one of the most well-known...
Yeah, just because something's well-known does not necessarily mean...
1828.
That's true. It was like, hey, just because something's well-known...
Pretend, assume, affect are the most common. According to online.
So fine, Pretendberg, I don't know. I said, we're going to come up with names for everything. Specifically, Chad, if you have any ideas of things you want to see...
Conceal, act, feign, fake, sham, and then the lesser ones are like forfeit, pose, bluff, impersonate. Fine,
we'll call it Pretend Town.
Pretend Town.
That sounds like a game from 1984, doesn't it? Watch, there's probably
That's a terrible name. That's a terrible name.
But hey, what some of the best games ever made may have games that people are like, what the hell is this?
Well, a simulation is meant to reenact something that's supposed to be a, like, I guess,
real.
But it's supposed to not be real, but it's supposed to be similar to the real thing.
But here's the question: you said at one point, I think to me, that the name, they don't care about the name. Technically, is that right?
No, they don't care about the name. I don't think it affects your score.
Fine, we're going with this unless you can come up with something better.
No.
All right. So there we go. So when you have that going, you release the game, and each month, by the way, you do lose money because you have to keep the lights on specifically. You can also hit the X button to bring up your menu. You can do research of stuff like new topics. You can get a sense of what new topics might be available, like comedy, hacking, fashion, and prison, which actually I didn't see any of these at all of any of the play I got specifically. Hey, fitting because there's a prison tycoon game that's on the PC that way. Or comedy, because like, hey, there are a lot of comedic games in the 80s as well, or fashion. Or hacking specifically. And you can also do custom game engine. That's running on your research points. I only have 10.
Yeah.
So we're going to wait for our first review, because that's the idea. When you release a game, you get the review. So let's see. What's the first reviews for Pretend Town?
I guess I'll be the writer.
Pretty much.
My job is just to create names.
Okay. No, and there's some I'm just going to name because of the fact that, hey, I was asked for 8 out of 10. All right. Very enjoyable. So it's a Star Games. 7 out of 10 says Informed Gamer, or not Game Informer. Good game, but hey, that's good coming out of them. Nice experience says Game Hero, that's 7 out of 10. A 7 out of 10, enjoyable by all games. For a starting thing, that's actually pretty good. So not bad.
Well, to be fair, you don't really have anything it judged on, though.
That being said, I usually...
I know there is a standard that they judge on, like a minimum standard, but, yeah, like, I feel like the score here is pretty baseline.
That being said, when I've actually started playing this game fresh, as far as fresh files, I've never started this well.
Oh, really?
No. I usually start like the 6s, 5s usually.
Okay.
I'm usually kind of average, so in that case, yes, this is pretty good for that starting. Okay, so there we go. First game release, Tamsoft, newcomer in the game industry. Yes, they are still in business, by the way, as far as the real Tamsoft. We are pretending to be Tamsoft, so like, okay.
Did we, though, on our playthrough, didn't we get a higher score in the first game?
Well...
When we did our playtest?
The first...
I think it was like an 8 or 9 on our playtest.
The first game? I don't know. I don't know if it was on the first game. I think it might have been one of the later ones we got. A bigger one. I know. Fine. Coach's Conundrum. Go back to the preview we did. That was the gold standard. Okay. And we'll see if we can do better even than that. But yeah, so we've released our first game. Favorite reviews, such a good start, they're sure to gain fans quickly. Okay, and as you go, you have sales going on, but I'm going to go into my game report. So basically what you do is, this is how you unlock hints, yes?
Yes.
And that's what I was going to say, because I think that's how it's operating. So to give you an overview of it.
And also a good way to get research, too.
Right, okay, so you basically select the game you did. You can do this anytime you release a game. You go get your game history as well. There you go with that, and that's that. Alright, sold 5,359 units first week in market at number 28. Actually, that's really good. For that early. So successful, we now have 24 fans. Because yeah, you start with the people you know and then it expands out. So they tell 2 friends and then they tell 2 friends, like 10 people right there. And post-release analysis. So this gives you the hints here. So sound is quite important for this game. We did go a little less into sound on that one, but that's really all we got. So it gives you a little bit. You usually want to get more hints on certain things.
Yes, so in other words, use your hints to your advantage.
Yeah.
And that's why I recommended, you want to try to make a game and improve in your game and not try to completely switch to a different genre.
Right.
Because you have no experience in that genre, right?
Right, but then the question of being able to unlock more hints and see if you can hit something else, as you said, because there's a lot of different variables.
Well, there's a lot of hints. Like, I wouldn't...
Not just that, but just in general.
Unless you're trying to farm hints.
I'm not trying to farm hints necessarily for this.
Which, doesn't seem in the spirit of the game. You should use what you have as a single playthrough.
Actually, Electverse tagged onto this. Tamsoft, the makers of Senran Kagura. Yeah, we did do that on purpose, by the way, because there's an achievement for, in this game, on all the systems, for basically naming a company after a famous company. Tamsoft was on the list, shockingly, who did make Senran Kagura. I've actually never played that, but they did make the Battle Arena Choshinden games. They made a game that Proterova is a fan of, which is Guardians Crusade on the PlayStation.
Yeah, we were deliberately playing that like an hour ago.
Yeah, we were, and that's
and that's why you picked that.
Well, it's also fitting also that he's like, hey, also we can do that game if you ever want to do that one as far as a play. We can definitely do that. Show something unique, something that maybe people haven't played. I hadn't played it. You had. So there you go. All right, so important history. So yeah.
RPGs take a long time, so.
Well, it depends on the RPG. I don't know how long that one is. I mean, we're running that with Lunar.
Yeah, well, we're running Lunar. I'm saying that's probably enough for a while.
I mean, then again, I'm going to be doing Rhapsody Musical Adventure sometime. That's a case where we'll be lucky to get 3 parts out of that. It's like, you can beat that game in under 10 hours. Yes. Although the way we play it's going to be different.
There are small RPGs then.
Battle Arena Toshinden, they made those? Huh. Yes, they did. Actually, that's how I knew who they were specifically. They also made the Onichambara games, which are on the Wii and the Xbox 360. I think there was a PSP version of that. Specifically, yeah, if we have to show off Battle Arena Toshinden at some point. You ever play that?
I know I've heard of it.
Oh, it is interesting. And you get that that voiced crawl going on the 8 traveling fighters now meet at the Battle Arena Toshinden. It's interesting stuff. I will definitely show off that game for sure at some point. All right, fine. We are pretending to be Tamsoft, but yeah, I guess it's our mad respect to Tamsoft specifically.
No copyright strike.
No, the music. Well, the music won't be a copyright strike on the music. Don't worry about that.
No, I mean for the game.
I think the idea is the thought like people are gonna look at this. I think it's like actually Crusader64 said this when we played Space Channel 5. He said, you know, they're gonna look at this show. This like you're such a huge fan of stuff with Sega. It's like we're not gonna go after this guy. Be like clearly he loves this brand. And he's doing a great job as far as bringing that to the masses. Or our celebration of a company because. Many people may not know this company. I didn't know what they were called initially until actually a couple of years ago.
And I joke going, wait, Sega's around still?
They are. They are actually making another version of Sonic Origins Plus, which basically is fixing the problems they had in the first place, putting physically like it should have had in the first place, and adding all the Game Gear games in it. So
I thought their stocks have been plummeted.
They have, but they actually had some success. They had success with the last Sonic game, Sonic Frontiers. So it's kind of going in fits and spurts. That actually that game is.
I thought years ago that they went back to making the Klinko machines.
Yeah, they do have a slot division. I mentioned that specifically.
But they still are in game development.
They're still in the big game development. I mean, it's like Konami as well. Konami was the other one that does that. But Konami also, it's like Sega and Konami are two of the big ones where they split their markets that way as far as it. I played the first Battle Arena Toshinden. Yeah, that's my case too. That's the one I played, but there's other ones, including 1, 2, 3, and Toshinden Ura. And actually, I also have the Game Boy version of Battle Arena Toshinden, which shockingly is the best one. It's even better than it is on the PlayStation. Like, how do they turn that on Game Boy? I'm going to show that game. That game is amazing. At some point. Okay, one thing I think I might want to do, though, is I do want to create, or get another genre on, or not another genre, another topic running. So, I'm going to use my points to go that, or you can also wait to run a custom engine. You know, I do have a couple topics now. I think I might wait for the engine. Basically, what you want to do is you want to pretty much prepare everything as far as that. So there you go, getting our sales going on pretty nicely.
Let me see if I recognize this.
Oh, what is it?
The Battlestar.
Oh, Battle Arena Toshinden?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I saw the Sonic Origins Plus trial. I'm glad I didn't buy it. Yeah, you were right. Lekverse, you were right. I said specifically that I guess I was taking the bullet on that one last year. Was digital only, so I guess people didn't have to. And I said as recently as a couple months ago, actually last month, I regret buying it. I definitely do now, but that being said, I'm actually kind of on the fence of whether I'm actually going to pick it up. But they did say they're going to fix stuff with it, and it's going to have the other Game Gear games in it. So, yeah, I think we probably should. And I think maybe we can use that for Sonic 2, because I know you want to do Sonic 2 at some point. That's all yours, by the way.
Wait. Sonic 2 Sega?
Yeah, we're going to do that eventually. Because remember, I only did the 8-bit one.
Oh, you didn't do the...
I don't have the recording of it anymore, let's put it that way.
You want me to do it. Okay.
You want to be in on that one, because I know you love Sonic 2. So at some point, Sonic 2 is all yours.
I was about to say, I thought we did that one already.
I did, but as I said, I don't have the recording.
Okay.
That was in the very early years of Super Early Game Saturday.
Got it.
So, we can use that version, assuming that it's
all right,
better straights.
Then I'll play it, so I'm not the one that goes, but you missed a life on the bottom of the floor. Yeah,
in that case, although actually I might give you that version to run specifically, so then you can say, hey, that pit in Mystic Cave, wait, you're not going to die if you fall down that. And we'll go into that specifically. I knew they were going to do that, and I'm starting to get the sense that Sega's as scummy as Square Enix. Yeah, okay, what you were saying specifically as far as that. Yeah, that is an interesting thing. You want to go into that. The idea of, well, here's the thing. I'll say this as far as the Sonic Origins thing. Actually, quick question before I'll get into that. What do we want to do on topic in game as far as that? I don't think we want to do another city game. So I think we might want to run fantasy. Or you want to do the Cyberpunk thing?
I'm going on. You should role. I think you should role play this.
Okay.
You should role play this, as if you're in game development, and it is 1984-ish.
Yeah. So I think in that case, I think we're gonna make a fantasy RPG, and we'll put it on. I have a little more money. I could go on the PC still, or I'd go to the Commodore. In fact, I'll go to the Commodore, and I'll get into that. Yeah, the idea of Sega becoming scummy. The Sonic Origins thing, I'll say this specifically on that one. That is a case, admittingly, of the tensions that still exist, unfortunately, between Sega Japan and Sega of America, especially in Sega of America's case. For lack of a better term, I'm gonna put it this way. I'm sorry for this. They rat-fucked Simon Tomley and Christian Whitehead on that, because they developed Sonic Origins as far as the games in that. They sent it to Sega, they wrapped it up in their Hedgehog engine, and then Tomley came out and said, this introduced bugs that we didn't have, and they didn't let us fix the bugs we had. They said, we have to release this now. So, he basically, and if you're wondering why we're not gonna get another Sonic Mania feasibly, that might be the reason, unfortunately. It's coming from the Sega Japan, unfortunately, all of this. So that's a question as far as that. Although, it is that weird question there. In that case, like, it'd be glad you didn't buy it the first time because they're adding more. And also on top of that, for that Plus edition, they're adding Amy Rose playable in all the games and Knuckles and Sonic CD. That'd be pretty cool that way. But still, I get what you're saying as far as the stuff. Although Square, interesting enough, they've been in a better case to certain things. We'll name this later, I think.
Okay.
Because they've been porting stuff really nicely, generally speaking, like doing remakes of those Front Mission games.
I was gonna ask, what fantasy RPG you been making?
There's actually some early stuff that was on the PC, so I think in that case, that's kind of where I'm leaning specific to it.
Well, D&D is around, right?
Yeah, it was. You went into this actually when we did our
like
preview for
78, right?
Yes.
In terms of tabletop game, not
tabletop, but then the idea of, actually, there was Advanced Dungeons & Dragons, the video game is based on that, so actually, yes, it
when
was.
When was Advanced Dungeons & Dragons?
That was early 80s, because
'80s?
there's versions of that on Intellivision and Atari and other things like that. So yeah, it was on PC as well. In fact, they were up to like a couple of them. I think Heroes of the Lance was on PC eventually at the time, and actually NES eventually.
Did Japan, how much RPGs did Japan have at this time?
1984?
Yeah.
Probably not many, honestly.
Okay.
Because it was way before Final Fantasy, speaking of Square, it was way before some other stuff. But okay, fine. For an RPG, we want story and quests. We need story quests. Gameplay probably is not going to be as important for that, massively. And then also engine. I guess we're not in an engine, sorta. I'm thinking at least a little. But story and quests, fine. I have the hint saying that go stories and quests, we'll go story and quests.
Yeah, just look at even Final Fantasy. Like, it's the whole game is revolved on the story.
Indeedo.
I would say you're crazy. I would...
Alright, so let's see. We don't have much information as far as this, which is fine. Dialogues we need a bunch of, although it does have an indication there saying dialogue is important, as is level design. Although, yeah, it is cutting down on that.
Well, the story is kind of, where your focus is on, so
right,
dialogues make sense, too.
Okay,
I would go with something of dialogue, but I guess you'd have a hint for that, so.
I do. Although, one other thing also with level design, you're saying the distinction between level and world design.
Yeah.
So this is interesting then, because for an RPG, the thought that level design is important as much as world design might be.
Okay,
I guess because like dungeons and overworld.
So think of the world. Think of like an open world. Right?
Yes.
Okay. Now a level is what you fill in that world.
That's what I'm saying, like a cave or something.
Is that a good metaphor?
I was gonna say it's like I said it before, which is basically over the field of like Final Fantasy and then going into a cave.
So like the problem with a lot of open world let's say RPGs, for instance, is you can have a massive. This is a criticism I've heard. You can have a massive world, but there's nothing in it.
Right. No. Yeah.
There's no content in your world.
Right.
So historically, companies used to say, "We have this massive world.
What are you gonna do with it?"
But then the problem is, it's like, yes, they have this massive world, but there's nothing interesting in the world, so it kind of falls flat.
So that's the question of how to handle that.
So like, as an example, like you can have a city, but if you never enter any of the rooms or the houses, what's the point of the city, right?
Yeah, the idea the size can only hold you for so long. Also, like we're saying this, I'll give them credit on the Sonic Origins Plus thing because they are making Amy Rose playable, and she seems to play like she did in the Sonic Advance games. You ever play those Sonic Advance games?
I think I played the first one.
They're good. They're pretty good. Actually, I want to show those at some point. That's pretty cool they're doing that. I agree. So it's like, it is something, so it's kind of complicated. And look, I'm going to have my anger as far as you want to talk about what you're saying scummy is companies. I'm going to say Nintendo, because we're going to get into that next week with that Pokemon Gen 9. I told you, actually, even to the point where now there's patches they made to it that are actually making it worse, where they're introducing save corruption bugs it didn't have when it first came out. So it's a total shit show. We're going in with next week.
I was about to say, I thought Nintendo was the golden child of the industry.
Not anymore, they're not. And I'm going to remind everybody of that. Yeah, because that's going to be our show next week for our April Fool's Day show. So that's going to be that idea. But as I said, I'm going to be fair as far as that. I'll take my shots, but I'm also going to be completely fair. Because there are people who like this game but have to say, but it doesn't work. But I'm nervous of buying the DLC or connecting to Pokemon Go because otherwise I might lose my save. And Nintendo said, we introduced this. And Game Freak and Pokemon Company said same case, and it's rare. So fine, to answer your question as far as this, yeah, you're right. There's a good point as far as the level design. AI is not going to be as important, but I do want to have a little bit more.
Especially at this time, what's the AI going to do? All it does
attack
is
and run or something.
Yeah, attack and run. Maybe it would have like some sort of like idea on which player do I want to attack. But that's about it.
Right. Actually, like we're saying this, I honestly think that Sega, Square, and Nintendo are like some of the three scummiest. Well, I mean, the Nintendo thing's weird because of the thought that, actually, because we've come up with this discussion before, the idea that you have three companies that people love and there's a connection going back years and years and years, and when they let us down or do things that seem like they're out of keeping with that, it can be a problem. And I mean, with Square, we've had cases with some of the remasters telling how Chrono Cross was with its frame rate problems with the remaster they did of that they fixed. But then Square also kind of did better with some things. I mean, the Kingdom Hearts Cloud version on this system, people were mad about that. It didn't work well. So then they
What about Blizzard and Bethesda?
Well, they're fine. That's even worse. Specifically as far as how that is. Just the thing is that some cases, but I love their game. So that creates the tough thing as well. It's like, when do you say that, and when do you also say that,
I'm just saying objectively.
Well, no, I get that. I mean,
yeah.
That's what he's getting at. Feel free to go into anything with that, with Blizzard, with Square, with Nintendo, with Sega. And I think that's the idea that when they do really well, looking at the Sonic Origins Plus case, that, hey, they're adding more games, hey, they're adding playable characters, that's cool, but hey, they released it last year digitally, and they didn't let the people who made it fix problems that they introduced, or that Sega introduced by wrapping it in an engine. Or like ports of stuff to Square. I mean, honestly, at this point, I also have stuff as far as Namco, specifically because of the Tales of Symphonia remaster that they released. It's a disaster area on Switch, especially, but even on the other systems, it's like, yeah, that does not work that great. So the idea of when you get that great game out of a company and you want to hold on to that, not to say like necessarily things are going to be having to be the same exactly the whole way throughout the life of something, but still the question of
consistency, maybe.
Enough of a consistency, but also something that sometimes it goes to that perspective that sometimes the worst thing as far as something can be when you're so excited for something and it turns out to be a disappointment, as we have Pretend Town off the market selling 17,000 units about and $116,000 worth of sales, which is not bad for what that is. I mean, because you were saying this, you want to go this with Blizzard, because I know you're a big one on the early stuff of Blizzard, like Diablo and StarCraft, but some of the more recent ones you didn't really get into. I think. Am I right about that?
Yeah, I haven't really played 3.
You played a little, but
I probably played for the story, but that's about it. And yes, I know Diablo 4 just got alpha.
It's in its open beta, I believe. Actually,
open beta.
Yeah, because it's out in June. It's actually not too far for that one, actually.
Okay.
So, yeah, you want to go into that? Feel free to go ahead, as I'm going to bounce into world design, especially.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have as much interest in. I'm just focused on the older stuff.
Well, also they remastered 2 really well. That's the other thing. They remastered 2 terrifically. That's a case of, you want to talk about remastering a game and really doing it well.
No, that was another studio that they brought in, to be fair. Should Blizzard get the credit for...
Well, I'm giving credit to the other company. Well, technically the company that did it is a part of Blizzard now. Vicarious Visions.
True. Okay.
Vicarious Visions was involved with that. They are part of Blizzard now. They're formed in, but Vicarious Visions is a great company. They have a lot of stuff they've done that's terrific, for sure.
Just buying out companies, I don't know if a big company should get credit for the work of a smaller company that just got brought in.
Although, to be fair, Activision, Blizzard owned Activision #1, but also Activision's owned Vicarious Visions for a while. But the idea is that development, so as soon as I said Vicarious Visions did this, they're going to do this right, and they did it right. Or like that Metro Prime remaster as well. By the way, also, PS2 emulation works great on the Steam Deck. I've heard that, actually. I've heard that a lot of console emulation running on that unit, you can get stuff running really, really well on that. And we were actually talking about that, the Crusader 64 was talking about that. He's kind of fell into an interesting well with that. I was kind of responsible for that a little bit, as far as him like figuring like how is emulation working on things, and the idea of how are certain things emulating well or not, and how on certain consoles. It's interesting. When I'm playing the Japanese-only Namco X Capcom, funny you say that, actually, Nocturne has that game. So if you ever do want to see that game on the show, she has it. She has a Japanese PlayStation 2 to play it. We can show it, and I think she might want to. I've never played that, so because it only came out in Japan, I guess, but it sounded really interesting.
Okay, so let's see.
We got our basic sounds. Well, I'm putting a little into sound, so maybe it's not as important. But yeah, world design, we need massive world design. Graphics, I think we need a good amount of graphics. And sounds, I think fine. We won't take the sounds away. We ran basic before. It's like, why is it not basic for an RPG? We'll see how this goes. Okay, that was a little better as far as than the last game. We did pretty good on the last game. Okay, there we go. Oh shit, I introduced a bug. But recent market studies outselling competitors in the PC sector. They prefer the lower price, greater availability, and flexible hardware configuration over other computers.
So,
Indeedo.
Yeah,
I'm also playing Nightshade. Oh, right. You're playing Nightshade? Speaking of Sega. That's it's a sequel to the Shinobi game that was on the PS2. I know, like, first you're not a big fan of that PS2 Shinobi game, because that game is insanely hard. Even by the standards of the franchise, it's insanely hard. I've heard kind of things on Nightshade, but I never played it, so I don't know. Feel free to go into that. I think that's what we do on this. But, alright, let's see.
Right, so
might spell the end of competing hardware manufacturers, but yeah, we did introduce one bug. We did finish it, so like, fine. Too late. We got a new best as far as our games with 16. Not bad. But usually, as far as bugs are concerned, you want to go into that? You usually don't want to visit bug, but if it's like one, it might be something.
I don't know if it will kill you if you miss one, but
okay. I like it. It's hard, but fun hard. Okay, so it's better take than Shinobi on PS2 as far as Nightshade's concerned. That's interesting because honestly, I've heard people say they don't like Nightshade as much as Shinobi, but see, this is interesting then. So it's kind of making me curious about it. I think Edwek is a copy that you might want to leverage it.
Basically, based on what you prioritize your writing, you'll get experience based on that.
Mm-hmm.
So you want to focus on the things that
will get your levels up higher.
Will get the levels your skill in that area, right?
Uh-huh.
And then you want to focus that for making better games that use those skills.
Sure.
Right?
So basically, at this point, we would want to focus on something with graphics and level design next, pretty much, as far as what we have as highest and engine.
I'm just saying that's the theory. Like, I think you want to specialize.
Okay, what do you want to name this, by the way? Our fantasy RPG.
Ooh, okay, fantasy RPG.
There are a lot of things we could call it.
Come on, chat, help me here.
Well, they mentioned, fine, Electros mentioning other stuff as he's playing on the PS2. It's like, it could be the same name as something like that. Well, Nightshade's an action game specific, and that was years later. Actually, 20 years later, actually, from when this game is set, or starting anyway. But yeah, your choice as far as that.
85. Is this a RPG or JRPG?
It's a fantasy RPG.
Fantasy RPG. So
I find, I guess, technically,
RPG.
Interesting distinction, because since this is an Australian developer who made this, it's ported by a company that's from Austria. It technically wouldn't be a Japanese RPG by that standard.
What?
It would be a European or Australian RPG, technically, if you're going to take the developers into account of this Game Dev Tycoon game, and people ported to this system.
Oh, wait. You're saying the developers, the studio, is based in Australia?
Yeah, Greenheart Games is Australia. The people ported to Switch, and the mobile platforms is Rarebyte, which is out of Austria.
Okay.
Yeah, which is interesting to know, and I was glad to kind of just go into that, because they have quite a big perspective. I was telling you this yesterday, the idea of what they've been doing, because like they haven't made another game yet, and they've basically been pretty much, I guess, getting a lot of stuff going on as far as mods on the PC for this game, at least for that.
So back in this era was just, I was gonna say muds, but
Mutant Muds? That's something else. That's not quite the same thing.
I was like, that's as close to fantasy as you get for this time.
Well, maybe something with dragons, because there's stuff like Dragon's Lair, or Dragon Spirit, which we're going to be playing in a few months for the Namco Museum Collection we're going to be running in May, as far as that. So, I don't know. There's Dragon Slayer, which is a movie, We could say, like, this is based on a movie. You could say it's based on that film, I believe was out of the 80s. There's also Dragon Riders, but that's something later. So we do something with dragons.
Wait. We said fantasy, and what was the other
fantasy
one?
RPG.
Fantasy RPG. So a MUD, I guess, would be as close to an RPG as you would get, right?
For
a this
MUD?
Time period? Yeah.
What's a MUD?
A multi-user dungeon.
Oh, okay. So what do we want to do with name?
I guess that's more for online based.
So I don't know. Do we want to call it... Because Dungeons and Dragons, we call it Dragons and Dungeons. It's not the same, I swear to God. So we could do that if you're down with that.
Let's see. So are both the makers dead?
I don't know.
I think Gary Gygax died years ago.
Oh, that's sad. I was not aware of that. But fine. Fine. I'll tell you what this will be. This will be in memoriam, pretty much. So fine.
We have a Dungeons and Death from 1979.
Fine. Dragons and Death.
Dungeons of Death.
Dungeons of Death.
Dungeons of Death.
How about Dragon Shard? We have fine. Light first came to the rescue.
From
Thank you so
Commodore. 8K Commodore.
Okay.
PT.
All right, I'll put a picture of what that is, but like first says, how about Dragon Shard? I'm taking that advice.
Okay,
you said
cool.
you wanted chat to have an input on this. We're getting it happening.
I want chat to help me.
All right, thank you. So yeah, feel free also chat to just jump in on any of this, so don't worry. And also, here's the other thing. They will not base the element of the game being made badly on your name. The name is awesome. We're never going to say, like, no, the name is not good. It absolutely is going to be good. As far as if it comes back badly, that's the fault of the developers.
I can't do better, so...
Okay, so a 6 out of 10, I like it. So it's kind of... The focus on story and quest served well. Okay, so that's good. 6 out of 10, could have been better. 7 out of 10, nice experience. So it's a little less than the last game we made, but not far. So that's good. We can also take a look as far as the report. Let's see what we got. So it's not too far. So for something like this, it's not too bad.
There's Ultima.
Oh yeah, Ultima, right. I forgot about that. That's an interesting one. What's your experience with Ultima? You played that?
Oh, I think I played a little bit of it.
Mm-hmm. Alright, fine. Dragon Shard. Like first came up with this name. Thank you. Sound isn't important. Okay. So yeah, we're only getting one hit. You can sometimes get more depending on what it is, but fine. They say, like, we don't care about sound in a fantasy RPG, which, fair, I guess. Okay, so yeah, for now we can only develop new games, but the other thing is we'll get other stuff later. We have research. We can add stuff as far as research, but honestly, I kind of want to get an engine running for something. And I think also in that case, as you're saying,
you want to invest in an engine. Okay.
I want to invest in an engine, and I think the other thing I want.
Research points?
Not yet. The next game we do, we'll have enough research points for that. So, as you're saying, the idea of focusing on something with graphics and world design specifics. Let's try and think about this. So you're right. Virtual Pet would not necessarily be something as far as the world design we're going to need. Cyberpunk would, though. So actually, you know what? We're going to do the Cyberpunk case. So yeah, before Snatcher came out, before Cyberpunk 2077, before the Blade Runner game, which is on the PC as well. I mentioned that last week. That could be that as well.
So we're going to go... Oh, wait, I guess at this time we don't really have a genre specific, but I figured like a Cyberpunk would probably be good for more mature.
Sure. Yeah, something, yeah, that's how Snatcher was, or actually with Cyberpunk 2077. Now, okay, as far as the kind of game, I don't think simulation would necessarily go for this, or, fine, strategy if it's like Shadowrun, but I don't think necessarily I'm thinking the Shadowrun. Be right back. Sure, no problem, Chris will definitely be here. As far as the setup, I'm thinking Cyberpunk action. Would you think that might be
action?
That wouldn't. You think that'd be a good fit? Because here's the thing: we're kind of going into uncharted territory now because we don't have a helm with that. But that's worth doing. And also,
this is a risky, but sure.
Sometimes you have to take a risk specifically, but it's like action adventure. I'm kind of between either one of those two, but I think action would kind of go well. Because like, hey, are you familiar with the movie Blade Runner?
I know of it.
Okay, so the idea that, hey, it's all this, information as far as, like, I guess, the future a little bit, and, like, all these things happening with action and things, in some cases.
Yeah, I would say probably action would be okay. But...
Action, okay. All right, platform, yeah, we do have a big market share. They're saying the Commodore is in good shape right now, and also stuff a genre match.
Well, 15% market share bonus.
Yeah, we still don't have anything really on, Yeah, I think we'll do
plus
that.
We don't really have much hints on
Commodore. Fine, let's get some then. And we'll come up with a name a little later, but for now we have our Commodore 64 Cyberpunk action games. Let's see what we got. Let's go. And we're going to run graphics. still, it's like, fine, we're always going to run graphics, but I would be curious just in my own time, or maybe if we want to come back to this, and I think we could justify a return to this game, honestly.
Okay.
To just see like how far can we get on text-based,
just do a challenge run of no graphics.
That could work, or just the idea of starting with it, or actually using it specifically. Okay, so
It'd be fine if you use it once, but I think you would suffer if you never have graphics.
Okay, yeah, that'll be interesting though. It's like, so basically keep Zork going on in like into the 21st century. Zork is a great game, but I mean, then the question of that, right?
We're literally gonna be making text runs until 2030.
Sure. I mean, I mentioned last time we played this soft porn adventure. It's like, that is a great game going back to the PC. We could make that feasibly. And so it's like, when it comes to adult gaming, it's kind of... It's actually kind of a good case, because it's almost like the idea of, you know, it's more about giving that perspective. Oh, and we have RB Super, who's helping me with the practice of this game yesterday. He's playing Digimon World Next Dragon, which, by the way, when we went on Switch and we're online with Switch, anybody on my friends list can pop up, so they'll be there. Not next week, because I'm keeping my Switch offline for that one.
Okay.
But anyway, so...
Alright, so Cyberpunk action.
They say engine and gameplay, but we do need to focus on stuff to get our elements up.
Also, I'm not really quite sure how the question mark means.
Was that in the PC version?
Yeah. Due to, like, guides and so forth, they say that's a hint. But I get the impression that... if you get the same hint twice, it like solidifies it, or it's somewhere in that range.
That would make sense, because I think actually the fantasy RPG we made, Dragon Shard, when we made that, it did have one thing. I think it might have been the sound, where it had just the symbols as far as like this is good as far as the two plus symbols, but then it didn't have a question mark. So I think you're right. I'm gonna say engine because I know we need to up our engine. I know that was close as far as.
If someone in the chat knows, let me know. But
yeah, go ahead.
I think like guides wise, a bit of confusion.
Sure, we
can on what the actual question mark means.
Mm-hmm.
Because I've got the impression that when they give you a hint, that's like it's solidified.
Sure.
But when they give you a question mark, it's a suggestion. So I'm wondering if there's some fluctuation with their hint, whether it's in that range. Like in other words, plus or minus a plus. Or something.
Well, that makes sense. And hey, we'll get those questions. Any questions that you and I have or the chat has, we're gonna find an answer somehow, damn it, regardless of what it might be. So that's a good case. Yeah, chat, feel free to jump in on anything you got if you know answers to some of the things that we're not sure about. So feel free to that.
That being said, maybe.
Nobody get a sense.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I see any conflicting info on that.
One thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna probably keep the story quests low. I'm gonna keep the gameplay a little higher that way. Engine, I want to go high.
Cyberpunk action.
Yes, because as has been indicated, I think we mentioned this earlier on. There's a lot of information on this because it's been out for 11 years on the PC specifically. No, 12 years I should say. No, 11. I was right. Never mind. 11 years on the PC. So people have tried to crack how this game operates, but as we said, it's kind of an open game.
In terms of guides, I'm actually looking from a guide from 10 years ago.
Okay, so it's basically not far after it came out.
Okay, so wait.
Alright, let's get that going on our engine stuff.
So, I'm trying to see if I see any conflictions.
Mm-hmm. And as you do that, we're seeing, we're talking about the idea of like what happened in 1980s, who saved the game industry. Nintendo, or they call them Ninvendo, or Ninvento, I should say, planning to launch its very own home gaming console, known for the widely successful arcade game Dinky King. So like that is how they avoid that. So it is, so they say if you say it's on like Donkey Kong, you're gonna get sued by Nintendo. But if you say it's going like Dinky King or something, no,
that's a really simple way of
it's a thing with Dinky King. That's what that's the non-copyright version of that. So like there you go. It's a thing with Dinky King. I'm establishing it now.
It feels like that's so close. It just feels like laws just be like, we know what you're doing there.
But maybe they're thinking like, hey, this is something that is so small. I mean, as I said, weirdly enough, this is kind of, from what I've understood from Patrick and Daniel Klug, this is kind of an autobiographical game on their part in so many ways. And I'm wondering maybe Nintendo saw that, because remember, Nintendo had to approve the fact that this came on the Switch. This is the only console version of this game, by the way. It's on mobile and PC and Mac and Linux as far as that, but Nintendo looked at this feasibly and said, yeah, they like this. I think they kind of got the sense this is a very tongue-in-cheek thing, which I think is why this has become something that I was surprised how many people knew what this was, specifically. And it's one of those games I think you tell people about. Talk about the word-of-mouth game. This is a great game as far as that. As we're getting our stuff going on our latest element. Yeah, but he's kind of scratches like, what are we doing with the story? But all right, fine, next stage. All right, so we do want to, I know level design we need to put in on, because I know that was something heavy. AI, I know I want to put in on. I guess, yeah, Cyberpunk, I guess, is not important with dialogues, I guess, because what? It's all about the world, really. I think that's what we're really kind of focusing on. So yeah, the level design, I do want to go on AI, because I think it was close on AI, and hey, remember, AI is sitting for a Cyberpunk game, because like, what are usually the cases as far as that? AI gone amok, or something like that. Have you ever seen Blade Runner, the idea of what that is, and to this day, people still asking, is Deckard a replicant or not? That we go to play Life is Strange, that game explicitly goes into that question. Okay, so last development stage. Okay, here's the weird thing though. World design is not important, which I don't know if I'd agree with that as far as a realistic idea, but they're saying no, it's not. Graphics would be, so because of the spectacle where we're at and the basic sounds, and then yeah, I think I do want to go more into sound. In fact, I'm gonna basically just go nothing on the world design. So fine. Well, yeah, because you're right. We do want to get our graphics up and our sound up. Specifically graphics, because I think we'll hit level 2 doing that. So fine, I'll give a little pittance to world design. Alright, let's see. Dragon Shard's off the market, selling 25,000 units and generating 180,000 in sales, more or less. Okay, this one is going to be interesting, because yeah, it doesn't look like it's as much, but I also have bugs we got to fix, so hopefully as part of that bug fix, we can pump more into it. In fact, I'll wait a little while just to see if we put a little more. There you go. Okay, 12. Okay. That's decent. And yeah, you do have new topic, new combo, and they do save that, and you get, okay, you get an XP bonus for that. So engine's going up, gameplay's going up. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, we're inches on the graphics and the level design. So like, next game we do graphics, we're gonna be set. And you gain experiences go along. As far as a Cyberpunk named game, what do we call this one?
Oh, we're making a Cyberpunk.
Yeah, Cyberpunk Action.
Cyberpunk Action. I do not know.
It is an interesting one. Think about, like, what do you call this thing? Or it could take the satirical element that this game is, but as I said, basically taking the name of something else. Fine, I did that with Pretend Town, so I was like, fine, we did that. I do need to make games that are named specific things based on what, actually, Ed Wack, who was on the show last week, was about. But I can't call this, because he wanted me to make a game called Freddy Fish 6 Case of the Busted Kneecaps, but I can't because it doesn't make sense for a Cyberpunk game unless it's basically a total genre switch
also, that's a very
of that
long
game.
Name.
Well, actually, those games have very long names.
I see.
You're familiar with the Freddy Fish franchise?
No, I'm not.
Yeah, it's a PC point and click actually by LucasArts people. We played the first 2 last week. It was quite a show we had for that. That was actually a great time we had. As we do with all of these games, and that's the idea. Talk about an interesting thought of all the stuff we do on the show. We go from, just this month alone, we've went from Shadow Hearts to Dynamite Headdy to those Freddy Fish games to this, and then to Pokemon next week, and then Mega Man Legends 2 in a few weeks. So we cover the gamut on this program. So, okay, I'll tell you, actually, you know what? You said earlier on this game saying, how do you want to play this? I'll go back here just briefly. You said, how do you want to play this in terms of focusing on, I guess, the niche of your company? In a way, I don't know why. Maybe I've just thought to myself, I may be playing this in the same way I look at this show, in the sense that we do everything pretty much. But then again, it's different for developing. It's different. Fine.
I'm thinking in terms you should role play it.
So maybe I'm role playing it that way. But as far as although honestly, the stuff we've done so far is stuff that kind of goes in line with each other, sort of. So it's not that much of a massively radical departure. I can see where we've gone as far as the genres we've had and run games for so far. So, okay, it's fine. If I want to be really, into that element as far as, You know, instead of like Blade Runner, it could be Sword Walker. But like that seems weird. Or Swordfish. I remember that movie. That was an interesting one. Or the fish, the swordfish. That'll work too.
Use the hints they give you and try to role play and try to think on what.
What do you think as far as a name on this thing, though?
Name, I'm blanking on name though.
Okay, fine. I'm gonna do what I said, which is fine. Instead of Blade Runner, it's gonna be Sword Walker. Or maybe like Sleepwalker or something. Actually, you know, that could be... Actually, that's a not bad name. In fact, you know, fine. Let's call it Sleepwalker, and I'll tell you why. Because the idea of stuff like that is the cyberpunk element is like people walking through life. They don't know necessarily what's going on, what's real, what's not. Okay. We're going to basically take it in that perspective that way. So Sleepwalker, then I throw you off a bridge. Alright, so let's see how this is going to go. And here is our not NES, the TES. So there it is. Yes. Yeah, confirm recent rumors is coming next year that features cartridge games and a uniquely designed controller. Yeah, that does. There is the NES controller. So yeah, Nintendo did look at this and said, yeah, we want this on our system.
Teaching education system.
There you go. Yeah, that probably, yeah, that's a good way of something like that. Yeah, it could work.
Well, education games were what people thought of video games back then.
And also, there were education games on NES. We actually mentioned one, the Sesame Street ABCs and 1, 2, 3s, which is real enough. Would you believe me? I told you the people who made Perfect Dark made that.
What?
Yeah, Rare developed that game. There's a lot of weird stuff Rare's made on NES. They made, yeah, so the same people who made Perfect Dark made a Sesame Street game on NES. And Double Dare game on NES, which I own, by the way.
Wait, so they go from a under 10 game, early child education, to a mature game.
Eventually, yeah, that growth. Well, because that goes to what you're saying, and we'll see this. The NES, huh? Oh yeah, that's the other thing. I think we're gonna have to do something because we have Sleepwalker. Let's see what the reviews came back on this. Yeah, your history of gaming is gonna be going okay, but all right, fine. We're getting a little less.
It's not the NES, it is the TES.
Well, fine. As far as the game is, although fine, our case is like our game's not getting great reviews. Or it's decent. Has its moments, uninspiring, but Game 4 is always a hard critic, so that's probably done on purpose too. So, average. We've seen better, but we did this as far as, you know, seeing what's unique. Okay, so fine, because not everything can be a winner, but that being said, we have to go that. In fact, we'll show the TES as it is in just a second. But hey, it seems like it's selling okay. Okay, so here we go. I just finished Sleepwalker. I'm impressed by your talent. So it was average, but this company liked it. I'm the contract new business, and you use skills like yours. If you're ever showing cash, you can do some work for me. And in that case, we can also do an engine build. We'll do an engine build after this comes out. All right, post-release analysis. Everyone's a critic, huh? Yes, kind of. That's the idea, but also remember, this game was average, generally. So in that case, it was something that, fine, there were people who liked it. They said, hey, we liked what this is. That is an interesting way of looking at it, like, first, I definitely give you that. Okay, we got more hints this time. So, Cyberpunk and action is a great combination. So we're on good with that. Engine is important, which we did put into engine, and the genre match of the Commodore 64 or the G64 and action is good.
So, we didn't get any negative feedback then in that
No. So, I mean, sometimes that's a tough thing, really, to see.
So, in other words, by cross-elimination, we used those hints that we didn't. That's what we did right. So, where did we go wrong then?
Right. I mean, that's kind of the question. Although, I mean, also the other thing is that so far it seems like we've been consistent as far as profits. We did get a bigger profit as far as what each game was, the income we made on it. So, if nothing else, it's a question of, fine, we might be a little, I guess, divisive to start. Okay, first thing we're going to do is we're going to do that research. Could you have enough to run custom engine? Yeah, like a lot of strategy games, you basically research stuff to run, because then you can use this and have better stuff going. So that goes, and he's going. And there's not really much we can do right now. But yeah, at least we're good as far as sales and fans. Sometimes I've had cases where I've started, like, it's going in the red. So, in that case, it's at least a little consistent.
Negative fans?
Sometimes like, hey, we don't like this.
Oh, man.
Well, fine, we're only getting one fan as far as each month.
Imagine if you had just negative fans total.
I guess so. Let's give you a question. Actually, can you get negative fans?
I don't think so.
Yeah, anybody out there know?
I hope not.
Also, say hi to Artemis, my cat. Of course, hello, Artemis. Welcome to Super Bowl Game Saturday. Yeah, Luck vs. Cat. We mentioned, actually, you were on the show, or one of the shows we mentioned that when we were playing Mega Man X4 that way. All right, yeah, there you go. More visitors that way.
Just imagine the first month, people are already trying to burn your garage down.
Yeah, although I was like, fine, I have my traveling car underneath there. I can get my way out. No problem. We're like, fine, I might burn it down trying to make the 88 miles per hour to make the jump, and then it's like, fine, the fire goes off. Okay, so, yeah, they didn't do so hot as far as sales or units, I don't think. Actually, let's look back at our game history. Yeah, so actually our profits went a little down on that one, but we're okay as far as, if you do go below the money you have, you are able to take a loan out, but if you go below that and you're not able to pay it back, then you are going to be in trouble. Okay, so let's see as far as our engine. We can put stuff into that, and you can basically put in stuff to add in more like linear story, a game save, and 2D graphics. What do you think? Do we want to put into basically everything here, or anything specific?
Oh, you mean what are you getting? Like, what do you, like, what's your focus?
I think we probably want to focus our stuff on graphics to start, because that's we're almost there as far as that. And honestly, everything we've done seems like...
So you think you want to focus your games more to having a better graphics then?
I think so.
Alright.
And maybe also, I don't know, do we want to put maybe save game? I mean, it doesn't necessarily matter. Oh, fine, engine. You know what? Fine, we'll do engine and graphics, because that's what we're focusing on. I'll have a save game and that. And we can name our engine. I actually never named the engines, but I guess we'll call it the...
You know what? Actually, let's see.
What do you want to call it?
Oh, I remember.
Oh, you have an idea as far as
I wonder if I have
engine.
notes. I remember from my notes. Let's see if I still have that up.
Oh, as far as what for this game?
Yeah.
Okay, you have stuff as far as like what you called engines.
Yeah, what on my file? What I had things.
Perfect. All right, we can go into that, and we can basically immortalize it, because that's the idea. That's what the point of any game we play on the show, especially when you're involved or anybody's involved. Like, we want to make it theirs as much as we can. And so if you're saying, hey, I have memories as far as this, I want to immortalize something, we will immortalize it.
Okay. Let's see. Oh man. Looks like I probably went a few years in, but I made 3 engines.
Yes.
And I think these are probably strategy such actions, strategist. So I think I made a strategy game, and then I made a MATLAB and a MATLAB too.
Okay, actually, I'm getting one suggestion from chat though. The SOGS engine. That's the case unless you have a name of yours that you want to run.
Huh? Oh, for engine?
Yeah, the SOGS engine. That's what chat wants to see.
Sounds good.
All right, I'm down with that. Short for Super Bowl Game Saturday, because that's what we do when it's a case where it doesn't soggy. No, it's not soggy. So the SOGS engine. I guess, what does the SOGS engine do? It makes your games look better and lets you save them for the rest of time. So I guess that's the idea of what it is. So we can create that engine. It just costs money based on what you put into it. So good suggestion, Like First. Thank you so much as far as that.
And let's see.
Okay, so yeah, we got that going, but in fact, here's the NES. You're saying, fine, the not NES or the TES. Here it is. So the new game platform has been released, and I'm gonna make a new game when the engine is done. We could run that NES if we want to.
So wait, did I spell this right?
Spell what right?
Okay, so the strategy is a free and open source multi-platform game engine used for real-time strategy video games under GUI GPL 2.0 only.
Okay.
Written in C++.
Alright, so there is our engine. We have the SOGS engine. I think we need to make something with this thing. Or we can do contract work. I can show some contract work specifically. What this is that they give you a job to do. You have a certain amount of time to do it, because you have years, months, and weeks up there as far as your time. You have to basically generate enough of your design and tech on what they ask within the time they allot to you, and you get paid money for that. But if you don't do it, you get docked money. So in this case, we could do library software, we could do logo animation, we could do game backdrops. For the purpose of the showcase of this, I do want to show one of these.
You're doing contract.
I'll do a contract. You know what? I think we'll do game backdrops. It is the lowest as far as tech. Actually,
I would. Let's see. If you're just gonna show it off, I would wait till you have more people.
All right, fine. In that case, we'll do a contract later. Let's make a game then.
Yeah, because it's kind of risky this early on.
Okay, so fine. We're gonna run the SOGS engine for what we're playing. That's absolutely true. And you have our topics we can run. But also the other thing is we can pick platforms. So all right, let's explain this. Because when it comes to consoles, remember what happened with the NES? Why did the NES really save the console industry over what Atari was doing?
Seal of approval?
Yep, exactly. So what that meant is that everybody had to pay a license cost to Nintendo in order to get a game made on the system. So unlike Atari, where anybody could make a game on it and sell it, and Atari didn't regulate that, Nintendo did. And same with PC. The PC's not regulated, Commodore's not regulated either. So the other thing is that we can make it for NES, so we have to pay a one-time licensing cost of $80,000 on top of the dev cost that's $30,000. So when it comes to this, sometimes the question of running console, I know if you sometimes it's a bit of a risk because like, wait a second, I only have so much money. If I get into a case like that, we could be in trouble if the game doesn't do well, and it also costs more. But then on PC, you might not have as much of a market share, but it might be more reliable as far as the idea that you don't have to pay a whole lot, so you can maybe come out ahead on that. I think at some point we do want to show a console, but I don't know if we're on NES.
Huh?
But
what?
We might run on console at some point, but I don't know if we're on NES. You were saying?
Well, is it the 3% market share? Is it worth the extra money?
Over the Commodore. That's the other thing to keep in consideration. Good point, Proterova. Thank you for indicating that as well. So it really is kind of, as you said, it's a numbers game a little bit, and you have to kind of read the market, or as you said when we did the preview program of this, which was, hey, you could hit something on NES and hopefully hit at the right time to get something big, or maybe not. Maybe it won't work. Maybe it will flop that way. Maybe the cost will not go to that. Then you can say, well, I can hold to something more reliable. I know because I'm running Commodore.
Well, right now the Commodore is quite reliable. So everyone has a Commodore, right?
That's true. Exactly.
It's cheap. It's affordable. Everyone has one. What is this new Nintendo company?
Well, that's right. Especially in Europe, the idea that the Commodore 64 is seen as like a computer. The computer is going to change your lives. Because basically the idea is like, yeah, I can play games on that, or you and I can play games on that. Our parents could say, like, I'm going to file my taxes on this with Quicken or something.
Yes.
And I think Quicken did exist, I think, back in the day. I think. If that's wrong, I'll say down here, no, Quicken was existent later. But point is, like, this is a multi-purpose thing, you know?
So, Nintendo and, games are for kids, and kids will grow out of games, right? So, Nintendo is clearly... It's gonna fail, right?
That was the thought, because, hey, gaming was a fad. They thought that was it. Atari was like, that was all it was. But, there you go. So I think you make a good point. I think we should stick with the Commodore. Or the Gammodore. That's what they call it as far as the official name of the game. As far as type of game we can make, I think we do need to have something specific. So we did City, we did Cyberpunk, and we did Fantasy as well. That's the one we didn't do. I think I might hold that for something else. Especially if I run like a casual game thing, which we can do later.
Just know, even before we officially have sequels, we can make another game of the same genre. We don't need to use every topic. I would actually recommend not using every topic.
Okay, that being said, I want to take a look at one thing. Before we make this, I want to look back as far as research, because I think I'd have enough to pay for, at least 2 new topics. We have comedy, hacking, fashion, and prison. Imagine a prison game on NES. It's like Oz the game. I think I mentioned that at some point. It's like, I wish there was a game based on that. It was like, yeah, that's not happening. But, yeah, I mean, we could put into another one if you want, to fill out our lists.
For showing off, like, show a few, but just know we don't have to show every topic.
Yeah, I'm just thinking like, hey, also like vary ourselves.
I would highly recommend not using every topic in the game.
Okay, I'm not going to use every topic, but I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to pick something else just to have in our basically in our bullpens. Like, hey, we want to run something. I'll put the prison one just as far as that, so we'll have that.
Honestly, it's kind of hard doing 2 topics.
Okay, I mean, we won't show off every one, but at least I don't want to just want to hold on just the 4 we have. We just have a couple available. Yeah. Whether we use them or not, that'll be the question. Because if they're like, fine, for certain things we might want to use other stuff, but going to jail feasibly, but all right. So let's do another game. Yeah, we will run the engine, we will run the Commodore, we will pick topic. We can run the prison if we want to, or we can just say, fine, we'll run fantasy. Though I think if we're going to run prison...
Well, you got it, so you might as well use it, right?
May as well. But then the question of what kind of game is Prison, because I said Prison Tycoon is a real game, or Prison Architect is a great game. So there is maybe a market of a strategy of that, but then again, the question of what's the idea of a prison? The idea that there's horrible things going on in there, or there's going to be a breakout. So I would think in that case, fine, I'm just using that logic, but there's actually a real answer, as you said, as far as what some of these things are.
Well, I should turn my screen.
Feasibly.
There probably is a real answer.
There is. I mean, have you run Prison yourself when you played this game? Actually,
well, I probably have, but...
Okay, I just wasn't sure, like, if some of these topics are things you've never run.
In terms of topics, I probably ran every topic in the game.
Okay.
Just to at least get the hints.
Gotcha. Okay, so that's a fair thing.
This is also why I'm putting the screen, because I do have hints.
Okay. But that's definitely an interesting thing. We can get an element to that. You know what? Fine. We have to show our element of, fine, prison action, because we gotta make it look really nice as far as the idea of that we have this amazing prison running the engine for this on Commodore. There's action going on. It's gonna look great when, we have a riot and people get shivved to death. Like Chronicles of Riddick. I'll tell you, it's gonna be like the Chronicles of Riddick, Escape from Butcher Bay, which we're gonna show on the show at some point. I love that game so much. And we're gonna do our more enhanced graphics. So 2D graphics V2. So, alright, I'm feeling good as far as this.
Okay, I'm just gonna show this out there. Casual does not work well in prison.
I was gonna say, it's not gonna be casual. This is gonna be hardcore. Because, yeah, that's what they say about prison. You gotta be hardcore as far as that. Yeah, Prison Breakout. Okay, I like that name as well. That's a great one. So, okay, so Life Versus the name, and I think we do have to have a save game going on here, so we'll put 5,000 save games. So, yeah, if you can't break out of prison, you have to save your game so you can come back later. So that's gonna be what that's gonna be. Alright, so... They say story quests aren't going to matter. It's like, fine, just, usually the stereotype of jail is the idea you're trading cigarettes for everything. So fine, that's going to be the little bit of it.
Currency is cigarettes. Okay.
Pretty much, it can be. Yeah, and hey, we're on Commodore. We can run basically anything we want on Commodore. It's not like NES, where Nintendo is like, I don't know necessarily. Actually, I don't know if there's actually a prison element of any game on NES, if you can think of any.
Well, isn't Nintendo supposed to be a family-friendly company? Why would they have a prison game?
Well, I guess it depends on what you look at it, because you could say that, fine, what about
Historically, they're supposed to be. They were standardized as family-friendly.
Well, here's a question, though, because...
Wait. Oh, we're making it a Commodore 64, we're not making it Nintendo. Okay.
That's true, but just to go into this, there are Nintendo games with prisons in them, like Zelda, because like A Link to the Past, which I know is one of your favorites, Zelda's in a prison, you have to get her out. So, in some cases, like, fine, there might be a prison as far as that, but a prison-specific game, probably not. Unless there's something I'm forgetting. Chad, if you know if there's like any game that's a prison-focused on NES, we'd love to hear it, and it might be something we should be playing for the show, just because at some point. Because people are like, does this exist? Because sometimes that's the fun thing, as far as finding stuff with games. I'm going to focus engine gameplay, because we're close to leveling up on both of those, and they're important.
And prison does seem like a safe
Uh-huh.
Just don't go casual.
Yeah, well, I don't have the ability to go casual yet as well.
That's all a joke.
Although it won't be a joke later when we have the ability to make casual games. As far as other elements, there's dialogues, level design, and artificial intelligence. We're close on artificial intelligence, level design and artificial intelligence, so I think we can focus on that. Dialogues, I don't think we need as much. It's basically just, fine, if it was actually going to be realistic, it would basically them saying fuck every other word. Or if you ever played The Suffering, which I want to show The Suffering on the show at some point. Talk about a great prison game, The Suffering from Midway. That game is awesome. I want to show that at some point. That game is, talk about an underrated one. I'm definitely going to show that eventually. Alright, fine. Let's get our stuff going. Alright, so far, yeah, our tech is looking pretty good. And then graphics and sound, we have sounds that way. World design, not so much. So fine, because it's just a prison. We're locked away. And then graphics and sound. So I think we'll get a level up on pretty much everything doing this. Alright. So that's the next stage. But yeah, there are bugs as far as that, so we gotta iron those out. Yeah, so it is just ourselves as one person formed into another person. So we sometimes talk like Dragon Ball Z in the show, when Piccolo fused with Nail, I think it was, in the Namek Saga. It's like that, pretty much. Okay, we got a best tech. Okay, so new topic, new combo, and we got a bonus XP for that. So engine's a level 2, gameplay's a level 2, as story quests. Actually,
and this is our game engine, right?
Yes, and like first had the name. He wants Prison Breakout.
Yep.
I like that. That's a good name. That's the other thing you said specifically. You said like, "Hey, I want to show this game on the show." Number one, and you said you want a collaborative thing. I said, "I told you we can make that happen." I said, "When I make a promise as far as that, we're gonna make it happen." And it's like we do it as far as the people in the room, but also everybody in chat. And thank you so much. Prison Breakout.
Okay.
And let's put a nice exclamation points like this is serious shit.
Yep.
All right, so let's see what's happening here. Oh, we got an unlock. And you do get more research. You get game tutorials and mono sounds. So yeah, we were running in, I guess, PC computer speaker sound, specifically. Alrighty, so what does our review? Hopefully this turns out okay, I hope so. Because I was like, yeah, it kind of looks like it was sort of on a downhill slope, but seems like okay, let's see. So Prison Breakout, what are some reviews on this? 6, okay, it's a little better, shows potential. 6, I like it.
Another 6?
8.
Oh, 8.
Alright, very good. So Game Hero liked this quite a bit. 7. All right, beautiful. All right, so there you go. We're getting in good shape. So let's get ourselves a research report. Yeah, you can do this at any time after you get a game released. So I'll do this now. Let's see what else I have. All right, when you're doing that, when you're doing research like that, you can only do it in game history. Which seems like it's in... Oh, actually, look at the fans we're getting on that. So for that, that's actually not too bad. All right, post-analysis is here. Resident Action is a great combination. World design is important, which we didn't focus on. Gameplay is important, which we did focus on. So basically, pretty much a reinforcing of most of what we went on. So we kind of went the right track, really. Oops, sorry, I was hitting the X button for that. Okay, so yeah, it looks like we're... Okay, yeah, it looks like the sales are going good. The fans are getting up there. Small, sure, but hey, that's what we do. We start out small till we get our next big break. All right, I'm going to take a look at my research here. Got new topics. Actually, also, by the way, just to give a sense, is when you unlock a topic on the next page, you then get another one available on the next page. Yeah. So basically, if you're going to be...
you always have 4 you can pick from, right?
Yes, you always have 4 to pick from, and then they also will open up the next one for opening another one. So there's airplane for that. So we can do something with airplane later, or also do tutorials or mono. And some of them also cost money along with research points. But for now, I want to see what's going on. Okay, so NES has proven to be a massive success. Sales don't exceed expectations. Exactly. People said this is not going to go anywhere. It was released only in test markets. They did not nationwide the system initially, but it was doing so well in those small markets. It expanded out and it was huge. One customer says, I love the games that come with it, and playing with the controllers is more fun than playing on a keyboard, so they're taking shots as far as PC gaming, although with Commodore, remember, the Commodore is the fact that you can connect multiple controllers into it. So like joysticks and things like that. I think there's even like Atari controllers you can stick into that thing. And specifically like right out of the box, that's it. So yeah, our sales are going good. Our engine, I think, helped as far as how that is. I do want to get a new topic at some point. I'm liking the sound of airplane a little bit as far as something. I think we could make stuff go on with that. So I'm going to do that. I don't think we necessarily need tutorials, and we can go into more to sound, but I think we'll wait. They're basically just keeping an eye also on our funds. Actually, we both are as far as this, just to make sure. Yeah, it seems like we're consistent with sales and fans. And it's on the market, I believe, for about a year. Is that right? The games usually are on sale for about a year.
I think a little less than that.
Okay. I'll have an actual number down here about how long it runs.
I think each bar is like a week.
Okay.
On there.
So a couple of weeks then. All right, it's off the market. We sold pretty decently, 32,224 units and 225,000 in sales. So actually, yeah, we came out pretty good. In
So
fact,
like a month maybe a month or 2 or so.
yeah, I think so. All right, because it says here year 2, month 8, week 1. So it's year 2, month 11, week 2. So it's about 3 months in a week.
Okay.
That was what it was as far as when we released it, and then now there it is. So, and we got actually more fans on this one than anything, and actually more profits on this than anything. Yeah. Okay, so actually, yeah, that was pretty good. So there we go. Good call as far as that. All right, so next, what do we want to do? Let's see. We can do, let's take a look as far as what the topic go. Right, what I did when I was doing my test play, Expedition, which served me very well. So actually, in that case, and it has that M, which means it's mature rated. So yeah, there's going to be cases where ratings are going to come into play.
Oh wait, they gave you hints for ratings even though you didn't unlocked.
I have unlocked it off screen. I played this game off screen as far as after our test play. I did do an expedition game that I called Andes. So I was thinking like the disaster of flying over the Andes with the Brazilian soccer team where they ended up starting to eat each other, which is something that actually happened. I said, fine, let's have a mature rated expedition game where people are feasibly dying and getting frostbite.
I'm just surprised they would even display that before we even have the option to have those hints yet.
Well, they did it with fantasy as well. In fact, let's go back into develop new game, go into that topic. It does show that for fantasy, showing as everyone as well.
Oh.
So if it shows it also before you buy the topic or before you unlock it.
Okay.
So in that case, it will give you an option as far as how you want to run that. So if you want to run more adult stuff, you can run that. As far as what we've got,
you just can't select adult yet.
Not yet. That'll come later. In fact, as I mentioned, every so often you'll get new research stuff. I believe ratings. Right, it's targeted audience. That's something I'm want to unlock right away when I get that.
I think everything is default as for everyone right now.
Yes, pretty much. Because remember...
I think that's how they score it. I think it locks to everyone.
Right, or as we were saying before, like, remember, the thought that gaming is going to be for kids. I'm betting Expedition, because this served me really well on my test play.
Okay.
So at that point, because remember, the thought was like, hey, there wasn't a rating system for gaming. Nobody really knew. So it's not time to focus necessarily on that, but we'll get there eventually. And there's Expedition, so we researched that. Awesome. Okay, and we got our engine that's good. We can do contract work. They will change every so often, I believe, within a year. So actually, some of these are low enough, I might as well run these now, honestly.
Okay.
In fact...
I'd do something small because we don't have...
Yeah, I think I want to do...
If you're just trying to show it off.
I think I'll do the debug program. Yeah, so what happens is that you select this, and you have to generate enough design and tech into it based on the points they give in the time where they allot you. If you get it, you get the money. If not, you have to pay a penalty. Come on. There's always that question of, can you do it? You're gonna be close, but also we're getting industry stuff. Yeah, variety of gaming devices creates a market for more specialized. But for more popular younger gamers, exactly, so we're getting this point.
Getting targeted audiences.
Yes. More developers in the market will focus on games with specific age group to make an impact. New research available, so yeah, there's target audience. I'm gonna go get that as soon as I can. Ooh, did I get it? I just missed it.
Oh man.
I was so close, you saw that.
Yeah, I know.
That's the worst part, but fine, that's it. GCR, I see the contract wasn't completed in time. Careful with contracts you accept, otherwise the penalties will add up. There's only 6,000, don't worry though, I don't hold grudges, thank you. But try again, let me know, I'll have new contracts every 6 months. Okay, I almost had it, so that's fine, but one thing I'm gonna absolutely unlock is target audience. That's 15, that's 30,000, we're getting that right now.
Okay.
They said later, you're right, I'll try it later, but it's one of those things that sometimes you think, maybe I can do it within the time allotted or not. If it was 4 weeks, I would have had that. Following the the NES, the reviews that Vena, another Japanese company, is planning to release a home game console of their own. We'll show you who Vena is in a little bit, but first,
Why do they say Vena?
there is something.
What's the joke there?
We'll figure that. All right, fine. We have target audience. We're going to start target audiencing. Okay, so as we were mentioning, they'll give you perspective as far as when you run target audience. If you've released something before with a target audience, they'll say, is this a good match or not? So Fantasy for everyone is good. Expedition for mature audience is good as well. Prison for mature audiences will also be good. We just made a mature prison game, so we'll have to come back to that. So, actually, before I do that, let's take a look as far as our game histories, various things. We actually haven't done fantasy in a while, so actually we could do that again. In fact, I think I kind of want to, and then we can focus our audience. Because in fact, right there it says it's 3 edition symbols there for the fantasy. So let's run that. Platform. Also, right, audience match as well. You can also look at that as far as the platform you're running. When you've run a game and released it on a platform of any kind, it'll tell you what audience matches is based upon what we select. So, PC is good for mature gamers, is what they're saying. Commodore 64 is something I think could be more for everybody, honestly. I don't have an unlock on Commodore, honestly, so I think I want to run
probably everyone.
I would think so. Yeah, but it's either way. It's like we sort of know this, but then also the market share is bigger on Commodore, so we might want to run that. I think I'm going to run that. I guess we're sticking Commodore as long as we can stick with Commodore. As far as also one, I'll go back to that. Yeah, genre match for the console is action, RPG, and adventure. Okay, so let's see about adventure. If I can try and tap into that adventure, it's a great combo. All right, let's do that. We'll focus mature, so you can do young, everyone, and mature. Specifically, we'll run our nice SOGS engine. That's going to be a nice case of that. All right, so there's our fantasy adventure. And we'll still run our 2D graphics, volume 2, or version 2. There we go. So, let's focus on what we want to do. They're saying engine's not important in this. Gameplay, we don't know, actually. I would think gameplay would be important for this. And story and quest are saying, yes, that's absolutely important. So you're probably going to want to run that massively. Engine, probably not as much. In fact, right there, you're saying that what happens to the
yeah, I'm gonna guess an adventure. Story quest is probably the most important.
Yeah, and gameplay, I think, to a certain extent. But it's kind of a gray area.
Probably gameplay would be second, and then I think engine would be third.
Engine, probably that low. Yeah, I think that looks...
something like that, yeah.
Yeah, I think that looks pretty good, honestly. Because, like, yeah, you're right. You're seeing there we want to allocate just so much into the story quests.
Wait, you have hints. And, well, -2, yeah.
-2 on that. We don't have a hint on gameplay, so it's going to be interesting to see how that comes off.
Yeah, so we'll put gameplay somewhere in the middle.
Alright. Alright, so let's get going. Yeah, in fact, there you go. It seems like, yeah, with story and quests, it is putting more into our artistry, so actually that was a good call. Yeah, not much as far as anything else, as far as, development stage 2, except for dialogues. Dialogue's the only thing they're saying, like, hey, that's something we want to run.
So you should play max dialogue.
Yeah, level design is going to be a question. I think world design probably more important for this. And then AI, I don't think necessarily AI is going to be that important. Yeah, I think that's going to be fine. I think for what this is. Actually, yeah, it looks like we're doing good on the on our design, honestly, for this. Okay, so next, graphics, world design. Yeah, for an adventure game, we need a nice world. Actually, they all might be important, but then the question of, do you want to run all three? But then again, you're right. You want to focus on making sure that you can get level ups on other stuff. Actually, where's level on world design? Yeah, we want that max.
World design is should be max, right? Like 3 stars.
Right. Graphics is 2. We do our level 2 as well for that. Sound, we don't know. I would think maybe very little on sound. We'll focus maybe sound at the end. Graphics. Yeah, we have basic 2D 2D graphics V2 and sounds basic. I think that should be. Okay. I'm liking that. I'm liking how that looks.
Right.
Because it is focusing at least on world design. We do have graphics, so we'll get some design points. And a pittance on this. Fine, that'll work. Alright, so yeah, we're talking Vena, so let's talk about that now. It is Sega. So here's the Master V, the Sega Master System, as it clearly is indicated. It's superior to the NES, technically, and it's coming out in the coming months. To answer your question of where was the joke as far as Vena, or Vena, I guess. I don't know. Do you know? Is that a real word?
I googled it and just meant vein, and...
So, you're so vain, you should probably think the song was about you.
No. Vein as in biology.
Oh, that vein. Okay.
Yes.
So, alright, so...
So, no simple answer.
Okay, well, the only thing I think, like, hey, it should be...
Answer.
Fine, gaming should be in your DNA. That's maybe what they're thinking, like, fine, that's an element of it in your bloodstream right there.
In other words, like a genesis.
Yeah, a genesis of that, or also feasibly, you probably know the meme as far as, what is it? The Simpsons, when Barney Gumble wins, like, the year's supply of beer. He says, like, inject it directly into my veins. It's like that. It's like he needs that to live.
I was thinking, like, the origins.
Uh-huh. Well, that too. Okay, actually, yeah, our design is really good.
I assume a play on Genesis, the origins, the beginning.
Indeed. So actually, our design is really, really good.
It's just a bit of a stretch.
Alright, so there's our fantasy adventure. Okay, new best in both.
Nice.
So actually, yeah, that is really nice. So dialogues get leveled up as is world design and 2D graphics. So actually, yeah, everything's level 2, and we're at level 2 as well. So yeah, that is good. Okay, so for this, we did have Dragon Shard before. We could call this a sequel to Dragon Shard. Yeah, I guess it could be, yeah, you know what, fine. We don't have sequels directly yet. Fine, let's go back to Dragon Shard. Because remember, Dragon Shard was really received decently, despite the name.
Mechanically, we don't have sequels, but...
We're still making sequels. So,
yeah.
Dragon Shard 2,
I don't know how much you care about organization, but, you know...
Well, we're organizing enough.
Technically, this isn't a sequel, even though it's named
We'll see later as far as what that is. But, yeah, Dragon Shard 2... I don't know. Something as far as a nice subtitle for this. Dragon Shard 2... Revenge? I don't know. Yeah, because we have the Dragon Shards, like... I don't think I could fit this. The first cut, or the second cut is the deepest. I don't know. Let me see if I could fit that. I'm just curious.
Second cut is deepest?
Let me see.
Okay.
Actually, no, I can fit that. So it's a long title, but it's like, yeah, it is a Dragon Shard. You're cutting people with that Dragon Shard. Yeah. It's for everybody, but it's like, well, still, like...
This feels like a dark game.
Well, it is a little darker, because how many times have we said this? The idea that, hey, you have a game that is feasibly appropriate for everyone, but it is something that has its own kind of dark elements. You said that with Majora's Mask before we did that, the idea that how dark that game is, even though it does have an E for everyone rating. So the second cut is the deepest. All right. Whoop, no, back.
You're going to give this game to your kids.
No, they won't know. Like, what do they mean by the second cut is the deepest? It's better than the last one, I guess. It's like, it's going to cut deep. It's going to be something that you're going to remember. Okay. You're never going to forget it. It's better than the original. Because usually, that's the interesting thing about the gaming industry. Usually the thought is that the sequel's better than the original. Whereas in the movie industry, it's usually the opposite. So the question of, can we do better? Well, already we have a good sense of our design and tech. So let's see what we got with that one. All right, so we're going to cut deep. Yeah, you cut me deep, friends. All right.
Let's see.
Dragon Chart 2, second cut is the deepest. Our second cut is T. 7. Good game. So it is better than the original so far. 9 out of 10. More, please. 9 out of 10. Outstanding. All right, here we go. I think we're feeling good on this one. 7. So 2 7s and 2 9s, though. So that's going to be really good for us. All right, so yeah, we did make Dragon Shard better. Well, first, thank you for coming up with the idea of Dragon Shard, and now we have its sequel that is surpassing the original. Because that's what you wanted to do. So let's get a game report ready. 8 out of 10 average. That is really good.
Yeah.
It seems like we're doing good as far as sales start, and by the way, when you are running for certain things, you will just get research going on normally. And here's the release analysis. Let's see what they got. World design is very important, which we went into. Platform match is good as far as that, because there's terrible, good, and great. So, I think.
Yeah, great.
So, in that case, that we are good as far as that.
Actually, I think it's a little more than that, but yeah, I think the last one.
Actually, I want to look at something. We're not going to develop yet. I want to look at something here. Yeah, there you go. Audience match, there's the 2 pluses for everybody, and then mature
I think
for
it's,
that.
the 3 pluses, and then it goes down to 2.
Yeah, so great, great, good, I guess terrible. I don't know, the 1 plus means it's terrible? No, it's decent, I think. I think it's okay, because it's, okay, so it's great, good, okay, and terrible. So I think. Maybe there's more than that, but okay, that's that idea. Yeah, so far it looks like we're good. I'm going to take a look at our research. What do we want to research that we haven't done? Okay, topics, what is available. Vampire, I did that on my test. We'll, I think we'll hold Vampire for later.
I confirm.
We'll confirm what?
Confirm the scoring. Oh, no, there can be 3 minuses.
Okay. I think that's the worst one you can get.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly.
It's plus 3 to minus 3.
Plus 3 to minus 3. Okay, awesome.
Like the prison break for everyone.
Uh-huh. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna research. No, we're mostly focusing on graphics stuff, it seems like, so I think we're good with what we got. I think we're gonna have to make Andy's or find the mountain climbing game or the expedition game. Alright, so here is the Master V. It's been released. So let's take a look then about what we can do with this. Also, how much does the license cost? It's the same as NES. And it is a little bigger as far as that compared to the Commodore.
Interesting.
What's up?
Prison for the young is only -2.
Really? There you go. I mean, maybe teaching children don't do this, you're gonna go to jail, so it's a cautionary tale.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Okay, maybe.
It's not gonna look good, you know? Well, you Martinize it enough so you're not gonna destroy them, but still.
It's educational.
Sure, yeah. At some point I do need to make Freddy Fish 6 Case of the Missing Kneecaps. We'll do that eventually. But, let's see. So for next game, I could afford a license cost for something. Actually, it is a bigger one on NES. I think we could do stuff with NES if we want to make an Expedition game. Although, here's the thing. If we're going to do Expedition, we got to make it for adults. I think. But Sega Master System, we could feasibly get away with that. Or we could stick with PC. Yeah, because I think I want to, you know, honestly, for this one, we're going to make this on the cheap a little bit as far as the console.
Okay, because PC has the lowest market share right now.
It's a low market share, but we can also make do in the fact that, hey, it's something for adult gamers. When I did this, I did the... let me see. I know I did something. Was it adventure or simulation or RPG? Okay, I guess it was simulation I did. I think it was simulation I did. Although, then again, expedition adventure, or action, I should say.
Wasn't in...
Let me look at the last game we made as well, just to make sure that, okay, that was adventure, then there was an action, so alright, fine, I think we want to run action for this.
Okay.
So I'm going to go a little bit of an uncharted territory slightly. We're going to stick PC because market share is good. We're going expedition. Genre's going to be action because we didn't do that. We're going for adults. So yeah, adult elements, as I said, and we'll run that SOGS engine. We'll port it over to PC. It's not going to be a problem. We've been running Commodore for that, but we're still sticking PC unless... You know, we can update engine later, I think. And we're in graphics for our nice mountain climbing.
Okay, cool. So we can see nice mountains.
Yeah, that's, I think, going to be the idea, as we have engine gameplay, and story quest. So for this one, Story quests are not necessarily something that's going to matter as much, I don't think. So let's see. Let's take a look at our engine. Yeah, engine is something they're recommending highly, and gameplay is pretty high too. Let's see. Story quests, fine. The quest is, there's a mountain, you climb it. It's like, why do you climb a mountain? Because it's there. That's going to be our story, I guess, for this one. As we got gameplay going to. I do want a little bit of gameplay that way. I think that should be good. Engine, I'm maxing, and gameplay, I think we're good that way. Okay. Also, interviews. Yeah, you get these coming up every so often. So this is Steve O'Connell. He works for Planet GG. It was supposed to be something. Heard a rumor you're developing a game for mature audiences. We'll give you an interview about this. So you can say, like, yeah, we'll do a game and we'll give an interview, or we'll say, no, we're not going to give an interview. So they heard through the grapevine, we're designing something for adults. Is that true? And the answer is yes, but we can say to them, no, we're not going to do this, or we're not going to give an interview, or we will. I have to think about, you know what? I'm wondering about this, if you ever get stabbed in the back in interviews. That's why when I first played this, I didn't do it. But now it seems like I usually do it all the time, mostly, as far as it. So I do have a choice on this. I think I'm going to give the interview. So, like, fine. You heard the rumor we're making a mature audience game on PC? Yes, we are going to do that. So we'll tell them. Great. Thank you for your time. We'll publish the interview next week. I don't think they've ever gotten into a case, and, yeah, Chad or Proterova, let me know on this. When it comes to giving interviews, are there cases if they can stab me in the back? Because I do not know if they do or not. We've got like a hard copy expose on our company. So let's see. Interview with Tamsoft. According to the interview, they're working on first game targeted for mature players. Captain Proterova, the owner and CEO of Tamsoft, said, "We think players are looking for mature content in their games, and we're willing to take a risk to give it to them." And there you go. Down with that. I agree.
I generally think it's a plus. Any publicity is good publicity.
Fair enough. All right, I'm down with it. Many industry experts say
so. Hype.
And also, yeah, because we're going to run into how hype works soon enough. Actually, this might generate it.
Yeah, it will generate it.
It will. Okay, awesome. We'll see it right now then. Many industry experts say sooner or later games with mature themes become more common, which they did, and they certainly are now. How's the market react? We're on PC, so they're fine with it. Oh, there you go. So we have hype is 4. All right. And there's the not Sega Master System served the world market worldwide, which is true because the Sega Master System was a huge seller in other parts of the world, in Europe and especially in Brazil, where it was on the market for pretty much forever. Because of the way we mentioned this when we did the preview program, the idea that because the import taxes of Brazil are so massive, they said it was a company called Tectoy that said we're just going to make these units ourselves so we can get around that, so we don't have to import in consoles that are going to cost us thousands of dollars, or cost consumers thousands of dollars. They're like, fine, instead of buying a PlayStation 4 or 5 that's like $2,000 because of how that import costs, here's a Sega Master System that's $50. So that boy, like, perfect. The price could sell something. It's not very well marketed in North America, which is true, because growing up, I never saw the Sega Master System marketed in the US. I knew the Genesis, really. Probably know if that's your case too.
Same here.
But Sega was still there, and eventually, fine. We've had played one game in the Sega Master System, which is actually its version of Sonic 2, which is not the same as the Genesis version. So we've seen a game on this system. We can definitely show more. All right, fine. For our expedition action game, AI is going to be important because I guess we have to fight the elements. You know, the avalanches, the bears, and things like that. We have to live as far as that. Have you ever seen the movie The Revenant, where like the bear is attacking Leonardo DiCaprio in that movie? The point where people looked at that and said, like, the special effects are so good it looks like they actually let him get mauled almost to death by a bear.
You have all 3 hints too.
Yes. So we have our dialogue. It's gonna basically be like the cable snapped, or oh no, you're gonna die, or fine. So we're going mature rated. We can swear in this game. So it's gonna be how that's gonna work. And then level design, fine, it's gonna be the mountain, but also, like, we have a lot of intricate caves. That's the thing. We have to have some intricate caves going on in the mountains. So there you go. That's gonna be level design. Our AI. Build some hype for our game. We'll see what's going on with this as we get Dragon Chart 2, the second cousin of the deepest. We sold 42,225 units and almost 300,000 in sales. So not bad. Yeah, so people are looking forward to this, although I guess I'm a little concerned looking at that, because like 5 and 7 doesn't look that great to start. I'm surprised world design is not important for this, though, because I think, like, hey, the mountain. But fine, maybe the cave's in the mountain. As far as our expedition. You're going on a quest that way. I would think this would be meaning more, but I guess not. But running our massive ass
like world design is like is the overall experience.
Okay.
Versus level design is the interior.
Okay.
So I think like interior versus exterior.
Right, that makes sense. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, I think I'm liking what that's looking like as far as sound. We have enough sound, but because I want to get our artistry up for sure. Let's see. I just hope that all this hype was going on, because it doesn't look like right now we have much to show for it, and this is the last stage of development. So it looks like it is maybe coming in fast and hard near the end of it, or maybe also as we do bug hitting. Or maybe I want to wait to see if I can release this with better, but also if you wait, you run into cases of running out of money. In fact, I will show that just briefly.
Also, the hype will go down.
Yeah, so you can't delay it too much. Okay, we have new research available. Casual games. Yeah, we can do casual games if we want to.
Yeah.
I will, in fact, I will release it now with 12 hype. So yeah, we had to delay it. We had to make sure everything was set. Yeah, I'm a little concerned looking at that, but then again, I don't know if that... Here's a question. Does that necessarily determine how well received the game is? I mean, it has to be high enough, yes, but if it's not the highest you've ever had as far as your design and tech, is that something they're going to say they're concerned about and it's not going to do well?
What's the question?
We have design and tech at 11 and 13. That's kind of low compared to the stuff we've done. Is that going to be having a factor in terms of how our reviews are going to go?
I think it's based on the ratio of the two. Like, you should have a high number, but based on the combination, they're looking for a particular ratio between the two values.
Okay, so looking at this, is there a thought that this is not going to be potentially reviewed well?
I'm not sure what the ratio is for that one.
All right, we'll see.
Again.
As far as game name, I called Andy's when we played it before. I mean, fine, we'll have a greatest hits this way. I'm going to call it Andy's again. I did this off screen as far as my test for this. So we're going to call it Andy's. We're going to immortalize it this way. I think we have to we already immortalized Coach's Conundrum to a certain degree. And I still do the Freddy Fish thing. We'll do that later. And Chad, if any games you want to see made, feel free, we'll make them.
And also, I guess you level up, but you don't actually get the, I'm wondering how you get the experience, like, in terms of your, like, actual stats.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Chad, if you have an answer to that, we'd be loving to hear it. Okay, let's see how Andy's works. I don't know if it's going to be as well reviewed as when I did off-screen. I'm a little nervous on this, but I've always been consistent, if nothing else. Yeah, consistently average. Fun at stages. So that's right down the middle. Seen better, fun at stages. 6, so Game Hero sees what we're getting at with this one. And 5. Okay, so average, that's better than I thought. I thought like maybe we're going to be in a case of thinking that's not good. So we'll do a report generated on that.
Oh wait, from games you don't actually get stats, you only get the levels. So there's a different mechanic altogether.
Okay. Reason Mark Day
shows... You're referring to, right? The training?
Yeah.
Which we have to unlock.
We'll unlock that eventually.
Yeah.
Recent market data shows that the Govador 64 seems to be losing market share against other PC manufacturers, which is true. That is what eventually happened. Now, official statement from employee is successful in introducing higher priced computers to compete with more advanced PCs. So yeah, there's a good entry-level PC, but then when more expensive stuff came around, like Macintosh and the Apple II and things like that, that were doing more, they said, yeah, we're thinking that might be more worth of an investment, honestly. So let's see. Our post-release analysis is complete, so let's see what they say. Expedition action's a bad combination. Okay. So there we go, that's one thing. Yeah, apparently. Graphics are important for this type of game, which you'd pump into, so we did get a little element saying, like, fine, if we're gonna go on expedition, we can't be doing action. Although the game's sales, we'll see how this is going. If it's looking good, feasibly. It seems like it's doing okay. And nothing else, I'm more consistent on, we're more consistent on how much our money is worth now, or in fact, we have more, I should say. Also, other contracts, I'll show some of them because, yeah, they have other elements of things like, Micronaut Boss, so as their take on DOS. So yeah, you can install that on computers, do sprite sheet software, which takes 5 weeks. Actually, that one is low enough as far as what it is, and the time is enough. I'm gonna actually run this contract because we can do it. It's 7 design and 9 tech, so that's less than what I had before. So we'll be able to make this one, I guarantee it. There you go, got
There
it.
you go.
Excellent. Transfer $60,000 to your account. Awesome. So there's a contract payment, and our sales are going okay. I want to look as far as stuff with engine, because I did buy... Fine, I got Linear Story. I bought... It was just... Okay, fine. Linear Story is all I had, but let me also take a look at research. Because there's casual games. We could run that, or we can see what their topics are there. Oh, fine. The other one is the Vampire, which I don't know if I want to run that. Mono sound, gameplay. I'm always wondering maybe our... You know what?
Yeah, whatever you get, just make sure you use.
Yeah, pretty much. Alright, let's use... I didn't actually...
No, it's kind of a waste.
Yeah, I'm thinking... I have enough money for something. I want to see about casual games. Actually, I want to see... Alright, you can only put into one thing, by the way, at a time. But... I think I want to see what casual games are like, and I think I might put into more advanced sounds. And, not a moment too soon, because, yeah, talking about... elements of consoles coming around. Yeah, Nintendo is back. They have the Game Link, or the Game Boy. It comes with a changeable game cartridge, monochrome screen, a green background, built-in speakers, and even multiplayer support via a connection cable. Compared pieces of the gaming consoles, it's underpowered, but it is low cost and it's portable, so it might find a huge following. It'll hit shelves next month. Actually, that might be a case of running casual games on the Game Boy. So that might be worth trying. Right, Andy's is off. Yeah, not so hot as far as stuff, but not bad. I mean, I'm treading water, admittingly, but we're in good shape, sort of, what we got. And then there's the thing with research. I think I want to put into mono sound. I think I want to focus there. But yeah, we have casual games. I'm gonna focus casual games. In fact, I think I'm gonna jump on the Game Boy market. I think we can make that work. In fact, I know one thing I think we can make work for that. Alright, so there's mono sound. And let me just take a look at engine. Fine, engine is just... yeah, I want to toss mono sound into that, but... yeah, I don't know if I could really... I'll hold off on that for now. I'll make another engine probably next game or two. But here's the Game Boy, or the Game Link. So let's take a look at that. I want to see platform. Because there it is, it has a license cost of $50,000, so it is less than the NES and the Sega Master System. It is focused on youths, so yeah, if you're going to be running anything for that, you want to run youth games. And it has a high market share. In fact, it has a massive market share compared to everything else, so I'm going to try and
look at that.
Capitalize on that. So yeah, you...
60%.
Alright, so you have a developer license to develop this. Hello. So, if you want to pay $50,000, you get a license, you pay this once, and you're set. I'm back. Oh, good to see you back, Electverse. We do have our element of Game Boy. Let me just show you this. We're jumping on the market for this thing because it has a 32% market share. And we're paying the one-time license cost. So yeah, at that point also, you don't have to pay it again. So, alright, so what's going to work on Game Boy? Actually, the Virtual Pet would work on Game Boy, I would guess, but I don't know necessarily. Or we could do an airplane game. President probably wouldn't work on Game Boy, but it's also something we want to run young. So actually, I think maybe the Virtual Pet young, I think now might be the time.
Virtual Pet young?
Maybe?
Yeah, sounds good.
I think so. Oh, and okay, it's a new genre, so alright, you can unlock a new genre. It's casual, so... yeah, you know.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, Virtual Pet casual, it is casual. Alright, we have to come up with a name of that, but fine, I guess we can run our engine... Okay, that's one thing I guess is not realistic, but I don't mind, which is that we can take our engine running on PC and on Commodore 64 and port it to the Game Boy. Who knew? Well, it's magic, but I do love that.
Yeah.
Imagine running Unity on the Game Boy. That would be hilarious. Well, fine. Coding things might be similar, because the Game Boy Advance was coded in C. It's like, fine, C coding is probably in existence on a lot of things.
Game Boy Advance was in C?
Yeah, well, every game on the Game Boy Advance, or fine, the base language as far as a lot of the development on the Game Boy Advance was in C. I remember that because I think they mentioned that when it came out, because they're like, hey, the ease of development for that system.
What is the original Game Boy written in?
I don't know. There might be a
Basic or something.
Well, I don't think it's basic. There is a program on the Atari 2600, basic program. You can program in BASIC. Actually, it does exist. As far as how that was programmed, that was not. I don't think that was programmed in BASIC. In fact, when we do that Atari 50 collection. Combat is in that, which is bundled in the system. They have a little thing that shows exactly all the source code for it. It's like only a couple lines of code, amazingly. As far as the Game Boy, I would think...
Google.
I don't know. Yeah, let me know if you have an answer to that as we go. We said if we don't find an answer, we'll also put in an edit for that. We're going casual. We're doing the virtual pets. So before Tamagotchi and Furby and Digipets were a thing, or the Pokemon Pikachu units, yeah, we're cornering the market. But we're in uncharted territory, so...
We're making Tamagotchis.
We're making Tamagotchis, like, we're gonna be the ones doing it. We're hitting that.
That's like it.
Yeah.
10 years before.
Yep, indeed. So, let me think about this. So...
You 90s kids, you're so...
It was a 90s thing, and actually there is a game of Tamagotchi on Game Boy. We could show that, just because it'd be funny, I think.
You're so out of date.
Oh no, I guess you remember those things. Did you ever have one of those things?
I didn't.
I had one of them. Actually, I had, I don't remember what it was I had. It was kind of interesting, but it was something I guess I lost interest in a little bit. Although then, actually, I guess I got more into it with the Dreamcast with the VMU for it, because they have like Chow Adventure, where you actually kind of is a virtual pet and you're raising it. Or some of the stuff for, actually I think Skies of Arcadia has something like that as well. Okay, let me think about this. So, yeah, for our virtual pet casual game, let me think about this. I'm trying to think what's most important.
Cartridges say machine code.
Oh, so it is assembly. Okay. All right, so the Game Boy was part of assembly. You heard here then. All right, thank you, Proterova. Appreciate that. Question on the development stage on this. What do you think we should be doing for this? Because Okay, so let's walk through this. As far as a virtual pet, you do have to have a background, like what's the idea of the virtual pet and what are you doing with it? Gameplay, I guess, is what you're going to be, the activities you're going to be engaging. And then engine, I guess, is how robust is it going to be as far as what you can do. I'm thinking just as far as, look, I guess I'm taking this more as a logical thing as far as just a basic thing.
Sorry, I'm reading two things at once.
Okay.
What's your question?
What do we think we should be doing for our virtual pet? What do we think is most important? I would think
I didn't play those, so would say probably gameplay would be.
Okay.
Gameplay would be my.
Yeah, we do need a little bit of explanation of what are these virtual pets, as far as what they're going to be called.
For me, it's a tough one because I didn't really own it, so I'm not sure how the game works much. But I'm just thinking gameplay would probably be up there, and
okay,
probably engine would be number 2, and story would be number 3.
Yeah, I think.
Because I don't think you just really have a story. I think it's just keep your pet alive.
It's keep your pet alive, and it's also understanding like where did they come from. They came like from some magical land or something. I don't know. So yeah, I think that's fine. I guess you want to save your pet. You better not lose that damn thing. So yeah, we'll have save game. First thing like maybe turn it off. It's like no, we can't turn it off.
Turn it off.
Like no saving. It's basically going to be the hardcore thing. You have one life, and if it goes away, you're done. It's like Fire Emblem almost.
Also, if your pet dies, can you just restart?
I think you start from the beginning, I think, as far as how those tended to run. Chad, if you have element. I didn't necessarily know we were going to go to a virtual pet, and I love that. That's what I love as far as this. But AI, we do want to have the AI of your virtual pet, so they'll react to what you're doing effectively. Level design I don't think we're going to need because it's more about the screen of what they're doing, I think. And then dialogue is going to be you talking with your pet. So it's like, what are they going to say? Maybe they can talk, and like you get the teary-eyed moment. It's like, it said its first word, and it's hopefully something that you want to remember, I guess, as far as like what their first word is. But yeah, I think we do want a robust enough AI so the kiddies will be interested into it, and then dialogue so they'll be talking with the thing. It looks like he was kind of stopping with the AI. He's like, wait, what do I do with this thing? Okay, and we do want basic sounds to this. Okay, so as far as world design, I don't think we need much world design on our pet, really. We just need to know, like, fine, you're in the house, I guess, or you're maybe going to the park. I don't know, perhaps. Maybe you're walking around. I mentioned Chow Adventure for Sonic Adventure. It's the one thing for that game we didn't show when we played it. Because actually, I don't think I could easily show that because it's on the screen of the VMU and the batteries I have are dead. So it's like I'd have to like record on my phone or something specifically for that if I was going to do that. Let's see. Graphics, you want the pet to look nice, and I guess we wanted to make some nice sounds. But I honestly think I want to focus mostly on graphics and kind of hit everything else kind of low, I would think. Is that what you're thinking?
Well, let's see. World design. There's a world. These.
The house, basically.
Yeah, the house. I guess it's yeah. graphics, there really weren't much for graphics.
Maybe just the design of what they are, but then sound.
Yeah, sure.
See, it is a weird one this way, right? So you kind of have to think. I mean, if nothing else, this game puts you in the mindset of thinking, what about a game you're making?
I feel like I'm gonna say graphics and sound are probably about even.
So we should just go all in on sound as well?
That's my guess.
All right.
I'm probably wrong on one of those, but
fine.
I don't know
We'll compromise a little bit. I'll go a little down on sound, but we'll put enough. And we'll...
Like I was considering putting graphics a little. I feel like sound is more important than graphics.
Okay, let's do that.
That's my opinion.
Let's give it a shot. Let's see what happens. Because you said this is uncharted territory for you too, so I'm set with that.
Yeah, this is also why I don't look up.
Except for what you have over there saying what it is. But, well, fine, yes, you sort of had 8 sharp, but I don't know if you looked at that part of it. Alright.
I didn't look at that.
Okay. Alright, growing interest in...
It's long graphs, so...
Gotcha, okay. So, growing audience for video game magazines. They're a great way for upcoming game developers to market. Okay, that's right, we don't want marketing. I'm absolutely going to research marketing when I'm done here. So, I think we can be good. There's tech, let's go. We do need a name for this, not Tamagotchi or anything. Oh, we did get a best on our tech, though, so that's nice. Bump, 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 bump. We're coming close as far as everything with that, so yeah, that's not bad. Alright, let me think about this. Yeah, we have to, yeah, this is also interesting, because what it does is it makes you really think about the guts of what you're making, and that's what I love about this game. You really kind of have to think very deeply about it, as far as every element of it, more than I think I thought I would have to when you told me like what this game is. As far as the virtual pet.
Yes, name.
Yes, because this is it. We have Gigapets and Tamagotchis. Those don't exist yet, but something exciting or fine. I guess there's fine. This is not exactly a virtual pet. The Chia Pet. Are you familiar with those?
Oh, the things you grow.
Yes. Yeah, those Chia. Yeah, never forgetting those commercials. I'll probably see if I can't put a link to that commercial in the link list for it. So I mean, yeah, but the question is like some jokes are like this is stupid because it's basically people watching grass grow. Like they made a toy based on that, and you're watching it, and it's kind of boring. But
Pet parent simulation.
What?
Pet parent simulation.
Is that what we want to call it?
Sure.
Okay, I like that.
Or parent simulator.
All right, because yeah, we haven't necessarily gone in Sims. All right, let's see. Or pet parent, yeah, pet parent sim, I guess. Or
well, it's not a sim. We're not doing a. It's not an actual simulation.
Fine,
game,
so pet parent then.
Pet parent.
Fine, there you go. It is alliterative. So yeah, people love their alliterative titles. All right, let's do it. Let's see how this runs Game Boy.
Let's see how much people like being a pet parent.
All right, let's see. Okay, so I think people would like being a pet parent, honestly. As far as that, I know people do because like they have actually. When I first saying that, like he loves his cat Artemis, who is in the chat as well. So there you go. I get it. Nocturne with her cat as well, who's been involved in the show too. So perfect. All right, so let's see. Pet parent 6 shows potential. 6 quirky but good. Well, that's the idea.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
I've seen better. Now again, this might not be made for them. Has its moments. Okay.
Yeah, I think the only one who actually enjoys this content is
which is, because remember, Game Informer was notoriously difficult to please when it came to gaming reviews at some point. But okay.
What?
Yeah. We're getting.
What is this?
Yeah, we have. Hopefully.
Is the game broken?
No, that's next week when we're doing Pokemon Gen 9. And
that was a joke. That was a joke.
But no, in this case, it's fitting that we're playing this before we play that.
Decrypt message.
Yeah, you have to decrypt this. Okay.
Okay. Cool.
Special offer. Our page is made to borrow, in quotation marks, research information might be interested to you. If you're interested, transfer $32,000 to have close uplink location and will contact you, says Agent Blowfish.
Sounds a bit suspicious.
It does sound suspicious. I decline this usually. Have you ever done this?
Yes.
What happens? What have you seen happen usually?
You can get research. You can get a topic, Usually.
Okay.
That's what's most likely gonna happen.
So basically, they might give you that, but it might screw you over. Is that the idea too?
There are some events where it can hurt you.
Okay.
But in exchange, you essentially can buy a topic.
Okay.
So, do you want to buy a topic or not?
No, I can just use 10 research points. So in that case, it's not worth it. Thank you for letting me know what that was, because I technically was never brave enough to try it.
Okay.
So, but I was thinking, like, wait a second, that could screw me over. Maybe I was conflating that with, like, pirate mode. Perhaps it turns into something like that.
It's not as bad as that.
Okay, thank God. Alright, if you have more than $1 million in cash, move to the next level. It might sound a lot, but once you release a hit game, get to this amount, no problem. And, yeah, talking about Vena again. The not Game Gear, the Vena Gear. So yeah, there it is, directly competing against the Game Link from Nintendo. So yeah, we've talked Game Gear on the show. We've shown a game from it. We showed Tales of Adventure, which is one of my favorite games on it. And we talked about the Sonic Origins Plus release that's going to come with Game Gear games in it in June. A spokesperson for the company said, unlike similar devices in the market which don't come close to gaming consoles, it's basically the full power of the Sega Master System, which is what the Game Gear was, except you can take it with you, and it's a full color screen. As I mentioned, 6 AA batteries, lasts 5 hours. And considering AA batteries now cost almost $20, yeah, that's going to be costing a lot, so you buy yourself that AC adapter. So it's that idea of that element, but then the idea is that it sucks batteries up massively. We'll topple the Game Link, but we'll see in 2 months. Alright, so actually we didn't do
they should call it the battery eater.
Oh yeah, that
battery
was also,
vampire.
That was also the Atari Lynx was that way too, because the Atari Lynx, it was Atari's portable unit, like Game Gear, which came out I think before Game Gear, that also was the same way, where it sucked up battery power massively. And one other one which is kind of a half and half. I'll find there's 2 other ones. There's the Sega Nomad, which is a portable version of the Sega Genesis. You put Genesis cartridges into it. That had a massive battery element going on. And then the Turbo Express, which is literally a portable TurboGrafx 16, where you put the Hue cards for that system into it. Okay.
So virtual pet and casual is a good combination.
Yeah, great combination. And graphics are important. So we did go graphics mostly, but we did do sound, so that's a good thing. Okay, so we're getting good fans. And sales are going okay. It seems like maybe a little flat. It's now at the market. Okay, not... Actually, no, it's sold well. So in that case, we're going towards where we need to go with getting stuff. Let's see what research... Marketing. I do need to get marketing. So what I want to do is I want to try and get some research for this. Because I do need research and I need money. I'm trying to remember... Can contract work get you research or just money? I think it's just money.
What is it?
I think contracts only get you money, not research.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so I think we need to make another game.
So you need more research points?
Yes, I need 40.
For what? For what?
For marketing.
Oh, you're getting marketing. Okay.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to go marketing. As soon as I found how marketing is operating, I said, I pretty much want that every time. So if nothing else, I'll at least have an option to... It's a hype generation, basically. You pay money, and you can advertise the game around, and it can help it out. Although, fine, we did some other stuff without it when we did this before.
So you want to hype things up. Okay.
Or at least get people knowing it, because we had our virtual pet thing. We at least got some answers as far as what that is. Although, we haven't done our city thing recently. I want to see something here. Actually...
Yeah, I don't go for marketing as much. But I can see the benefit of it.
Fine. We don't want to do action... Actually, no, maybe we should go back to our Not SimCity game. Actually, what was the name of that thing? Let's see.
Something Town?
Pretend Town.
Pretend Town.
Okay, we could go back to that. Man, I think I might. Or, yeah, also the other thing is, since I paid license costs on Game Boy, I do want to do something for that, but I don't necessarily want to just repeat that 100%.
You have the airplane.
Yeah, you're right, I do have the airplane. Yeah, so we make something like Sky Kid, if you're familiar with that, from Namco. We'll show it in a few months, because it's in one of the Namco collections. Yeah.
I'm guessing airplane and probably city would be good for kids.
Yeah, we'll go city. Actually, you know what? Fine, I guess here's the thing. For airplane... Actually, do we want to run Game Boy on this? Well, the Game Boy does have... Okay, that's shocking. The Game Boy has the most market share of anything, including the NES, which is shocking.
Which is kind of broken, right?
I'm surprised, honestly. So in that case, I guess it's good that we unlocked this. Alright, yeah, fine. In that case, we're going to stick with this. You know, maybe I'll tell you what we'll do. We did City Simulation, although I guess, would that go well on this thing? Would City Simulation go well for this unit?
I think City goes well for gameplay.
And I guess, do we want to stick with Young?
Or Young. I think it's okay. I would say Plain is probably better, but I think they're probably both good.
I think we'll do Plain as our next thing, just because it's fine. I have something sort of established. I guess we could say it's a Pretend Town Portable or something. I think that's probably what we'll call it. And we'll run our nice SOGS engine, which has gotten amazing usage. And I got another question for you. You're saying that, hey, they're going to question if we're running text-based after doing graphics the whole time. Will they necessarily question if we run 2D graphics 1 after we run 2 for so long?
I would probably say you get a penalty for it.
They would, okay. I just wasn't sure. I usually will do that. I'll just whenever I go up to something higher, we'll run it higher. Okay, so we do have stuff that's established here. We know that gameplay is important for this, which it is. We know gameplay's engine's also important. Story and quest is not going to be that much. I think that's pretty good.
So if you want to improve, every game should be better than the game you had before.
Right. It seems like it's kind of a little bit of a... It's either stable as far as how it is, or it goes down, then goes up again as far as how it's been. It's been honestly more consistent, though, even with how it's been going down than it usually has been when I played this.
You want to consistently grow at a steady pace.
And I think that's what's going on, honestly, as far as it. I'm kind of pleased with what's been going on with this.
So think of basically any business theory class, or let's just say business theory.
Yes.
You want to grow. You want to expand. If you grow too fast, then you go bankrupt.
Yeah, but you don't grow slow enough, you also go bankrupt. So just kind of finding that happy middle.
Yeah, so it's a balancing act.
Yeah, I think we do want a little more on the engine, so I do want to emphasize that.
It's how much of your profits do you want to go for further development?
Sure.
And how do you expand on improving business?
Sure.
But be afford it.
Sure. Okay, so level design is important, as they said for the city. As is AI, so I think we're maxing AI, level design, dialogues. It's Game Boy, so it's going to be pretty basic, I think.
From the game I was playing earlier.
What game is that?
The Guardians Crusade. Right? I want to get to better items, but if I go too fast, I die.
Right.
But if I go slow, well then I'm farming to level 100 for the next 5 hours.
And you said one thing about the game that seemed pretty interesting. You said that technically there's no level cap of that, is that right?
Yes. I'm pretty sure there's no... I did not see a level cap.
Honestly, considering I want to see also...
Which is strange.
That's unique, though. At some point, I gotta be honest with you, I want to see also how long the game is, depending on how it is, or just in general.
You want to see how long it is, period, or...
Just in general, because I'm thinking I might want to show that for the show. I think that might be worth showing for the show, just because...
It is not a long game, but
not.
I do remember having a file where I had level 500.
Okay. Well, we could figure something of that as well to show off. Because honestly, I've realized we haven't necessarily run into super long RPGs yet. Even Shadow Hearts is the longest game of any kind we played for the show. It's 7 parts. So, I mean, we technically finished it last month, but we have the canonical ending that we have to see for the next part of that in a few weeks. So, in that case, we haven't necessarily gotten to stuff that's super insanely long, at least not yet.
Okay, they are claiming, internet is claiming, 17 hours on average.
That's not bad, actually.
Not bad.
That's actually pretty short, so...
if you want to do it, I can do it.
Okay, oh, you want to call dibs on that one?
Sure.
Alright, there you go. We'll figure as far as that, because I know there's also some other RPGs you want to get to, and I told you how complicated this is getting, because they said, hey, there's a bunch of stuff in Final Fantasy, we gotta get to that eventually, and other people saying, like, which ones do they want, so... We're gonna figure that, because I know we're getting a bunch of stuff that way, so, because I know next you're gonna do in Lunar, I know you want to do the Ledger Dragoon, I know that's gonna be all yours.
Yeah, Ledger Dragoon is much longer.
Yeah, but I know you want to do that. We'll figure out how we're gonna handle that. We might maybe get into cases we'll do more longer parts of that.
Considering for Ledger Dragoon, I kind of just want to play anyway.
Sure.
And as long as the time sensitivity isn't a problem.
It won't be, no.
Because that's what kind of killed it for me.
Okay.
Because it's a action-based game.
Yeah, and I liked it quite a bit of what I played of it.
So I actually intended years ago to not quite speedrun, but play through it in a reasonable manner, not the 100-hour game.
It's funny you say that, because that's what Edwax said last week, because he called Banjo-Kazooie. We're trying to see when we can start that, maybe this summer at some point. he said kind of the same thing you did. He said he kind of wants to speedrun this sort of, but also it's a half and half of saying that, fine, he wants to practice to kind of get it really tight to run it, but then get a sense like, hey, it's going to go through and go 100%.
I tend to play RPGs where I over-level.
Okay.
And so I'm thinking just linear playthrough.
Well, that's also your question on how you want to handle Lunar. Are you going to be doing that? We want to do that with Lunar? I guess with Lunar, the other thing also is that there's no element I have against anything we do RPG if you want to do off-screen level grinding without, going against story or something. So if you want to do level grinding between parts, you can do that.
Yeah, let's see. I'm trying to think if... I would say there'd be probably some minor level grinding. I can do it off screen.
Yeah, if you want to do it off screen, go ahead.
It doesn't really matter too much. It's not terrible. There are some points where I do want to reach a certain level before like, the boss or something.
And it's worth. And one thing also to go on is like I'm not saying no only level off screen, just to make that clear, because if you want to do stuff on screen, Shade 64 said that with Shadow Hearts, we did it, which is fine in Grimmer, because this is a discussion program. We can talk way through it. It doesn't matter, so it's fine either way.
Yeah, we have. There's plenty. I would say there's plenty of downtime in the show that I could make level.
Fantastic. So, and is that we're just to give a little bit of
that shouldn't be an issue.
I don't think so either. So perfect. And as I said also at the beginning of the show, we're trying to see if we can't get Blood Spice Moon and Nocturne to be involved on, if not every part of that, at least the first part. We're gonna figure that. We'll have updates over the next couple of weeks as far as that. I will keep in contact with you and with her as far as that.
There is plenty of downtime, so that mechanic would work.
Perfect.
But yeah, this is only a 17-hour game, so...
So yeah, there you go.
It's an option.
That's good there, I mean...
And honestly, the completion is 24 hours.
Not bad, no.
That.
Okay, yeah, if you want to do it. And we'll figure this. We'll get to this stuff. Don't worry. I mean, you said years ago, like, I want to see this. I said, we're going to get to this. It took some time, but we got to it. And like, we'll make this stuff happen. Anything that you want to be involved in, or the chat wants to see, or that I want to see, we'll make it happen. We're in this show for the long haul, as I mentioned. And anything you want to see, we're getting to, I promise you. Question quickly to you as far as our city simulation. We don't have hint on world design, really enough. Does that matter really on this one? I think probably not because it's the city, but I don't know. Graphics is important. I know that. I'm going massive on that.
I'm just saying world design is pretty low. That's my opinion. So you're probably good right now.
That's what I'm thinking. Okay.
Somewhere in that range.
Wait a minute. Oh, I see. Because the reason I'm stopping here is that I realized that you can actually move to the menus with the right analog stick and move adjustment. I did not know that actually. Okay, so for this version.
Graphics.
Yeah, I'm running massive graphics, I think. Oh, fine. It's Game Boy, but it's like, well, still.
Oh, wait, you have a hint for that. So it says
hint is math.
3. Okay.
Yeah, +3.
Yep, so
and it sounds good, and yeah,
perfect.
we're in good shape.
So at least that section you should have... I think you should have done that pretty good.
Yeah, I just have to wait till the bugs get erased and try and get... I'm actually waiting for if I can get a tech point or a research point. Well... Okay, the Commodore 64 is going off market. Alright, so yeah, Commodore 64 was a good run, but unfortunately they're going bye-bye. Oh yeah, okay, we upgraded our 3D graphic, or 2D graphics too. So there's a level 3. Alright, name of game, we're going to go back to Pretend Town, the first game, which is going to be Pretend Town Portable.
Pretend Town Portable, okay.
Yeah, or... Wait.
Sounds good.
Or if you're familiar with Persona 3 Portable on the PSP, it's like that. As far as to say, let's put Portable at the end of it. Actually, I don't know if I ever asked you, have you played any of the Persona games at all?
No.
Yeah, we're gonna...
I haven't.
That's another one as far as, a longer RPG. And when we start that franchise, I first wanted to see that. Oh, he wanted to see Persona 3, and he recommended like where to start with. He said, get FES on the PS2. That's the one we're gonna run. The Portable one is on the PSP, and that's actually one they ported... It's on PC now. It's also on Xbox One, Series X, S, and then also PS4, 5, and Switch. So, I think we're going to play a different version than the one that's easily available. But it's not that expensive even on the PS2, so either way. Okay, so 2D graphics, Volume 3, or Version 3, and 3D graphics. So we can go 3D graphics early. We can do like Star Fox on Super Nintendo. Another game we played before, as far as the show. Another one we had a great time with. Pretend Town Portable. Let's see. Let's take a look. 8 out of 10. City and simulation's a great combination. 8 out of 10. Played it for days. You hooked on their Game Boys. Beautiful, says Game Hero. That's 7. 7. All right, simulation games work well on this. Okay, that's interesting because I was questioning that. I thought, fine, I'm using real world.
SimCity is a simulation game, right?
Yeah, but I mean, I don't think that one was on the Game Boy, original Game Boy anyway. SimCity 2000 is on Game Boy Advance, is supported for that.
Well,
but I'm surprised.
The whole genre is built around a simulation. SimCity is a simulation. You're simulating running a city.
I'm just questioning the console specifically, but either way, it did well.
Oh, you're reckoning. You're worried about the combination on the market of the Game Boy.
I'm just questioning that because I don't know off the top of my head. There are some simulation games on the Game Boy for sure, but it's a little different, honestly, for that. So that's kind of was my question. But either way, I'm not complaining with the results. The results are good. I'm down with that, but it still seems weird.
Are you referring to the Game Boy having issues with it? Or are you referring to the...
I'm referring to the Game Boy not having many games like that. But either way, we're breaking it down.
Yeah, I don't know of any games on the Game Boy that are...
Alright, simulation games on Game Boy. Chat, if you know, let us in. Or maybe I'll remember one. Hardware manufacturers said they were surprised when Gavador, the creator of the Commodore 64, filed for bankruptcy. They introduced a high-priced alternative as far as shut down production. They're talking from the market early next year. When that happens, you can't make games for it anymore. You can't, unfortunately, be one of those people who, says, like, I'm going to port Doom, or no, I'm going to port Halo to the Atari 2600. They've done that. You've ever seen the Halo Atari 2600 version? It's not a first-person shooter, I will tell you that. It is a fascinating one. I'll have to show you that. There's some interesting... So basically, there's no homebrews in this. At least not officially, because there are mods for the PC version, so probably somebody's coming with homebrews for that, I would think. But alright, one thing I'm definitely going to do right away, because I wanted to do this, researching marketing. Because we're almost at our $1 million goal. When we do that, we will get our next level.
Okay.
But let's see what they say. Graphics are important, engines important, platform genre match of the Game Boy and simulation is good, so it is a good match. So
it's good, but it's not great.
Yeah, but either way, it still did pretty well for us, so I will definitely take that.
So Soul's matches is good. I thought those would be a little higher.
Mm-hmm. All right, so there you go. We released 4 games on the Commodore 64 and earned 785,200 units on that system specifically. So yeah, it was good knowing you. Says we search marketing and Cosmony sales record, 50,000 units sold, important milestone in the history of Tamsoft. So there we go. Yeah, we're right in the history of Tamsoft, but there you go. All right, so next, let's see. You did say Airplane we wanted to do next. We can do Airplane. Probably want to stick with Game Boy, because yeah, Game Boy still seems like... Okay, I'm surprised we're getting as much going on Game Boy. As far as... What do we want to make this Airplane game, though? Actually, let me go back to one thing, because looking at genre there... Okay, this genre match... Actually, okay, that's weird. Okay, I guess, because you said as far as getting some of the information as far as that, we released one casual game on it. The, Pet Parent. But we don't have an element saying that, hey, what's the match? I guess we didn't get a hint for that.
A match from what?
Match for genre. Because as far as, casual, not that I think we'd be... Yeah.
Oh, for cat. Okay. Go back.
Uh-huh.
They don't tell you anything yet?
We have action that's decent. We have adventure, which is not so hot. We have simulation, which was good, and then the other stuff, it's RPG and.
Oh, the last one's casual.
The last one's casual.
Okay.
I don't know if we necessarily want to make a casual Airplane game. Though we could.
What's historically without looking at...
It would be a simulation. It would be a simulation.
What historic Airplane games have there been?
Sky Kid from Namco, that's the first game that's come to my mind. I guess Star Fox you could kind of count that way a little bit. X, which is on game.
Star Fox is more of an action game.
But it's a fight game. It's an airplane game.
Yeah, but
sort of. It's a space game.
It's more. That would be defined as more of an action game.
Right, but you're asking me which
space combat.
You said what's games that have planes in them. I said that's one. As is
the first one comes to mind is Microsoft Flight Simulator.
Yeah, that's a good one too.
Right. So, and that is strictly a simulation game.
True. So I guess in that case, yeah, it might be a good idea. An airplane simulation on the Game Boy.
But the thing is that I think is geared for adults.
PC. Yeah, I would think we'd want to run that on PC.
That is a high-end that isn't a high-end simulation game.
So we could make it on PC for that very reason. And actually, simulation stuff does work on PC. That actually might be a good idea, honestly.
But, however, what I'm thinking, I get the impression, with the exception of Flight Simulator, playing games are meant for kids.
Is that what you're thinking? We want to write something that's young, or we want to make not Flight Simulator? Because we could do that.
I think there's two avenues to go down, and I think they're both legit.
Okay. You know what? We're gonna vary it up, I think, because that's been the idea.
Though to be fair, though, look at the market share.
Market share.
The market share is heavily towards
Game Boy.
Game Boy. It's like twice the market share right now.
Pretty much, yeah. And I know we want to run young for Game Boy. Don't want to run it. Actually, I don't think there's not much that's rated on the Game Boy at all, anyway. So as far as that,
but I don't know how many, preschoolers are gonna play a Flight Simulator game and understand it.
Okay, as far as the kind of game, I mean.
Okay, now to justify my point, let's see, what games are plain games that are meant for kids?
Plain games that are meant for kids?
I'm almost Googling this.
Let me think about this. As far as at this era, let me think about this.
What era are you? Like, this is 1990?
Yeah, we've been 1989, about 1990, yes.
Alright, Google.
Well, they said one on Game Boy is X. That's sort of a flight game of sorts. That's not really an airplane. I mentioned Sky Kid specifically. I just want to talk about that game, I think, which we're going to be doing in 2 months. It's from Namco, which is on NES.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if you're familiar with this.
85.
Well, that was, yeah, but fine. They ported that later to other things. So yeah, that could be the other thing. I'm going to love when we get to that Namco Museum collection we're doing in May to talk about that. Because it's, if you've never played Sky Kid, I'll go into this while we're trying to brainstorm on this one. It's kind of like this World War I flying guy. It's almost like Snoopy with the World War I flying ace, which actually has a good game based on that on the PS2 and the PSP, which is Snoopy versus the Red Baron. But Sky Kid is basically this case. You're usually flying around and trying to like bomb targets and land specifically. And there's insanely cheering music going on. It's so good.
I can't believe I forgot this. So I was trying to push you to lower elementary school playing games. Then I'm forgetting all those arcadey playing games.
Oh, like Life Force and things like that. Fine, there's a space shooter or something.
I was like, I'm pretty sure that was pretty much where the market would be.
Okay, so
granted, I guess those would run in Game Boy.
They would. I mean, although, yeah, my only question on that, just to go into this,
kind of intensive though, but they
intensive. But I'm also thinking like, hey, it's only okay for a genre match for this system. So if I'm gonna do that for action, I might want to put it on the PC, but I don't know. Or I might want to get a license cost something else.
Just know you have that huge market share. It's like twice.
Then maybe we don't run airplane on this. Maybe we should run something else.
Well, it's also, are planes good with young?
Yeah, I would think so. I think they'd be fascinated by that. You know what? Fine, we're gonna. Action's good enough, so I think we can do that.
Okay.
So we'll do action plane that way. We'll do our engine. I do have to update engine. Actually, you know what? I think our engine needs an update. Let's do that first. So, all right. So for next engine, let's up the ante a little bit. Let's put some mono sound in there. Linear story. Yeah, that's all I really have as far as that. Oh, actually, I want to look at one other thing. Let's take a look at research. Okay, I don't have enough for anything else, which is fine. So I think what I'll do is I'll make another engine. We'll do save. You know what? We've run in cases where we run story-based for some things. I think we can do that. And mono sound. I think we can rationalize this. Let's do.
So you're gonna make a new engine for your new game?
I think so.
Okay.
I think it's probably gonna be a good idea, and then we can start using that. So the SOGS engine 2.0. There we go.
Okay. And what are we adding?
We're adding linear story, and we are adding mono sound.
Okay.
And it still has the 2D graphics V2, which I have.
And do we have a save game?
We do.
Okay.
Alright, so that did sell my best as far as stuff.
Because save game is fairly cheap.
Yes.
And I don't know how people live to top save games.
By the way, I also have got you guys a background noise as I test the GameCube emulation on the Steam Deck. It's like, oh, perfect. Okay, so there you go. As far as that elements, as far as testing that. Okay, so glad to hear that as far as that idea, and that it kind of works, I guess, to it, you know. All right, your new game engine is complete. Thank you, Electverse, for that. And also, let us know as far as how GameCube emulation is. I think GameCube emulation is something that's not too hard as far as cracking that from what I understood. And especially on that unit. It seems like that unit seems like it's running okay. Alright, new game. So, we're gonna do what we said before. Brainstorming. Airplane action. We'll go young. Because I think they'll like that. We'll stick Game Boy. A new engine. And we'll go. And then keep the 2D graphics running. So we have that going nicely. Okay. Alright, so, and we can also story this thing. So, yeah, we can put a story saying, like, yes, the story of this World War I flying ace, as I mentioned, like Sky Kid or, like, Snoopy versus, what?
I was thinking, like, Ace Baron or something.
Or Ace Baron, that's another one, okay, yeah, absolutely, no question. So, gameplay, engine. Yeah, we'll have a little bit of a thing as far as what we're doing. Oh, wait a minute, I got another question, which is, I put in, story and quest is apparently not important for this. Is there a reason then to not put linear story in because we're not putting much into it? Or what's the effect of additional features on something we're not putting much into?
I don't know.
We got the money, we're gonna see what happens.
Okay.
And that's always the other thing, is like if we don't know, we can then get an answer somehow. So that's always a fascination too. Okay, fine, it looks like it's going okay now. Alright, so AI level design.
But that's why you design the engine for the game you're making.
Right.
And then, that's why I recommended you specialize.
Mm-hmm. Well, actually, in some ways, I kind of have specialized to certain degrees, while branching out a little bit. Okay, so level design, REI, I think that's good. Our dialogues are going to be just got him, or nice shot, or nice shooting text. Alright, that's good going so far. And yeah, we're going to do better sound, so mono sounds. So there's graphics, sound. I almost want to put, like, everything into sound, too. Maybe, like, go nothing in, well...
Well, it's not absolutely...
Uh-huh. No, fine, I'll put a little less into sound, but I do want to also run the mono sound since we have that. So it's going to be a little more advanced. Our graphics still look nice. There's a little bit of a nice blue sky as far as our world. That's going to be a nice thing, I think. There we go, that's that. And, yeah, we're good. Yeah, but look at those bubbles coming across. That just looks really, really nice. And as we finish this, I think we can get up to almost 20. Oh, so let's see if I can't go into that. Yep, that's good. Actually, one thing I didn't do is I didn't use my marketing. I forgot to use my marketing, but either way, we'll use it in the next game. But even without it, we did okay. Actually, even when we did Coach's Conundrum for our practice play, we didn't need marketing for that shit. We made that game run no problem, and people were like, oh my god, this is a masterpiece. And it was. We're getting nice level ups on stuff, and yeah, we're inches away ourselves. As far as, what was the name, what was that game you called? You said, what was it? You said, Ace Baron, you said is the name of it?
Something like that.
Fine.
Maybe I'm mixing up Red Baron.
Fine, okay, that's fine.
Well,
fine, you have the name then. It's Ace Baron. So, like, he's also going to be the new hip action hero, but someone that kids can look up to, because remember, kids need a good role model. While also being a kid's like, yeah, learn how to fly.
Well, good. Me making mistakes is good.
Alright, there you go. So let's see what's going on. Okay, so we got new research of better user experience and level editing. Not that we're going to necessarily probably use much level editing yet. Let's see. Ace Baron. Let's see. How's Ace Baron looking? 9 out of 10. Nice. Almost perfect. 9 out of 10. One of the best. Game Informer. Informed Gamer. Good. 9 out of 10. Focus on engine, serve the game very well. And an 8. Okay. Very good. Okay, there we go. That is our high mark here. Let's do a generate report on this. Tell us how that is. At 8.75, and look at those units sell. It looks so good. There we go with our nice research. Okay, so let's see. Actually, I think we might be hitting our million now. Most recent analysis is complete. We've got the following results. Airplane action is a great combination. Topic audience match of Airplane Young is great. Gameplay is important for this. So actually, yeah, that was good.
Okay.
Alrighty. Actually, I think we're going to hit our target. I think we're going to the next place. Congratulations, you made quite a name for yourself and saved a lot of capital. Well, we're the company. Let's move into a new technology park.
There we go.
And it costs $150,000 to do this. And you said not yet. It's basically here. I want to ask you a question. You said that, hey, you could feasibly play this game completely from the garage. But when do you get other opportunities to move? It is also based upon amount
I
of
think
money.
it's based. Yeah, you don't have to move immediately.
Okay, so we're moving.
Okay.
All right. So yeah, tech park.
It's not a you have to.
Mm-hmm.
They only give you the option, and they give you the option multiple times.
Mm-hmm.
But they only give you the option if you have over $1 million.
Awesome. Okay, so yeah, 3 hours later, after the start of our play, here we are. We're moving up. Okay, so here we are. We have new opportunities. Welcome to the office. Now you have a bigger office. You can hire staff and forge a world-class development team. So yeah, now that we have an office, we can pull people in and hire. And there's our nice company name, Tamsoft. Look down there. There we go. We're moving up in the world. Look at that. And you have that little head over there. So that's basically, these are desks. You can basically hire people. So one thing, and you have a staff list now specific. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to look here. You have to complete staff management training before you can hire someone. So basically what you do is now you can train yourself on things. So you have research you can do like normal, but training on top of that. So first thing you want to do is you want to do staff management. And then the other thing is that you put money into, well, research and money into book studies and other kinds of studies so you can increase your design, technology research, and I think speed as well.
Yep.
As part of that. Okay, but first staff management. So we want to have people help us. As Ace Baron is doing very nicely, or it is taking off as far as it is concerned. Yeah, achieved a sales record of 100,000 units sold. There we go. Alright, look at that. There we go. Well done. You completed your first management course and can hire first employee. Alright. So select the empty seat over here, and we're going to find somebody. Okay, so you have an option for finding a staff, specifically in this case, and you can focus on different things. Focus on complex algorithms, game demo, and show reel, and you can increase your budget up to $2 million or down as low as $20,000. So, for this one, the way I've tended to run this is I want to at least try and have something in the middle so that I can find some decent workers, and then I guess what you want to focus on, because algorithm is mostly engine work, yes?
So algorithm is purely tech,
Uh-huh.
then the game demo is a hybrid, and show reels is purely art.
Okay, so basically...
So you have a gamut between tech and art.
Uh-huh.
And it's what do you want to prioritize? What type of game do you want to make? And what skills do you need to make that game?
I think we need art because a lot of the games we're running have been running art pretty significantly.
Okay.
So I think we're going to show reel this thing. We'll have a $450,000 budget. And set it. What's up?
Okay. Yeah, I was also saying that, also consider you just bought a big office, so.
Alright, so Sega's back, or Vanda's back. They're releasing the not Genesis, so here's the Vena Oasis, although it's the Model 2 Genesis. It's not the Model 1 one, or the 3 one. Comes with 60-bit graphics and sound, promises a new kind of experience. They said the announcement is to be a genesis of a new generation of gaming consoles and will do well in the market. The game's already announced this, and it's going to appeal towards mature audiences, which is indeed what happens. Alright, so... let's see.
But yeah, this is probably the hardest part of the game because it's a big investment to get the office.
Sure. Alright, so you have your staff. We have Monica Olson, Annie Montgomery, Amy Jones, and Riley Roy. And they give you elements of their levels and also what they focus on based upon how much money you put in. So it'll be, the more money you put in, the more their stats will be. And then also salary, because you do have to pay your staff. So, as far as who has the most, as far as stuff, it tends to be Monica Olson as far as level, but...
let's see, I'm gonna correct that. I think they give you more people based on how much money you put in.
Okay, that's what I'm saying.
I don't know if
are you more people or...
I don't know how much it affects the stats. I think it does to some extent. But from my memory is the more advertising you put in, the more people you have options for.
Okay, and actually that is a fair point because there's one thing that
I'm only saying that because you spend a lot on marketing.
Actually, I haven't done marketing yet, but you're right.
I mean recruiting.
Right.
It's an expensive.
Okay. So yeah, actually looking at this, yeah, here's Monica Olson. She has the highest level and the highest design and tech for sure, but Her research is fun. Riley Roy is 1 point above, and Riley Roy is also faster. Actually, everybody's faster, so she's slower. She's good at certain things, but also not so hot at other things. Honestly, I think I want to hire her because I think the design stuff, I could definitely use a bit of a boost. And a lot of the games we're making tend to be stuff about that. So I think we're going to take her. So Monica Olsen, welcome to the team. One thing I'm going to do also is that whenever you get a new hire, you can fire them right away. That would be nice. Yeah. You want to train them, so basically roll out the welcome wagon. It's your welcome training. So if you ever go to any job in your life, you better be trained when you come in or welcomed. So for the purpose of this, we're going to do that. And medium games, actually, I think I want to focus on getting that. And also, since you have another body now, you can use them to do researching multiple things at once. So actually, in that case, I think I do want to focus on... Okay, now the topic is I haven't changed in a while, so I do want to do medium games, because what that means, then you can use the people that you have to make bigger games. So I'm going to research medium games.
Okay, it does say they will be more skilled.
What?
I'm looking at the guide, and it does say and the more skills they will be.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, the way I focus is I like having more options.
Mm-hmm.
But it's extremely, the advertising is extremely expensive.
Mm-hmm.
To start off.
But I think in this case, I also have somebody I think who is in pretty good shape, especially as they get medium games. So I think we gotta start making medium games. Hello.
Yeah, at this point, I would do medium games.
Okay, so yeah, follow your progress at Tamsoft for a while. It seems your recent expansions have you developing larger games. Publishing. Okay, so now we're getting the case of how publishing can work. Publish your marketing, publish your game around the world, and it'll fund development. They'll keep profits, but you also have a higher sale. Put you in touch with publishers who can do contracts, says Jasmine Droke. Alright, you go in the action menu and select that. It will show how publishing deals are. So you have contracts that appear, I think like with the development contracts, they'll come across every couple of months. And what happens is they'll give you a topic, maybe, and a genre, or sometimes like do anything, like any topic, action, any genre, virtual pet, as far as something, and other stuff that's like, hey, if you have something that's not researched, you'll do that. So you have to then develop for a specific system, you have to make the game, and you have to make sure that it's going to be having a minimum review score of what they ask, in which case you have to pay a penalty if it doesn't, but if not, you'll get more royalties. So in this case, we make an action game for Nintendo on Game Boy. That's a medium game at an 8 out of 10 score. We also make something for Activisionary, so not Activision. We're talking about Blizzard, who owns them. So that's that. The satirical element. So yeah, it's all... Okay, fine. It's all Nintendo except for this one, Deep Platinum. That's Deep Silver, interestingly enough, who... they came around after any Game Boy was around. So that's interesting. Also, like, fine, they're doing a mature game. I guess they're making Dead Island on the Game Boy, pretty much. I guess. So these are your elements, but if you don't have topics research, it's like, hey, this isn't research, or hey, if you have a license cost that's not there on Game Boy, yeah, there you go. So in this case, I'm not really feeling many of the contracts I'm seeing, so I'm going to hold off on that. The other thing I might do, actually, you know what? I think she's fine. I'll let her get ready for stuff, but I think we do want to look at what we want to develop as far as game. Okay, and they did say the Genesis is coming out soon, and there's Game Gear, which we'd feasibly put in, but I think I want to focus on Game Boy, I guess, because it seems like that's where we're having the most luck.
Well, as Game Boy has the highest market share, too.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah, may as well be doing that. And yeah, you have options small and medium. So how small games work, basically is you're developing it yourself with one person. Medium games means you put more people on.
Team.
Yes, it does.
It's just the size of the game. It doesn't matter how many people you have. Well, it uses your whole team regardless. But it just takes less time.
Also, you have to focus specifically when you run medium, so that's one thing specific. So okay.
Oh yeah. There's more options for.
And we're gonna show that. So actually, let's look Game Boy then. So let's think about this. What do you actually? We haven't done fantasy stuff in a while. Let's look at game history. Yeah, we haven't done fantasy in quite a while. So there's Dragon Shard. We can do another Dragon Shard game if we so want to. In fact, you know, I want to see something here. So, Dragon Shard was on Commodore, but they both were on Commodore. And then this is Game Boy. You know what, we're bringing it to the Game Boy. I think. So, let's see. So, fantasy, it is fitting for everyone, although it's young for Game Boy. So, honestly, I think I do want to do something a little different about this, though. So Fantasy Adventure, I think we do want Fantasy Adventure. We want Game Boy. Yeah, it is costing more, as we're seeing here, because it's a medium game, and then everyone, and we'll run our engine. I think that's good for now. Then again, I'm getting low on money, so that's going to be a question here.
Yeah, that's my biggest concern right now.
Yeah, I am that way, too.
And you're, not only do you have to recruit people, but you also have to pay them, too.
Sure. Fine.
And your building is expensive, too.
Right, actually, I want to see something. I will get marketing. I'm going to hold off on marketing for now. So today, the Sega Genesis came out. Okay. Alright, so when you're running medium games, you have this new element. You have your staff right there, and you're basically placing them on topics for each, or elements of each development stage. So what we're going to do is, we'll keep that's fine, I think. But basically, you put them across anything. So in that case, let's take myself. You basically put your staff there, and you basically want to keep their efficiency going so that it's not going too high, but with only 2 people, you're going to inevitably run into a case where somebody's going to be overworked. And you want to focus on their skills. So in Monica Alsa's case, she's someone who's about her design. So what I want to do is I want to put her onto story quests, but I'm also going to take her off of gameplay, I think.
So you hired an artist, right?
I did hire an artist, yes.
Alright, cool.
Which is good because story quest is something that's pretty big. So let's go there. Gameplay in this, I think, is going to be important. My engine stuff is not going to be much. I think we're going to be good on this one. Looking at that. Actually, nothing else. We're also going to run into a case of this, which is when you get to a new building, you get a save. By the way, it's worth pointing that out.
Oh, yeah.
So if we do, we also feasible to show what happens when you go in the red. We actually have not shown that. Actually, this is a case where I've gotten further and not going in the red than actually when I've ever played this game before, starting fresh. So there's something to be said about that. Alright, so dialogues. Yeah, she's more, I guess, of an artist. So it's like she's going to come up with a witty banter specific. And then AI. Let's see, hang on. So dialogues is going to be good. We'll put ourselves here. Then AI. Yeah, you're gonna when you only have 2 people, you're gonna inevitably overwork your character or whoever else you hire just by its own, elements.
Yeah, medium games are hard.
Pretty much. So, yeah, dialogues we want to focus on. AI.
So not only bigger buildings, but recruiting people. And then paying them, and then also the games you're making also cost more to make. So.
Right, but you can also have a bigger payout potentially based upon what you do. How much important do you think level? I think that's with Fantasy Adventure, level design is not really going to be that much of a factor. And AI can be pretty basic, I think. Maybe at least a little bit. Dialogues I'm maxing, no question.
Oh yeah, I guess I give that to you. Yeah. I would say level design in the middle somewhere.
Design in the middle, that should be fine. A little more. We'll do 1% for ourselves. Okay, it looks like our design's going well. That I like seeing. Okay, we're in the red. By the way, when you're in the red, you can go down to, I believe it's 200,000, right?
200,000 sounds right.
And then and I think they let you have a loan, but you have to pay it back within a year. And if you don't, you have to pay a penalty and you go bankrupt. But I think we should be okay for now with this. Actually, I'm gonna put myself more on world design. She'll go on graphics. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to all be overworked a little bit, and that's gonna come into play later.
Ooh.
And as far as unfortunately, there's not much I can do about this. So nothing else. I'm gonna overwork myself, I think, or ourselves, I should say.
Might be a good business leader.
Pretty much, yeah. So fine, there you go. She's down a little. She's in the orange. I'm in the red. Sound, I think, is gonna be there. I think that's good. We got mono sound. All right, let's go. In fact, they'll tell us right here. Your bank account's in the red. You can overdraw by up to $200,000, but if it's below that, you go bankrupt. So that's good. We got a lot of bugs in our software. Also, legal fan games. Let's talk about this.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, dedicated fans will take a fan game. So you have an option as far as how you want to handle fan games. They're not making any money. They do it to fellow fans. Legal advisors say don't allow this to go on. So you can stop them, which means that you'll you'll lose fans, but I think you make money. Is that right?
If you let them, you'll get fans, but you'll lose money.
But stopping them means you gain money but lose fans.
Yeah.
So for this, I think I'm gonna let them go that, because we need all the fans we can get. Also, we need to do bug testing. Come on, let's go bug testing. Come on.
I generally prefer the fans, because fans is long-term.
Alright, our design is really good. So there we go, new best on design.
Yeah, because you hired an artist, of course.
Yep.
Right.
So there you go, and we have a level 2 artist. So, okay, so game name. We had Dragon Shard earlier. Fine, we're going to be making Dragon Shard again, but we're doing its 3rd entry. And since we're moving on to portable system, Dragon Shard 3. So we're going to complete, the Dragon Shard trilogy. Okay, so Dragon Shard 3. Let's see. Fine, we'll do a toss back to Elvis Presley. Let's give a Hunka Hunka Burning Love. Yeah, Burning Love. So we love the fire. It's like that idea. Maybe we go into like a romance game the next one. Potentially. That's what happened with Fire Emblem.
A spin-off of the main series.
Yeah, it's like Fire Emblem 3 Houses. New research, simple cutscenes. Alright, so we do need to see how this goes. Hopefully this will go well. First views for Dragon Shard 3 Burning Love. 6. Shows potential. Could have been better. So it is straight across the board as far as how it is this way. So yeah, not great. But I said, we haven't really gotten anything where it's been really bad. So I'll say I'm glad about that. But okay, here's Denise Reed. She's the main developer of the fan game Vase Baron that she made. The lead department advised you to stop us, but you didn't. Tamsoft's the best company in the world and glad to be part of the fan community. So yeah, this is actually a real thing, so there you go. And by doing that, you get fans. So we got 117. But we need units sold. And we're getting units sold. So fine, it wasn't reviewed that great, but honestly it doesn't matter because we're able to get ourselves into a better case with our money. Yeah, look at that. But it will stagnate eventually. But yeah, we're getting fans and money, so yeah, look at that. We're in good shape.
Okay, we're back up to 500K.
Fantastic. So one thing I also want to look at, I want to see about other thing, which is what else should we be researching. There's topics as well. There's game tutorials, simple cutscenes, better user experience. Honestly, I think we're good as far as all this for now. But the other thing you can also do is do training for each of them as far as stuff for this. And I think I might want to do that for our newer hire to a certain extent. I think we're going to do a little bit. Actually, you know what? Fine. I'll do the game report because we haven't generated that. See what they come back with. Ugh. And then with you, let's do some training. So, alright, Maker Think, game design for pirates, coding complete, don't repeat yourself. And when you do these studies, when you're done, it'll show you what it focuses on the next time you want to do it. So you need to put money and research into this. I'm going to start game design for pirates, because question, like, we ran into cases where people were making fan games. So yeah, be in touch with them, Monica Olson.
Okay.
Yeah, there we go. We did have a hit game that way, even though it didn't sell that terrifically. It sold decently. I mean, maybe that's the thought of Tamsoft, because some people say, like, hey, some games of theirs are not so hot, but they're still doing decently. Okay, so Dragon Shard, Burning Love. Let's see. Gameplay isn't very important, and platform lines match with the Game Boy, and everybody is good. Also, additional insights. You can get additional insights, so I'm glad we got to show this. Self-publishing medium games is most efficient when you have 100,000 fans. Publishing deals can give you great exposure to help reach more players. But I guess we also see what are the publishing deals looking like now, because they'll change. Because you have Bluebit. I don't know what Bluebit's supposed to be referenced to as far as a company name. Codemasters is supposed to be Codemasters, I know that. Vena is Sega, and then Bluebit Games again. For Prison Strategy, actually no. Maybe we can do that, and then I kind of like that idea. We would do a publish of one sort, because I don't have comedy researched as far as the Codemasters one. We also do any RPG. We do have stuff going on in RPG, honestly, so that might be good. But it's also a question of, hey, we'll get Actually, the royalties are the same on this one. The upfront pay on this is less. You know what? I think we're going to do the prison strategy. I think this might be a good idea.
Prison strategy and on any publisher.
On anything. So, on any platform you want.
Score.
Yeah, and we have enough. I think we can manage this. So I think what I'm going to do is we're going to go as cost effective on this. I think where this is going to matter the most, PC. And we're not doing young cases. We're doing mature rated game. We'll do medium. That's going to be fine. And our engine, we can run our engine that way. Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
And graphics, yeah, we're still running graphics that way. Perfect. Alright, so let's see what we're going to do. Actually, yeah, we were kind of in a new case as far as this, but I think for a strategy game, we probably don't need... Okay, we need an engine. We clearly need an engine on this. No question. Put ourselves big on engine. Gameplay, we're going to need some stuff, I think. Story quests... I don't know if we're going to need that much for strategy. A little bit, maybe. Yeah, she's there. She's not doing much, but that's fine. That looks pretty good to me. What do you think? You want to adjust anything?
Let's see. Bring prison strategy and... Okay, so strategy should require an engine, right?
Yes.
I think this looks good.
Okay.
Makes sense.
And we're not necessarily riding on the edge of our seats on this one when it comes to costs. So nothing else. We got a game running, so we get some money, and she's doing her research or training as we're going. So on-the-job training. Okay, so it's off the market. We sold $1 million. Okay, we got $1 million of sales. So that's nice. So not bad. So that's the thing. Reviews aren't necessarily everything. It's like anybody who knows gaming is going to tell you. Sometimes if a game's not reviewed that great, if it hits an audience and people will like it, even if critics don't, it'll still be okay. For this, we do want AI. So I'm going to AI, but I need to also focus you.
Yeah, focus your
worker.
Your worker.
Level design. I mean, is level design going to be that important for this?
Level design for prison strategy.
Maybe world design more than anything.
I consider level design more important for strategies.
Okay, so fine. We'll do a little more.
That makes sense?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, and AI, we do want a robust AI system, I think, for this.
I need a better way of explaining what the difference between world design and level design is.
I mean, it's not a bad explanation. The way you came up with it, it does make sense. And I love that this game kind of is making you have to ask those questions, and I think that's unique. Mono sound is fine. World design, that's engine work, yes.
Huh?
World design is an engine thing, yes.
Well, engine...
As far as what you're focusing on, it's not an art thing.
Oh, you mean, not engine. You're thinking of tech.
Yeah. Oh, it's tech, I should say.
I think world design is somewhere actually in the middle.
Okay.
I think world design actually...
Might be an artist thing.
It's in the middle. I don't know what it... It's like 540, 360, but those are the numbers, but I'm not sure which way it falls.
Okay, so...
It's somewhere in the middle.
I do want to run my world design. I guess I can run her for that. Or, maybe I'll put myself on this just because, and we'll put her on...
I feel like world design is slightly focused on art, and graphics is slightly...
There might be a little bit of tech on both, so you're right. It's not necessarily easy.
Sound though,
to
sound is heavily art though.
Heavily art, okay.
I know sound is heavily art.
So let's take a weight off of ourselves. Yeah, she can manage that. I think. Honestly, I mean, I guess graphics and sound are they gonna be important for a strategy game like this?
Graphics and sound. Graphics and sound. Okay, so a strategy game.
I think graphics may be more important than sound if you're gonna pick one of those two.
Oh boy. All right. Geez, I feel like this whole section's actually not that important.
So honestly, we think maybe we just want to not focus on sound and graphics that much, or maybe go about the middle.
Oh wait, wait. Oh, I'm looking at this and it says our world design is the most.
Well, world design is the most, but I mean graphics and sound.
irony. I was gonna tell you initially to move it down. Okay, so yeah.
All right.
Sure. So.
Looking good on that. Yeah, I think
Okay. Sure.
I think that'll be okay. We'll find out as far as how important graphics and
That's
sound
fine,
really
that's
are.
fine.
The
Yep.
world design, we're focusing on what needs to be done, but all right.
Well, they tell you world design's the most, so.
Yes, which is what I pumped in. Alright, but yeah, we do have a lot of significant bug testing to do. Also, here's the Super Nintendo, or the not Super Nintendo, the TES, the greatest console we've ever built. 16-bit graphics and sound, the Super TES. There you go. So that is it. Looking more like the Super Famicom a little, but here's the other ways. Like, instead of having the purple and the power and the reset, it has red instead. And also, I think, yeah, it does have an eject button in the middle. If there's other way lame at this moment, they won't be disappointed. But yeah, we've got to get that bug fixed. Alright, so... Okay, so there we go. That's what we got. So actually, our tech is good. Not bad. 13 and 17. So yeah, the last prison game we made was Prison Breakout, but in fact, we're gonna make it. I think we'll make another one, Prison Breakout 2. Think about this. Okay, fine. Prison Breakout 2, this is a mature rated game. Shiv happens.
Shiv happens.
And it does, that's true, it does. I never necessarily said I'm necessarily that creative a person as far as some stuff like this.
Names, though.
I have to try, I mean, I'm trying that. I still have to make that Freddy Fish game that Edwack wanted to see. In fact, you know what, I'll tell you what I'll do. We'll set this, so there's Prison Breakout 2. I'm gonna...
That's the hardest part for me, is coming to the names.
It's not easy. I mean, I'm not going to say that I kind of can't. That's just me thinking. Honestly, it's like, we have to thank the chat. It's that we have the best chat on Twitch. They help us out completely. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm researching comedy as far as this. This is going to be close as we're going to get to that Freddy Fish sequel thing we're going to make. Bear Dialogues and Open World are a new research for that. Actually, I want to look as far as what that's looking like on research. Let's see. Where's that? 2D graphics, 3D graphics. And also, what's the other topic we haven't run? Oh, Wild West. So we could make Wild Guns. Or Wild Arms. Okay, so here we go. Prison Breakout 2 Shiv happens. Let's see.
Wait, isn't Wild Arms an RPG though?
Yes, it is. You ever played Wild Arms?
I know I saw it, but...
It's awesome. Oh my god, it's so good. It's not cheap anymore, but it is a damn good game. I know Casual22 loves that game. He said, like, he wants to see it. So it couldn't be better. Nice experience, shows potential, and...
So we're doing
beautiful.
Fine.
So yeah, it seems like we're having a consistent element as far as game selling.
We're getting consistency at least.
Yeah. So if nothing else, that's kind of working that way. Okay, here we go. Player transfers RPGs. Okay, so we get market analysis means that hey, there's a trend or something, and when you have a case of that, you kind of want to try and focus on that as soon as you can. Okay, and also when you do the publishing, yeah, we did read the publishing thing. You get royalties on this. So yeah, there you go. Good job, Blue Bit Games. So we're gonna make an RPG. Let's figure what we're gonna do with this.
And hopefully what about a published or DL RPG?
Maybe there is. Take a look. Any topic RPG, we could go to Blue Bit again.
Nice.
Comedy, any genre, hacking, casual, prison strategy, and it's only 6. We can do this. Wanna do this?
If you think we can meet the 6 score.
I think we can.
All right, go for it.
And we do have royalties that are still coming in. We still have sales going on with what we got. Alright, but I guess then the question, what's a good RPG? We did fantasy last time.
Our reputation's on the line, so.
Yeah, I just want to see something. Airplane RPG. I haven't done comedy yet. I'm trying. What have I done with? Okay, City RPG. We're not doing that because we did that before. We did fantasy before. Are they? Okay, here's the question. Would they dock us potentially if we did? Actually, no, we did prison last time. We didn't do fantasy. So actually, no, this is
So we're safe then.
We're safe.
As long
Perfect.
as we didn't do fantasy last time, we're safe.
Yeah, and it's everyone. So yeah, we're gonna focus everyone. Okay, perfect.
Fantasy RPG is probably a good combo.
Perfect. Okay, there we go. So that's fantastic. I think we can do this. The 2D graphics, awesome. Yeah, well, already we already paid the cost of that first initial element of development just with the sales from this month, so we're in good shape. Alright, so let's see. So, story quest, we need our art lady here, Miss Monica Olson. Thank you. Dario, story quest engine. Let's see. Okay, I think we sort of need a little bit of an engine this way. Gameplay maybe not as much, but I kind of don't want to give them nothing either way. Actually, I also didn't do the report on the Prison Breakout 2, so we'll have to do that when we're done. Okay, there's engine gameplay. Yeah, I think that looks okay. What this is, I think we can manage this. And you know what I'll also do is, oh wait, can I? Actually, yeah, I can. I can do this while we're doing this. Let's generate the game report while we're developing.
Alright.
Why is it going to take up space?
Basically, the time you spend researching is the same time you're spending for the
development.
Yeah.
I
wouldn't recommend it.
Actually, one thing I'm also going to do, I'll buttress that out. We'll do some marketing. Because actually, look, we're over $1 million again. We're going to do some advertising and magazine.
Okay.
So let's build some hype up for this. Rosy analysis here. Okay, so okay combination of prison strategy. AI is important. That's all we got. Okay, so let's see. So level design, yeah, she's gonna go full in on level design. Dialogue, she's gonna go full in on that. AI, I don't think we need much AI.
Do remember you're
okay,
you're overworking though.
I know.
You're already overworking her, so.
But I also need to make sure that I'm.
Yeah, so you need to balance on what's the most important, but you also need to balance on overworking them too.
Well, actually, that's going to come into factor a little later. I think.
I don't know how much of a penalty, but I would keep them out of the bed.
And, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll do a better thing. We'll switch off. So I'll do stuff with dialogues, and she can do more on that, and then I'll do less on AI.
And then in addition to what's stage 3 and how much you need for stage 3.
Right. Let's see. Okay, so let's see what we got. World design is going to be important for this. I'm going to put myself that way. Yeah, I'm definitely turning that down a little bit for myself. Although, honestly, does it necessarily matter if you overwork yourself that much? I guess probably because it won't be as efficient.
Yeah, I think it's an efficiency thing. But they don't actually, quit or anything like that.
Yeah, I can't quit, specifically.
I assume the penalty is much worse for them than it would be for you. But at the same time I'd be careful when overworking people.
Okay.
They probably just will sit and just collect a paycheck.
Pretty much.
They probably just won't do anything.
Okay, so let's see here. I do need to. I think we'll turn off our that. We do need.
That's why I kind of caution.
Okay. I think. Let me see this. Hang on. I'm trying to play around, seeing what's going to be.
200%.
Fine. If I do that, it's going to go 222.
Oh God.
I can overwork myself, or I can say no. There she goes, and then also put her on. Actually, that's kind of a good balance right there, honestly. So actually, not bad. Because sound apparently is not going to matter.
You're doing early Blizzard. Everyone goes fuck, sucks.
Yeah, well, yeah. There's even more dark connotations to that, but that's that specifically. I think that looks okay as far as it. Because we want to focus on world design, which is good. Get our hype going. Come on. And also, yeah, we are seeing there, she's feeling not so happy, but that's normal. It's supposed to happen that way a little bit because they'll get tired eventually and then you send them on vacation. But we'll do that in a little bit.
We're gaslighting them.
No, we're not.
We're telling them, oh, this is normal.
Well, it sort of is to a certain extent. Sold 100... Well, I mean, fine. It's not crunch necessarily either because we are taking our time on our releases. Sold 1 million units. Okay, so we sold over 1 million units and generated... 1 million in sales. So actually, that went pretty well. Actually, no, I'm gonna let this go a little longer because I'm a little concerned about how low stuff is. But yeah, that should be fine, I think, for now. Oh, security upgrade. I'm not security. I think we'd really do some security upgrades in our office. And research think an investment of $50,000 we can save where we are now. Safer. Safer from what? Hacking? 'Cause I've never seen this actually before.
It's an event. There's some hidden stats.
Okay.
I don't think they have a huge effect, but.
You think it's worth the $50,000?
I would say if you invest, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I'll get right on it. Okay.
Things like security, air conditioning, things like that.
I've seen the air conditioning. I saw that in my practice. But this I have not. Okay, so 2D graphics are nice. As far as our fantasy RPG, what are we calling this thing?
Oh, we're not bankrupt yet, so I guess we can't call it Final Fantasy.
We could call it that. Okay, you know, I said that's thank you for mentioning that, because off screen, actually, with Gemini 96, when we were doing our test play for this, or he was helping with that. Actually, a lot of people I've worked with have been helping with the practice on this game, and you have as well. As they said, like, hey, they want to see certain games. They said, let's make Final Fantasy X for the PS2, which we did. We called it Final Fantasy X with the number 10, so the Roman numeral 10, so it's not the same game. It reviewed pretty well. It didn't sell as well as the actual game did. But we had that, or actually, Edwack was saying, like, I want Persona 6, because it's not been actually released yet or announced much. So I said, let's make it in here, and it didn't review well. He said, what have I done? And then I made a sequel, or an updated version called Persona 6 The Good Edition. So I was like, okay, but it's a fantasy RPG. You know what? Fine. For Edwack, this is for you. I'm sorry if this turns out not being so good.
But did Final Fantasy, did they really struggle that much?
Which one?
The Final Fantasy one.
Well, Final Fantasy 1 was kind of riskier to the point where Nintendo was involved with publishing it pretty much for them. But I don't know necessarily. It did well.
Supposedly they named it Final Fantasy because
they thought it was going to be the last one.
They thought there's the last one.
So fine. In that case, yes, it was as far as Japan. But I mean, so it was kind of, I guess, risk. Or like Dead or Alive. Dead or Alive is the same case. They named it that way because they said this is the last ditch for Tecmo.
They had literally just given up and said, I'm just going to throw my life into it, and if it doesn't work, then... I think the main developer said he was just going to go back to teaching.
But then again, in that case, well, it didn't, and the history was made.
Yeah.
Persona 6, again, so it's like, fine, we don't have Persona 6 itself, but I already did Persona 6 and Persona 6 The Good Edition, so this is the third Persona 6 game.
I'm just wondering how much it was glamorized and how much was they were actually struggling.
They said they struggled, I think, initially, because I don't think King's Knight, which is on NES, was that massive, specifically, so... Alright, so the media... Okay, here's also another thing. We talked about this actually. We played Ocarina of Time, specifically.
Yep.
Remember this? The media is abuzz with the latest news of this year's entertainment conference. Yeah, you want to go into this?
Yeah, you can go into it.
But you remember...
You're better on telling it.
But you know what the story is on
yes.
this, right? The fact that it was the CD add-on for the Super Nintendo. It was called the Nintendo PlayStation. This is kind of what it looked like, actually. So we're getting a visual of that. We mentioned that before, and that's why we have the CDI Zeldas. That's why we have Mario, or Hotel Mario, I should say, that we mentioned on the show before. Those, like, at this conference, they were going with Sony, or Vonnie, as they're called here, to make this. So there you go. They're excited. Glad with Nintendo to make this with a CD drive. We're the first console with a CD drive, which technically would not be true because the TurboGrafx CD was CD-based before this. And the Sega CD, I think, had come out by then as well. Alright, so first reviews. I'm not concerned. I'm not happy about this. Like, Edwack, I'm sorry if this doesn't end up being reviewed well. But we'll make your Freddy Fish game too. Okay. Goes around the world baffled though. So before we get the reviews of our game, we have to go into the idea that already, yeah.
So they were so excited, and then one day later.
Well, one day later, Nintendo stabbed Sony in the back. That's literally what happens. They announced today that they're going to cancel the project instead to see develop a new console with a different partner. Philips was the case, which is how we got the Philips CDI. Rumor has the distribution deal the companies worked out was unfavorable to Nintendo, handing over control to Sony as far as the, I guess, the cost as far as the CDs, and that's exactly what happens. Seems to be the end of the Play system. Yeah, this one. Finally, see how Persona 6 again is. Not great, I'm going to assume. Oh, better than I thought. Okay. 7. Okay. Focus on world design served him well. Shows potential. Okay, so yeah, this is better than when I did Persona 6 originally. I like it. Okay. Quirky but good. That is Persona, if you've ever played the Persona games. Also, one thing we do is she's going on vacation. Yeah, when you get to her in the sad face like that, usually want to send on vacation, otherwise they'll quit if it gets really bad.
I haven't seen that, but maybe.
But so far, so good. Yeah, it is selling. Yeah, look at Persona 6 again. It is selling.
The way I viewed it is they just aren't as productive.
And it meets the rating, so okay, perfect. We did.
We'll have to test that. We'll have to.
We can do that. Actually, we definitely can have an element to that. Either for this, or we can do like an off-screen recording. We can do that.
off screen.
Yeah, and then I edit it in, so it'll work perfect. We're gonna do that, by the way, with Lunar. I don't know if I mentioned that. We'll do that. I'll show the PSP version to you off screen for the first hour. We'll do that. We'll pen that probably the last part. We'll do the game when we get to that point. All right, we're in good shape as far as this. One thing I want to see is I want to see about. No, I don't. Wait, I don't want to fire. She's on vacation. That would be mean. Let's do the game report. There we go. Let's see what this is all about.
You're on vacation.
Yeah, permanent vacation. But it's not that one. It's a great Aerosmith album. I was like, no, I'm not going to necessarily do that to her. All right, topic. Let's see. I want to see what else there is. Wild West, hacking. I'm gonna research Wild West because I want to. Fine, we can make Wild Harps specifically as far as that.
Since you like your vacation so much, we decided to make it permanent.
Or it's basically that if you don't come in on Friday, don't bother coming in on Monday. Woohoo! 4-day weekends.
Oh wait.
Oh, but that's fine as far as how that is. Actually, one other thing I think I'm going to do is when she's done with that, I'm going to have her do some training, and I think I might do training myself. And yeah, right there, we did game design for pirates, so that focuses her design most, but a little bit of technology and stuff, so fine. Coding complete, and myself, we're going to start focusing here. So let's start training. Let's do game dev gems. Alright, post-analysis of Persona 6 again is this. Engine isn't important for this game, that's it. Okay. But also, focus on entertainment development game, which we are, so it's like, okay, fine. The only thing we feasibly do is hire somebody else, but at this point, like, no. See, the market's normalized, no particular strengths.
Well, I think that last thing came up because she was doing training while you're working on it.
Okay, actually, I think I was doing a research while I was working on that, so that's why they popped that up.
Yeah, I think that's why it popped up.
Okay, so NES is gone, we didn't put anything out on it. Sorry, NES, we love you, but we didn't put anything out on it. It didn't need us, I guess, to be successful. Alright, but yeah, we're in good shape, look at this. But I do need to make that, as I said, we got to make that Freddy Fish game at some point. You know, if I think we're going to make it now, I'll make this thing on the cheap. In fact, I'll tell you how I'll do this. We'll pick, yeah, actually, wait, no. I researched that also just to get a sense of, okay, no, I want to do a contract. So 6, again, yeah, sold not too bad. Alright, what's the other topics that come out of this? Space. Okay, that's the case. Honestly, I can think of elements of space we could definitely do, but... Okay, so fine, we're gonna make this Freddy Fish game that Ed Weck wanted to see, so... I'll explain this. Develop new game. This will be medium still. I'll go... Yeah, Freddy Fish is kind of a comedy game a little bit. Oh, actually, you know what? I'll tell you what I think we can do. It'd be a comedy adventure. It'd be like... I'm gonna try this. We'll go young. We'll echo it as much as we can, and I'll make it so much on the cheap that it's going to be... It's fine. Freddy Fish is going on the Game Boy. Alright, well, that's what we're gonna do this. Okay. Oh, actually, wait. Adventure is bad on Game Boy. So maybe that's not a good idea. Okay, Adventure's better on PC, though I don't have much on youth. You know what? Fuck it, we're doing on the PC. I think. I just need to see something here. Yeah, we're on the PC. Actually, the PC's market share is actually pretty big now. Still, we'll run our engine for it just because... I'll do 2D graphics still. Okay, so let's start going. So, story and quest. So, yeah, she's good on story and quest. Gameplay is going to be point and clicking for that. If you didn't see our play of the Freddy Fish games last week, I'll have to show you that. There's some pretty hilarious stuff that happened with that. It was a great time, honestly, to the point where I bought the games that she played, and also because I want to see the rest of these, honestly, because it's too interesting. If you ever like the LucasArts, like, point-and-click scum engine games, you'd actually really like it. It's quite something. Engine is fine, gameplay's fine. Let's go down on that.
And while you have money, make sure you're doing upgrades too.
Yeah,
like, engine upgrades, staff, staff, etc.
And in that case, then let's add new people.
I'm just saying you want to balance it.
Okay. And, for this one, I'm doing this on the cheap, so I'm not gonna be in the cases. Okay. Andrew McNamara. Actually, I think this is supposed to be Andrew McNamara, who is actually, I believe, in the video game industry from Game Informer. Actually, he was in Game Informer, so I think that's... I think he was. If not, I'll put an edit of who he was and which one he was. But alright, we're in a new game. Want to talk about it? Yeah, let's talk about it. What decisions go into making a game, and how companies prioritize areas. It's a comedy adventure game. Tell us whether such a game would deserve more focus on level design or on dialogues. Okay, this is interesting. I've not seen this level of interview before.
Yeah.
Let's do more. I would say probably more on the dialogues, honestly, if it's going to be comedy. Damn well better be funny. Thank you for your time. Okay. Recent interview with Tamsoft discussed their upcoming comedy adventure game and asked them how different developed areas are prioritized. Interviews, dialogues, and predictive points for game, and other industry professionals agree. Development has limited resources, so it's important to use time most effectively. Okay, so that helps with hype too. Nice. All right. Watch for a game I'm doing on the cheap is gonna be a huge hit, I guess. Okay, so let's see next. Dialogues, we definitely need dialogues. I'll go myself. Level design, I don't think we need as much, but I do want to have a little bit. Actually, that looks pretty good, honestly. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. And we're getting a lot of good research, so I'll be able to put into stuff more. Actually, this is where I noticed this kind of was getting a little easier once you get over the little bit of hump when you're here, that it can then
Oh yeah, you have a lot of research.
Yeah, but oh boy, we got more stuff going, so I was like, alright, fine, I'm gonna be overworked.
Yeah, my biggest concern right now is your staff is just overworked.
Which is why I think after this we're gonna hire somebody new. But that should be fine. I think that'll be good. Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah, look at that design. That is quite good design. And look at our hype. It's like, fine, for some, except it's introducing bugs. That's the other thing. It's like, look at that. So we gotta do some bug testing.
And I would say for the, let's see. For the advertisements for hiring, probably a little less money.
Less money, okay. That's fine.
I don't think 500K is justifiable.
I mean, it got us to this point, if nothing else, but yeah, you're right. For going forward, that's fine. Alright, so fine. We're gonna make this game, Edwag, again, this is for you. And, sorry, Nikki, like, Nikki was like, no, we don't want the broken kneecaps. Like, fine, Freddy Fish is, fine, it's technically not mature rated, fine. Freddy Fish 6, assuming I can fit this. I have to try this. Case, oh no. Case of... We do love Freddy Fish here, but like, fine, he asked for it as far as seeing on the show. Case of the... Oh, we can fit this. But watch, this game is going to be insanely well reviewed. You know, let's go back. I forgot to put space in there. I think you can also do stuff for that. And the context, by the way, of this one, I'll show you that play we did last week, but... He kept asking the question as far as this point-and-click adventure game that's for kids, this young female fish and her friend Luther trying to solve mysteries that, you know, is actually life and death. They have to kind of make sure they're going to be safe. He asked, do we have a hammer as far as an item? She's like, no, we don't have a hammer. He kept asking. He's like, you know, a hammer would be helpful in the situation. He's like, we need to have Freddy Fish 6 in case of the broken kneecaps. All right, but we'll do it. So here we go. Yeah, we're making it happen. Oh my god, I love it. Alright, let's see how this is. We do have a hype machine, weirdly enough, on this game. Not just because Edwag was asking for it, but okay. I can't get over this. Alright. 9 out of 10. Okay, it's great! Oh my god, Edwag, thank you. 7 out of 10, enjoyable. Game Informer is always a tough critic, we know that, but 9 out of 10, comedy adventure is a great combination. 8 out of 10, very good. Alright, there you go. There is Freddy Fish in the case of the broken kneecaps. Alright, and we also have, actually, Nerd 64, he's playing Metroid Prime Remastered. That is a great game. Oh my god, that remaster is fantastic. And he's apparently an expert on that game, as I realized that I think you might want to call dibs on this one. But we do want to put people here. Let's put a budget down a little bit. Let's go for engine people. Let's go to 170,000. I think that's fine. Actually, you know what? I can afford more, but I think, you know what? Fine, we'll do this. We can also... What do they say about when you hire somebody? You're hiring based on the potential of being able to invest in them. So there we go. So, and also we don't have a whole lot of people. We have David Drabin, Mick Brash, and Caesar Boone. So, alright. We were running on tech, really. Fine, if I'm running total tech, we want Mr. Drabin here. Which I think... Yeah, I can rationalize that. I think... And actually, yeah, he's definitely the choice I want to have. So welcome to the team, and let's roll out the welcome wagon. So welcome to the team, and it's glad to have you.
Cool.
Let's also see about research, because yeah, it's been stuff that we haven't. Okay, topic stuff, cutscenes, dialogue, level editor, open world. We can do 3D graphics now, if we so desire. I think also would be good to have.
Improving engine too.
And I think at this point, I think we might want to. Yeah, we can afford a cutscene thing. Let's do some more cutscenes. I'm doing the game report on this.
We've been using the engine for a long time.
Yes, we've been doing okay as far as jump between engine specifically, but I also want to see. I don't know if we necessarily need tutorials, dialogues. I think we do want better dialogues though. Yeah, let's do that. It's cheap. Okay, so Freddy Fish 6: Case of the Broken Kneecaps. What is it? Comic Adventure is a great combination. AI is not important for this. Okay. And additionally, self-publishing medium games efficient. We have 100,000 fans. And publisher deals give us great exposure, but we did this pretty well without a publisher. Alright, so there's simple cutscenes. Let me also take a look, because I might want to put 3D graphics potentially. I've been focusing so much on graphics on this one. I might want to also run 3D. But okay, that's interesting. Yeah, 2D graphics 3 is cheaper than... Fine, it's because it's more advanced, but either way. Different things.
There's different branches.
Fine, we'll build a 3D engine, because why not? Alright, again, I've heard you're successful in the game business and starting to grow your team. We updated client list. You want more contract work? Let me know. Medium-sized contracts have now been unlocked, so let's take a look at that. Yeah, so basically it's running on more stuff for that. Usability studies, character design, library software, logo animation, and game art. So yeah, we'll hold off on that for now, because I think we're doing okay with what we've got.
You don't usually get contracts when you really need the money.
Which honestly, I'm realizing that seems like that's how it's been working generally. So there is our 3D graphics. Let's do an engine build.
I find contracts just not worth it.
Lyric, story, cutscenes. Yeah, we do want some cutscenes. We do want some dialogue. We're going full 3. Oh wait. Oh, you put 2D and 3D in the same engine. I guess because you have an option of what to select, right?
Oh, there's a 3D. There's different levels of the 2D and 3D.
Okay, but you can basically have them both in the same engine.
Yes.
So in that case, fine. We can afford this.
They're just more tools in the same.
So yeah, it is the SOG's engine, but I think, let's see. So the SOG's engine 3 was like, let's see. Fine, let's all change this up a little bit. So let's see. SOG's engine. We're gonna change it up a little bit. We're gonna speak it in a different language. Let's see. We talk the Japanese language that I sort of kind of remember a little bit. Let's go 3 in Japanese. San. So SOG's engine San is the third one. So like they'll try to remember that.
So SSS.
Yes, each San is 1, 2, 3. That I remember at least. So let's build that. Also, it sounds futuristic. What is the San thing? It's like, wait a second, that could be something big. Yeah, whatever is building nice into this. So yeah, we were doing good.
Not sure if it's effective, but also is a good way to get research points.
We're definitely getting a lot of those. Okay, so here we go. Remember, E3 that came around in the mid-90s. So, Games. This is called G3 for this thing. So it's a game convention. You can choose to pay money to go have a booth there in order to get more fans and feasibly more attention on your stuff. And I think it builds hype as well. Am I right with that?
Yes.
You tend to run E3 when it comes to this?
Yes.
You will? Okay. So there you go. Okay, so let's build something, I think. Okay, I did the report on the Freddy Fish 6 game, which I'm glad we were able to make. Let's see how it went. Okay, it sold 1 million worth in units, so yeah, not bad. Okay, so he's good as far as what that is. Well, yeah, let's make something with our new engine. Let's see. Yeah, let's do a development new. Let's go medium. Platform, though, this is going to be a question, because, yeah, we could do something more. Let's see. Game Boy still consists as far as that. And there's also Super Nintendo, which is at 17% of the market share. The Genesis is at 15%. The Sega Master System, as I mentioned, is holding on because of Brazil. So it is an attention to detail. That is true, and I like that they went to that attention to detail. Yeah, PC is still pretty big, actually. So... I don't know, I'm thinking...
Just saying, PC never really dies.
That's true, you're right.
PC is very consistent.
So I'm trying to think what's going to be a good idea. We'll come back to platform in just a second. Yeah, we didn't do the Wild West yet. Okay, there's... Fine. Airplane's good for young. I'm thinking Wild West would be better for adults. Same with Prison, as we mentioned. We did our comedy last time. I'm thinking maybe we should go something in the Wild West, perhaps, because we have it. Or we can go back to Expedition. Yeah, I don't know. What do you think we want to make this time? Or we want to take a look at topics that we don't have?
I like Wild West.
All right, let's run Wild West then. Let's go back. Let's go into that. As far as what that should be, I would think we probably want to make an action game as far as this. We want to be shooting out robbers and things. So like Wild Guns from Natsume or Sunset Riders. I gotta show you Sunset Riders because I actually have the Switch port of that. It's an interesting one. But we're going 3D with our 3D Western.
Okay.
A little bit. And I do think, though... Okay, fine. Audience-wise, I think... Do we want to go, like, full Deadwood on this one, as far as going for adults?
I feel like Wild West should be for adults.
Yeah, there you go. Or, I know, have you ever seen Deadwood on HBO?
No.
It is basically... I think a friend of mine put it best this way. It basically is a Shakespearean adult element in the West that has insane amounts of language and violence, and it's wonderful.
That sounds... fun.
It is insanely... Actually, it's fun. It is very dramatically impressive. It's, Ian McShane is the lead in it. Al Swearingen, specifically. He's amazing in that show. My God. But anyway, let's see. So, if we're going to be doing that, I was going to say console. We're going to run PC on this because I think... As I said, Wild Guns was a Super Nintendo game, but... yeah, a mature audience on the Super Nintendo I don't think is going to be that massive for it. So, let's run mature... We'll run our 3D graphics. Actually, there you go. There's 3D graphics. We're going to go 3D in the West.
And we're going Wild West action, you said?
Yes.
Okay.
And here we go also with what we have. We'll also put some stuff in cutscenes. So now we have 3 bodies to run now. So at that point, you can focus them that way. So if we run engine, this engine's important.
Now poor Monica will...
She'll be fun. Well, we'll take that down off of her, so don't worry. She's set that way.
Poor Monica won't have to live on alcohol.
She seemed okay. I mean, she was able to manage everything, and she came back. She had a nice vacation. She had a nice vacation having a couple drinks down by the beach, and now she's ready to go.
Good.
In fact, we're all, I think, in good shape as far as it. And remember, more bodies means you can allocate a little better. In that case, yeah, we do want a little bit of story still, because, like, wait, we're running the Wild West. You do have to have a little bit. I mean, I guess it's like how Red Dead Redemption is, a little bit. If you're playing that, that's another really good game. I think you'd like that one quite a bit. Okay, so yeah, engine we're running, but gameplay is going to be there too, and that. Okay. Yeah, when you have more people, just seeing all the bubbles going on. It's just so satisfying, that sound. I don't know, were you like me in the sense when you hear those bubbles pop in, that just sounds good. You feel like, yeah, you just feel excited. Yeah, a bit. That's a really good way to put that, actually. It just feels so good. You're like, yeah, when you think about something satisfying with this game, it's releasing a game that's really effective and people really like, it sells well, and it's also the idea of just kind of the little things, you know? I think that's what that idea of this game really is. Alright, so level design. Yeah, you're going on that because I think you do want to run some stuff, but I gotta take... Yeah, Monica does need to be on something, so I'm gonna put her on...
Your tech person is AI.
AI, that's gonna be... Yeah, it's him. You're fine. You know what? You go on AI. I'll go on.
Because you can't have criminals that are.
Yeah, you have to. You have to bag them. No question. Okay, so level design. That's good. Yeah, she doesn't have much. So yeah, she's able to comparatively take a break on this one. So all right, there we go. I think that's looking good.
She just has to run a few silly lines here and there.
Yeah, but I mean, that some of those silly lines might be the thing that gets this game to like meme status within like 20 years. Okay, so world design, we don't... Okay, I'm questioning the idea of... Fine, for action, I guess no. Wild West, you do need some, but for everything else, not quite. Although, fine, I'm going to put her on graphics. So, you know what? You run graphics. I'll get this off that way. So... she's on sound as well. Okay.
Just like graphics is high, sound is...
And you know what? I'll tell you what we'll do. Yeah, I'll put you on that, and I'll put myself down. Okay, so actually, this is actually not bad of a thought. Okay, I mean, I'll overwork myself enough. We have mono sound, that's good. 3D graphics. Yeah, let's do it. Already the tech on this is looking impressive. I think this is our highest tech so far. And here's E3. So I guess you're saying you run E3. What do you usually run? You run small booth? I think for this one we should run small booth.
Yeah, small booth.
I think I'm running small.
We don't have the money.
Right, okay, so let's get ourselves at. This game's coming out in a few months, so go to small booth, please. while we do bug testing. Actually, wait, it's happening now, right? Or when is it happening?
They say a few weeks.
Okay, so yeah, should I wait to release this until then?
Yeah.
No, fine, we'll do that.
Yeah. Assuming, you...
Get that set.
Can wait that long.
I think we can. Look at the money wave. We're gonna be fine. Okay, and yeah, we have sequels, so you can actually make specific sequels. We'll see that in a little bit. All right, come on. Oh, here we go. Perfect. Here's E3.
Yeah, I think generally you want to have a game in production.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow, they include the hype and plus fan bonus?
I guess because we're developing something.
No, they don't. They don't have that listed in the PC version.
Oh really?
They
Okay.
don't display that.
So a different take on how they put it for Switch. But all right, there you go. So there's our bonus hype. New fans. We're in good shape. We had 51,556 people. We didn't make top 100 boosts, but we'll be fine. All right, we're in good hype case.
Okay, and see, perfect.
Awesome.
Timing.
Yeah, perfect timing. That's, I guess, one thing
you
you
generate hype, and then you release the game right when everyone wants to buy it.
Yeah, I think everybody's going to want to buy this one. But now, of course, the other method of this, which is we got to name this thing. So let's see. What are we going to call this? We could call... fine, it's an action game, right? Okay, so let's see. So fine, there's Sunset Riders from Konami. I'm saying... Yeah, let's say Sunrise...
Sunrise and sunset.
Okay, I'm down with that. Yeah, it's like, yeah. Or it's like From Dusk Till Dawn. That's not a... That's not a Western... Well, okay, there's Western elements to it. That's fine. I'll put a nice ampersand there so we get that element. So, sunrise and sunset. There you go. See, that's the other thing. When you get into enough of this, you kind of start thinking that way, and you say, oh yeah, it just kind of comes right falling out. It's like, hey, if you're not creative as far as something like that, or you think you're not, I think I'm not personally.
I was thinking Hell or High Water.
Ooh, it's a great movie. Oh my god, I love it.
That's what I was...
Oh, I love that movie so much. We get to talk about that as well, because that movie's fantastic. I adore that. That's kind of Western, too. But, all right. During increased experience, yeah, you get raises as far as everybody. So, yeah, Mon Golson makes $33,000 a month. Oh, right, and the PlayStation is coming out. So here is the PlayStation 1.
System.
Yeah, the Play system from Vonnie. There you go. They reworked it after Nintendo canceled the project before, which is true, because Sony said initially, before that deal, the head of Sony, President Sony, said, we're not in the market of video gaming, we don't care. Then they said, we got stabbed in the back. That was Ken Kutaragi, who was known as the father of the PlayStation, went to him and said, we got stabbed in the back, I guarantee you we can take Nintendo down. And the President of Sony just said 2 words, do it. And they did, because the PlayStation's outsold the Nintendo 64. Nintendo 64 still had a good market share, but
so wait, they weren't even going to be in the market?
Not initially, because Ken Kutaragi, who made PlayStation, or was the pusher on that one specifically, initially thought, hey, we can get into this market because... Actually, let's go into history a little further, because Sony was a big company coming out of World War II, with a lot of the technology they were making, a lot of the electronics. So as they were going, especially in the 80s...
They were a, home manufacturer.
They were a home manufacturer. In the 80s, they had a big element with the Walkman. If you remember that. So then they said that, hey, we can go into these different avenues. They were also involved as far as the advent of CD-ROM, as far as that, a little bit, as far as, like, the release. And that was the kind of crux of what the disagreement was with the Nintendo add-on. But Ken Kutaragi said, we can get into video games, too, because, hey, Sony does a lot of stuff. They do TVs, they do radios, they do cassette players, CD players, all that stuff. He said, we can do this. President Sony said, no, we don't want to do this. This is not something we're interested in. They entered the partnership with Nintendo on the thought of, hey, that can kind of be like a CD-ROM multimedia extension. Then Nintendo went to Philips, and then Sony said, like, okay, fine. Kutaragi said, I guarantee you we can take them down. Now's the time for us to do it. They did it, and that's why we have the PlayStation name. So
in other words, the only reason was because Nintendo stabbed in the back.
Yes, but also the idea that they looked and they said, there is an opportunity there, because Sony's attitude then with PlayStation, as we all know, is that they focused on 3D, and they kind of caught Sega with their pants down a little bit that way, because Sega was saying, we're making the Sega Saturn, which is mostly focused on 2D prowess as far as arcade ports, and Sega's always big on arcade ports when it came to launching their systems. But then when PlayStation came out, said, not only are we undercutting Sega by $100 on the cost of this thing, we're doing 3D graphics. And then Sega said, we got to put 3D graphics in this as far as the architecture of the system. They did. It made it really hard to develop for. and in some cases it kind of
That's
looked
the
weird.
Saturn, right?
Yeah, the Sega Saturn. And so that's why PlayStation happened. Here we go. Comes with a CD-ROM drive with 32-bit processors wholly owned by Sony. Might be the beginning of new generation consoles. Nintendo was not commenting, for sure. And of course, also, as we mentioned Square earlier on, this is also why Final Fantasy VII exists, because it was going to be on Nintendo 64. Square said, we want to do a lot with this game that would take multiple cartridges on the system. Sony said, we can run it on 3 CDs, it's going to be cheaper for you to manufacture it. And they went over to Sony, and there you go, and that was it. So let's see how Sunrise and Sunset turned out.
Okay.
8 out of 10, very good.
Nice.
7 out of 10, good game. Love it, says Game Hero Magazine.
Alright. Good.
Hey, achieved great balance between technology and design. So yeah, we're in good shape. Alright, so let's get a report going on Sunrise and Sunset. Good name and good case of that as well. Alright, fine. You can start, I'll have him, I want him to train a little bit. He's engine man, so I do want to focus on engine. So let's,
I guess he does have 400 points. So
yeah, Tekken. So coding complete. I want her to research something. Let's see. I want her to research... Let's research sequels. So we can show what sequels are running like. Actually, yeah, this is going well as far as how this is operating. I'm really liking where this is going. Alright, piracy alert. So, quite a few players use illegal copies of this game. We managed to identify them. We can sue them, defend our copyright, or send them warnings to ask them to stop. So you can sue them or warn them. And I think it's the same dichotomy as far as like fan games, yes? Where you warn them and your fans are increased, but sue them and it's worse, but you get more money.
Yeah, there's that dichotomy. So wait a second. So I guess the best stuff is one then, right?
Yeah, I was like, so yeah, we're wagging our fingers. So yeah, Monica's on that, so yeah, she'll take care of that. Yeah, we've definitely got a good team going on here.
I prioritize fans.
Alright, so here we go. So here's the new PlayStation. Posters analysis, Sunrise and Sunset. Let's see. Wild West action is a good combination. Story quests aren't that important for this, and topic match of Wild West and Mature is awesome. And additionally, David Drabin's still new to the team, more games, and they'll have higher potential. Yeah, she does need to go on vacation when she's done with that.
Okay.
And then we'll not make a game for a sec. Alright, so there's sequels, and we can also show what sequels looking like as, yeah. Have a nice vacation, have another Mai Tai. Let's see what else we can do as far as... topic. Let's see. Okay, topic is space. I kind of want to expand out. I'm going to get space. Alright, Tamsoft recently sent warnings to several players using legal copies of Sunrise and Sunset. It's increasingly a big problem in the industry, and some companies invest a lot of money and effort to fight it, though others argue it's better to take a more relaxed approach, like we're doing, to invest in better games instead. And by doing that, we have fans. Like, fine, we could shut them down completely and make them mad, but we're not going to do that.
Yeah, I don't think it's worth the money.
Which is interesting. That goes to what Electris was saying earlier, the idea of, potential of a scummy company, or the thought of looking at it that way, liking their games, and what is that balance? So that's kind of an interesting thing about looking at the content.
I prefer long term.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's maybe the idea. And they're trending on RPGs.
Oh wow, that's the second time we got a RPG trend.
Fitting. I mean, hey, we got our stuff as far as RPGs. I need to wait for her to come back on vacation, then we can make an RPG.
Okay.
I think we need to make a 3D RPG, or we can make a sequel to something.
Oh, do we want more? Can we do another publishing RPG?
Let's see. Construction, any genre. We don't have construction yet. Fashion, any genre on Game Gear.
Oh, so the RPG one went away.
Hacking, any genre from Rockville Softworks. We get to talk about that because remember, it's Bethesda Softworks normally, but of course, as you mentioned, actually we did the preview program of this. They are set off in Rockville, Maryland, so at that point they're around. So talk about being on point with that as well.
Yeah, they did well there.
Oh yeah, and then Expedition, any genre. So there's nothing for RPG, but that's fine. I think what we're gonna do is, I think we should show how sequels work. So yeah, when you get sequels researched, you have the ability to pick from anything in your list of games you've released to then say, like, we're gonna make a direct sequel. So there's nothing stopping us. We can just make. We made a couple Prison Breakout games and a couple of Dragon Shard games. We did the Dragon Shard trilogy. That's that way. We just made it. We didn't really care as far as saying we need to have a sequel. But for this, we basically pick something for sequel. But actually, wait a second. Hold on.
So you probably want to pick something good, but then make sure it's good.
So hold on a second. We got Dragon Shard Okay, because we changed genre. Let me see something here. Hang on. Now, I want to go into new game for a minute because I want to see something. I want to make sure that I'm understanding what genre is right. Oh, not topic. Okay, genre is okay, the shield man. Okay, I just want to make sure from the picture I'm looking at that right. Because actually, I realized with the Dragon Shark games, they're all adventure except for the first one. So honestly, you know, we're making. No, fine. Okay, this is gonna be weird. We made already 3 of these. We're gonna make another one. We're going to sequelize this. Yeah, we'll bring this back. It's going to be in RPG form. There are probably people, it's what we sometimes said, the idea of people hold on to an early entry in a franchise. Maybe they change it in later ones, like not liking it. We mentioned that with Parasite Eve, which is that all the other games play totally different. Like, they'd like a game like that original. We're going to do that. We're going to do that with Dragon Shard.
Okay.
So there's our fantasy RPG. We're going to medium at this time. We'll keep everyone. As far as platform, oh, it is a lot for that, but I don't know. I kind of want to put into the PlayStation, but then it's also the case of... Yeah, it's... Okay, yeah, the market share is pretty even across everything. And it is a good audience match. You know what? I'm going to do it. I think we got enough money we can manage this.
Over on PlayStation?
Yeah, we'll license the PlayStation. Okay. Yeah, it was the system for RPGs, as we'll show next month. In fact, technically we sort of are doing 2 next month. We're doing Lunar for you, but also Mega Man Legends 2 is kind of an RPG, a little. Not exactly 100%, but yeah, the PlayStation was a big case. You were showing me Guardians Crusade, another one as far as that. So yeah, you're right.
So in other words, you can justify spending $200,000.
And also remember, we're also focusing on graphics as far as stuff. We'll run 3D, because yeah, it was last on Commodore, so it's been a while. And PlayStation's all about its 3D. They even say that. I don't know if it takes that into account for, you know, rating the console. Actually, do you know how much it takes into account some of your tech things like 2D, 3D graphics on the console you pick to make something on?
No.
Okay. Because it just made me wonder. It's like, it is something that is fascinating. So it's making me think all these different things.
Yeah, only thing I think of is the synergy bonuses.
Gotcha.
Which is all, you know, hints.
Okay.
And so what do the numbers mean? That's kind of for you to decide and everything.
Okay.
So even like the plus 3, it's like they like it. Okay, sure. How much do they like it? How much balance? Like, what does that mean in number form?
Sure, no, I get that.
You know, do I put it 99%? Do I put it 80%? What is 3 versus 2?
Mm-hmm. So yeah, it is interesting how that is. Okay, so I think it's looking good. I'm putting Monica Olsen into more stuff for now, but she knows what she's doing on her story and quests. And we need an RPG, we need that stuff, so we gotta focus, like, right head on. Now at the market, it sold, yeah, $2 million worth. One thing I'm gonna do, I'm gonna mark it now. Introduce some money. We're gonna mirror the PlayStation even more. We're gonna basically give demo discs out.
Oh,
unless you want to do something else.
Yeah, I wouldn't go too expensive, but I think you do the marketing when you're...
Near the end?
I think it's near the end.
You want to wait till the end? Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, we'll wait then.
At least after the first stage.
Okay.
Like, you need to have something to show, right?
Sure.
So I would say either after the first stage or near the end.
In fact, there's already hype and I didn't even put into anything, so perfect. Alright, so now we have hype just on its own. So what we can do is we can just put into that. Okay, so dialogues. There we go. Actually, most of this stuff is pretty much going to be high as anything, but it was also the case. Wait, no. I do want to have a little bit, but AI, I'll put a little less in AI, but I do want a decent amount. The dialogues, we do need a lot of dialogues. I think, or actually, you know, I'll tell you what we'll do. I'll put that there, but I'm going to switch up.
Dialogue should be maxed.
I'm going to max it, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch out them. Okay, perfect. So I'll put more on myself and then more to her a little bit that way. He's at 50%.
And you think AI is good?
Yeah, we'll go a little more. Just in case.
Okay.
Yeah, it'll work. And I think now that we're starting to have something to show, I think now I want to market. And we'll start with magazines and demos. Yeah, look at that.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so lastly we have this where world design is going to be big. I think I want to switch off. I'm going to put myself or ourselves on the top, and then him down at the bottom. I'm going to pull the sound down a little. And in her case, I'll cut down a little on the graphics, but in that case, there we go. I'll cut a little bit on the graphics, but there we go. That should be fine.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, vinyl, that'll work. 111, and 78. Perfect. Okay.
Cool.
So yeah, look at that hype level. We're getting in good shape. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, look at our hype. It's massive. Damn, I don't even know if I've seen hype that massive of what I've played. This. Yeah, we're good. Alright, and since we do have Dragon Shard, it is, as far as the game it's reviving. That we position this as a remake. Or fine.
Well, you did put it as a sequel, right?
Yes, it did. Dragon Shard.
And how well did it do?
Originally?
Yeah, the original.
Pretty well, actually. It was a while ago. It was on Commodore 64, so Dragon Shard returns. You have 1, 2, and 3, but as far as an RPG, it's back, and it looks like it's better than ever.
Okay.
So let's see. And we got character progression and AI increase. Okay. So first thing I'm gonna do is not that. Wait, I can't do that yet. You know, we just released this. You go on vacation. First views in. Yeah, he can find how the game is doing from the beach.
Nice.
Alright, so Dragon Shard returns. Let's see how this is going.
And also make sure you use the training.
8 out of 10. Great sequel. 9 out of 10. Great game. 8 out of 10. Played it for days. There we go. So pretty good across the board. One thing we're gonna do is let's run that report on this and see what comes back. In her case, let's research her. Or no, let's see. Care regression, better user experience, AI. I think for now we're good with research.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay.
What I'm gonna do is I'll train her.
Yeah.
Make me think. Actually, I didn't see what make me think is. Let's put that on. He's on vacation. I'm doing the reports.
Yeah, make sure you spend your research.
Uh-huh. Now, it's recently released a sequel to Dragon Shard. The newest game in the series has met with great responses. Chris praised the newer engine than the original, which it certainly did, driving technical innovation. Alright, there we go. And you're back from vacation. You also do training. Let's make you think. But yeah, we're doing pretty well on this, honestly. What next? Post-analysis research. Platform genre mentioned PlayStation 1 and RPG is great, as we mentioned, and dialogue's important.
Okay.
Also, he's new to the team, more games will have higher potential. I'm basically training him like crazy.
So yeah, I'm not sure how you even get around that being...
I don't know either, because it seems like it's been...
It sounds like it's just a static first game penalty.
Well, even second game, because I think we've run anything. Also construction. Alright, there's construction as far as... You know, let's see... I'm going to research this just so we have it, and just so we can see what other things we can get. So at least we have a large pool of stuff running. Okay. Market's normalized, no particular strong trend. So we hit it right when we needed it for PlayStation with the RPG.
Sounds like you just made it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so next, let's see. I think we could afford to get another person. I'm thinking. Yeah, I have 3.8 million.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's get some more people. Okay. We'll go 350. We'll go get a game demo. Okay, so we'll get someone who's in the middle. Someone who's good with art and then other stuff.
I would even put it lower than that.
Yeah, it's fine. I think for this one we can afford it. There's a guess of how well we're doing.
They give you contacts? I put it 80K.
80K?
Yeah.
2 minutes, the Game Gear is going off the market. Okay. There's Tony Rodriguez, Sean Davis, and Sergio Wade. Alright, so yeah, there you go. As you said, they're kind of balanced each way. So I think what I'm going to do is, let's see, tech research. His tech is a little lower, but honestly, I like his research is there. I like that he's kind of speedy, and he also is good at design, so he's kind of well balanced. So in that case, I'm going to bring him in.
And realize that they grade everything based on your past game.
Uh-huh.
So there's an argument to be made that you actually want to hire really low-level people.
Okay.
And then boost them up.
Okay.
Because if you get someone who's already good, and they make a good game,
They might not expect as much.
You have to consistently make that level.
Okay.
So they to pay them more. But if you start someone that's really low, and they gradually build up, that's considered to be better long term.
Yeah, I think that's what I'll do. For the last one, I'll basically spend like next to nothing getting them to for my last person. But in this case, I think we need to make a new game. Actually, let me look at publishing. What do we got? Yeah, the Game Gear's going off the market in a few months, so that's gonna be a risky one from Electronic Mass Production, so EA or Electronic Arts. Ubersoft to take off on Ubisoft, fashion any genre. Infogrames or Info Games. So instead of Infogrames, as I mentioned, who owns Atari now, it is Atari now as far as company. Them, and then TGSQ.
Ubisoft is making a fashion game. Okay.
Well.
All right. Sure.
No. I'm trying to think. I think they have. Well, they made it fine. They made like Just Dance. I know that's a big one for Ubisoft. They have made. No, they made. I think there's like this Imagine fashion game that's on the DS. I believe they published that. I think they did. If that's wrong, I'll put it down saying no, they didn't. But they'll do detective genre. We don't have anything. Any simulation for them, and TGQ, which is supposed to be THQ, which went out of business and then came back as THQ Nordic. So that's an interesting one as well. I kind of don't want to necessarily go on to that, but also we have E3 coming up, so I think I want to get a game running in the pipeline. So let's take a look. Okay, so we did research construction. This we have. Alright. Let's think about this. Okay. Yeah, we have PlayStation as well, so I think we do want to stick with PlayStation for this, but I do think also, yeah, I want to do space. Yeah, space. Did you say space? Yeah, we did. I was like, wait, well, let me just look back at the last game because I want to make sure. What did we do last time? Oh, that was RPG. So yeah, we can do an action game. I think a space action game probably make the most sense.
Like a space combat?
Yeah, or like
Alright.
I'm trying to think as far as Colony Wars. Thinking of PlayStation, if you play Colony Wars, that's a very good game. As far as it's alright. PlayStation for that. Okay, this is a weird one because as far as audience, this is one that I guess could go really any way. It could be everyone, although PlayStation looks like it is something that plays well to everyone. So I think an action. So you know what? I think we're good that way. So let's get our nice 3D engine. Let's get going on that, and we're good. And still running 3D because that's what PlayStation's all about. 3D. Okay, so let's see what we got here. So engine, yeah, we want engine. So yeah, David Draven, you're our engine maven, so yeah, you're gonna go all the way on engine. Gameplay is gonna be something we want to have going on, so I can do.
Amount of and story looks like it is
Gonna be pretty basic, I guess.
Yep.
And Tony Rodriguez, you know, he can not do anything to start. Actually, wait a second, what's that? You saw that there, right? I moved down story quest a little more. It says 96% over there in additional features. What's that about?
Huh? What is it?
Over on the right where additional features is. See how I'm having it at 50, but I'm moving it up, and then it goes away?
Oh.
What's that? You know?
I know what you're talking about. Go back over. I think it's
Because you have linear story and simple cutscenes, but I guess the idea is that if you're going to be putting into that, you have to have a certain amount in order for it to be successful. Is that the idea?
I guess so.
Alright, so at least it does give you incentive to baseline yourself a little bit for that.
But I guess it's not using those to their fullest.
Gotcha. Okay, so that's fine. So it basically means like, we can't necessarily put to nothing, or if we do put to nothing, we have to turn off linear story and simple cutscenes. We do want both of those.
You're basically putting nothing in. It's like you're making a linear story, but then you're not even
bothering with it, right?
Anything into it.
Alright, so Game Foreman is back again. We got a new game. Yeah, let's give them. Narrators are curious about what decisions go into making a game and how you prioritize. So doing a space action game, more focused on story quests or engine. Well, we didn't do. I don't know. We could lie now and say, because remember we had to have enough in story and quests. But I guess if we lie that way, there might be an expectation that it's going to be something, and then they won't like it.
Well, no, you want to be honest here.
So I'm basically saying engine. That's what I'm saying. So I don't want to say this because we didn't put much into it, because then the reviews or the reaction might not be good if like we build up hype on something wait, we don't want this.
Reread it. Are curious about what decisions go into making a video game and how companies prioritize. So it's not what you prioritized, it's what you should prioritize. They're quizzing you. This is a test.
Okay.
This is a test, and
well, we already saw right there the thing about story quests. Let's talk about it perfectly coming up. We know the answer then. It's engine.
yeah, just pick engine.
If you say, just so curious, I'm wondering if you're saying more on story quests, they won't like that. How's that? What do you think would go for this?
I think that hurts your hype.
Okay, so I was gonna say that.
I think it hurts your scores.
Okay.
Actually, no, it probably hurts your sales numbers.
I would think later on because
not your scores, but your sales numbers.
well, it's like I was saying earlier. I think there's an expectation that if you tell them like you're wanting story and quest, you get the game that doesn't have story and quests very well. You're like, wait a second, what were you excited about? So they don't buy it.
I think it's a small sales or hype bonus.
Okay. Well, we got new fans and we got a little bit of hype. Not much, but a little something. Also, in your review now, we'll discuss their upcoming game. How different development areas are prioritized. They said engine's important and have limited resources, so use the time most effectively. So a decent amount of people. Never making the top booths, but eventually we can do that. The Game Gear is no longer supported, so bye-bye. Okay, and we are doing pretty good on this.
Also, Tony.
Yeah, he hasn't been doing anything. He needs to be focusing on... yeah, we'll put him a little bit on level design because he doesn't have a whole lot going. And then, as far as good engine, yeah, it has to be that. I'm going to take dialogues down a little bit. You know, let's put Monica on this a little bit, so there's that. He has worked pretty strong as far as this. I think, with that being said, I think we're good on that. In that case, yeah, we can do more stuff on level design. There's a better dialogues. Actually, I want to see then. If you have dialogues, then... because I was seeing if I turn it down to nothing, what does it do? Okay, it doesn't do that thing we had before.
Oh. Yeah, because dialogue doesn't use a lot.
Okay. Yeah, I think David.
There's probably like
Draven
a hidden,
take
like a hidden amount of points you have to put into to even like use it.
Okay. Okay, that's looking good. All right, so.
It's like you're using that engine tool, but then actually not spending any time on the engine tool.
Right.
It's like, well, you said you would use it, but you're not using it.
Right.
So,
yeah,
try to get everyone as close to 100% without going over.
Right. So let's see. Yeah, I think in that case, I kind of want to put myself on that. I want to turn him down. Although, fine, she's not doing much. You know, let's put her on this. Actually, in his case, we can put a little more there. Okay, that's pretty good. All right. Although the graphics, I do want to put more in graphics. Let's go all the way up. Sounds pretty good.
So,
yeah,
graphics should be
I'll do a little bit more on engine or world design. A tad.
Okay.
And mono sound. I think we should probably get some more stuff going on sound. That way, we'll get there eventually.
More features.
Yeah, we'll get that probably next game. I'll see what we're doing. Yeah, because this is going well. This is kind of what it was turning into the more practice I did. So honestly, in that case, I'm kind of glad I did. I mean, we're in good shape. But we got bug fixing to do. All right, there we go.
Oh yeah, the good man bonus.
Yeah, because as you said, it's basically based on how you manage your team.
Yeah, so I think as long as everyone's under 100%, you get a bonus.
All right, so yeah, what are we calling this space epic, this space opus?
Odyssey in Space.
Okay.
Future Odyssey.
All right. What Odyssey in Space? What was it?
Odyssey in Space. Let's do that.
I think it's this. Oh, fine. I'm spelling it the Abe's Odyssey method as far as Oddworld is concerned. Odyssey in Space.
Well, actually, that would fit if you spell it like a sci-fi. Then.
There you go. See, there you go. Look at how it's working. There we go. New best is of course this. Let's see. Odyssey in Space. All right. Due to increased experience, David Draven's gotten this race. And we have multiplayer, branching story, dialogue trees, day and night cycles, and stereo sound. I'll tell you one thing I'm researching right away. On to you. We're getting stereo sound. We gotta get into the 21st century with that.
Okay.
Or fine, we're getting on building a bridge to the 21st century specifically because we're not quite there yet. And in my case, let's look here. What else I had? What topics at the end here? Detective. Okay, so we could make like Phoenix Wright or LA Noire or something like that. Multiplayer. I think we gotta run multiplayer. Eventually for this and see what else. Yeah, I think we need multiplayer. And then you get the report ready. And then, yeah, let's see what the reviews are like. You have a lot of stuff coming up pretty well on this. Let's see. 6 out of 10 could have been better. I guess it goes with just saying about expectations.
Yeah.
5 out of 10 has its moments. 7 out of 10 beautiful. 5 out of 10 fun at stages. But it's selling pretty decently, and in your case, I think you do need to train a little bit. Let's get you going on... Let's focus a little bit on a couple things. I'm gonna... He does need tech work, but he also needs design work, I think. I'm gonna get Game Dev Gems. So we're seeing what that's looking like. So yeah, we're going pretty well. And actually, as far as this, because, yeah, we did start earlier, it's like, yeah, we're at about 4.5 hours already on this game, and we're good this way. Alright, so space action's a great combination. Sound's quite important. Story quest is not as important. Alright, so that's also why we're going to build a new engine, I think. Let's see what else. Or actually, you know, maybe I should hire somebody new now, just because then we'll have an element to it. And fine, you know what? Fine, we'll go bargain.
Space?
What?
Oh, we have one more, right?
We have one more. And you know what? Fine, we'll go bargain basement. We're going to be going somebody like next to nothing, and we'll get...
Oh, like, usually I go about 80k.
80k, so you go less? Fine, 90k, that's what it's going to be.
That's my estimate in general.
Okay. Let's take a look then, see what it is. Let's find a staff. We'll build somebody into something nice. Oh, we're getting another encrypted message. Very special offer. Access and critical assistance to your competitors. You want to play war games, transfer this money, then close location to initiate sabotage. I like the detail there that it's a period and a comma at the end, so it looks sketchy as anything. This also probably is not a topic thing. What does this do? You know?
Yeah, it's an event. I don't know if it. I got the impression it helps your sales on the next game. But there's also a
blowback.
Yeah,
fans.
I generally wouldn't do this one.
Yeah, I'm not doing it either. I'm glad you know what they are, because it seems like every time I'm coming up to something with this, I get to get a sense of what's this doing and what's next. Okay,
yeah,
so we have...
I literally remember reading what stuff does.
Okay, so yeah, we got Omar Huff, April Keller, Max Reed, and yeah, Omar Huff, Max Reed, and April Keller. I'm liking what I'm seeing as far as April Keller, honestly. So let's pull her in. There we go. We have our team. And welcome to the team. Oh wait, no, I want to get her set. Actually, question to you: I haven't fired anybody. When's the case when you want to fire someone? I guess if you can't afford them.
Don't.
It would be if you can't afford them would be the reason you'd ever do that.
I haven't fired anyone.
I haven't either, but I was just trying to think what would be the reason to do it.
I haven't worked anyone to death yet either.
Can that happen?
I want to find out.
So
I have to play test that.
I was gonna say, so basically it would be the Sonic Extreme development team, talking about things Sega did as far as their American team. It basically ended the development, or it basically closed down the people who made Sonic 2, who were actually making that game. Interesting enough.
And
let's see. So we got multiplayer. Right, we'll do an engine build. So in fact, let's get an engine build running. Where is that?
Here, considering you're 4 people now.
I'm
going to show. Where was it?
Yeah, we're running stereo though, but yeah, I don't think we want mono sound. We'll just keep stereo. That's what we're doing. We're creating a new engine with everything. But let's also call it, fine. Also, here's the thing. If we're going this thing as far as the SOGS engine, first we went English. I'll tell you what we're doing. For each sequel to the SOGS engine, we're going to go into a different, language. So, we did Japanese, which is, the SOGS engine San. And then, for... give me what's the number for 4 in a language that's not Japanese or English? So wait,
Quattro.
Quattro thing. Perfect. It's Spanish. All right, so there you go. So yeah, the SOGS Engine Quattro. Perfect.
Also, this is what I'm basing on.
Basing what on?
The slider multiplier, 80K.
Okay.
3 employees.
Oh, I see. So it is based on number. Is it all those links that everything he's showing me that will go in the link lists?
Yeah, this is just easily findable online.
Okay. They said we'll also put them in for that as far as it all being in one place.
Yeah.
So here's Odyssey in Space.
And here's the math behind it.
Okay. Is it to save every one of these links and like text them to me or something so that I can provide it, or email them, whatever you want to do. We'll figure it out after the show. But that being said, yeah, this is good. I'm liking how this is turning out, and I think, you know what, I think we could justify another part of this game, honestly. As long as we're only year 10, as it is, so in that case, I think we could kind of come back to this. We'll have to figure out when is going to be good to do that, but I think we can do it. Alright, so we got our engine. Let's see about publishing. Vampire in any game, detective in anything, space simulation, and hacking action. Honestly, I think we're good with what we got. But I do want to get Miss Keller here set up. So let's do some, oh no, not research. I want to train you. So let's get her going with, we haven't done Don't Repeat Yourself. Let's show what that looks like. Because, hey, anything will help as far as, you know, while she's training, everybody else trained too. Let's get our next game even better than the last one. So let's see, Tech Man go, and then, yeah, everybody's just gonna be training. Let's just do this, and then we have our next big game. Let's make her... Yeah, I do want to up her design stuff, and then myself. Yeah, let's not repeat ourselves. Okay. So everybody's doing some nice training. There you go. I'm liking how this is turning, by the way. Yeah, this is a very good game as far as streaming. You were right about that. Thinking every game can be good as far as streaming, really. We'll make it good. But, oh, wait a minute. We got a new challenger coming in. The Nintendo 64, or the TES-64. Supporting 64-bit processors and graphics for graphics and audio. Never foreseen 3D realism. In years since, Super Nintendo lost market share to more modern consoles, and the hardware is impressive, but they're surprised still uses ROM cartridges instead of CDs that are cheaper and have a higher capacity. Keep that in mind. But it looks impressive, and they have plans to aggressively price it against the PlayStation, which they did because it cost only $200 when it came out, which was, I think at that time it was still cheaper than PlayStation initially, and then PlayStation cut price. Which is interesting, you're not running into price cuts that much as specifically now. Oh, actually, also I'm looking as far as the posters. There's a thing of Doom over there with Mars. All right, we got E3. Let's give a little bit of a thing, and we'll get a game running because I think everybody's set with what we got. So let's run a game. So next, we did space. We went to the west. We did airplane. We've done mostly everything here except construction. But I don't know if we can necessarily. What will construction even be as far as a game? I don't know. Have you ever run that topic before?
I've run pretty much every topic just to get
the hints for them.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just trying to think.
I farmed it, but
Okay, I'm just trying to think what would construction be as far as making a game, or we can do something else, or the other thing we can do is, you know what? Let's look as far as what other topics we have in line. Because I can put detective down. We can do that. Fine, we'll get detective.
Let's see what internet thinks of construction.
Okay, I guess you don't remember. Is that what it is?
I'm just thinking what to name. Well, there's Minecraft. Minecraft, I guess, is...
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, we could make that about, what, 10, 15 years before it came out, as far as our show.
City sidelines, but would that be considered city? That's a SimCity.
Like, I think so. So there's Nintendo 64, and there's E3. So actually, we went without a game.
Satisfactory. They put Dwarf Fortress on this list.
Alright, so yeah, we did go to E3 without a game, and what happens is that you just don't get a hype because you don't have a game in dev, but we have new fans from Odyssey and Space, if nothing else. But we also have somebody who's getting a little, you know, nervous to that, so I'm going to send him quick so that in that case, I can also see what other things we have as research for topics, see what else we can get. Okay, fine, I'll tell you what we got to do. We have to do this, and I think you know why we have to do this.
What are we doing?
Topic up there is sports, you know what we have to make.
Yes.
What do we have to make?
Coach Conundrum.
Yes, we do. We have to make that. It's going to be epic.
Alright.
But also, fine, we're going to send everybody on vacation. We're going to do a little bit. And while they're out, I will do contracts just because. Let's do... Yeah, we'll do some play testing. Fine, okay. We got 3 people for that. That'll be plenty. Or 2, fine, 4 people. Hi, boss. A friend of mine is greatly involved in an organization that aims to get more women into technology. Sponsor and thought this is a perfect opportunity for us. Would you like to help out? Yeah, we can sponsor them for that, and we do have 2 women on our team. You know what? Let's do that. Yeah, I'll probably help with fans, I'm going to assume, yes?
Yeah, I think it generates hype.
Okay, awesome. So thank you for taking care of us. Here as money. With everybody back in the office, they're good.
Only 100K.
Let's make Coach's Conundrum again. Fine. Now we're not even gonna waste time as far as saying, you know, no, that's it. We're gonna say the name of the game right away, and this will go back to when we did our preview program of this. I don't know if it's gonna be as well received as that, but we'll see. But there it is.
Well, you know, this, I don't know if it's a good point to say it, but...
What?
We haven't really had any really highly... We've had more stability, but we haven't had any really big hits.
Well, nothing... Well, no, we have. We've had some big stuff as far as that.
No, like, that game we generated 10 million, didn't we?
Yes. I think it did. So let's take a look at our game history. And the other thing I'll also do is I can also put in a video showing... what games I've made in this. Actually, you know what? I'll tell you what we'll do. When we're done with this, before we shut the show down, I'll load that other save file and we'll show what that looked like.
Okay, so also it's not even fair. We're much farther on in.
Yes.
So in theory, we should be generating more than 10K. But I'm not seeing, I saw 1 point something million.
Yeah, 1.6, 1.8.
1.8.
We'll have to take a look at that because I don't know what the number is, but we'll take a look at that at the end of it.
Is there even a 3 million?
There might be.
No, I saw 1.8.
Not yet.
1.8 was the highest.
Okay, so yeah, 1.8 was Dragon Shark Turns. That was our game 2 ago. So, as I said, this is going to be our time. So let's do this. So yeah, we're not even wasting time with this, as I mentioned. So, and thank God for the, suggested thing, because we did this for the preview program. We're making this happen now. Medium. So I already know it's a great combination. Sports and simulation.
Okay.
And we'll stick with, the PlayStation because I guess actually, we haven't looked at simulation yet. Actually, no, we sort of have. Let's get our nice Sogs into Quattro where everyone, that's good. 3D graphics, good. We've got word that they've sponsored a highly praised move to get more women in technology roles. Captain Proterova, the CEOs at Tamsoft, said we'd love to see women in the gaming industry, which we have as far as our team. We definitely have a good team as far as what they do. So, all right, let's get going with this. We
have some diversity.
We do, and we'll actually have the achievement also for that perspective anyway.
We actually have a really diverse team.
We do, but I mean, look at what they all offer. It's been a great case of that. And I'll tell you, we're also running out multiplayer. But I don't think we necessarily need story. In fact, you know what? We're going to take that out. Because you don't have to put in to all the additional features you have. It's just been cases where we've run into things where, no, we're going to do it. So, first thing I'm doing is, you're going on gameplay because you need that. But engine, we're not going to do that. I'm going to put myself on engine, or ourselves on engine.
Okay.
Yeah, story quests. Fine, you know, let's get our new hire a little bit of work going on that. Actually, wait, no, we don't even need this at all because we're not even putting into that. So fine, we're not putting.
Well, it's not completely. I wouldn't say nothing, but I would say low.
Fine, all right, that's pretty low that way. So there you go. There's our engine. It says that only 2, but I think we probably wanted massive, and I think we can manage having this.
Also, there is a bonus for getting everyone involved.
Okay, we're gonna get everybody involved for sure.
So I'm not sure if they would give you credit if you put it at 0%.
Actually, one other thing I'm gonna do is we'll wait. I'll wait till the next one because this is something we're gonna be getting hype going on. We need to. Yeah, look at that already. Our tech points are going through the roof.
Okay.
And see, he's already generating hype because of fans.
You want to do marketing?
We're gonna do marketing. I'm gonna do that after this. We'll hold the dialogues to this, but AI, we do need our AI.
Market during development.
Marketing, next. Let's see. So, level design. Let's get. Let's put myself on level design. So a little bit that way. Yeah, he's not much on this. Let's get him a little bit. wait, she's not. Oh wait, she hasn't. I haven't done anything with her at all. So you know what? Fine. We'll have our team sort of involved. Yeah, that's the thing because we have 5 people. Yeah, I want him on AI. Absolutely want him on AI. You know, fine. Let's have her prove herself. She can do that, and then next time I'll put Tony Rodriguez on. So yeah, that'll work. Now let's start our hype marketing. I don't know. Do we want to go big or go home, or let's just do some magazine advertising? Let's start there. We'll start small.
Okay, magazine and demos?
Yeah, we'll do that. That'll work.
Okay. I'd say you can afford it.
I think so. Yeah, look at that. Look at our team. Damn, look already as far as that tech is like, this is going to be interesting. And yeah, we definitely want our sound stereo, no question. Graphics are there. Tony Rodriguez is good on that. World design. We do want some world design, I think, a little bit. As far as that graphic.
Well, it is a sports game, so what world?
Yep, indeed. So that's good. Sound. Okay, that's pretty good, honestly. Actually, we're not going to run into a case of...
I would actually put the world design a little lower.
A little lower?
Half, yeah.
Let's do, like, about there.
I'd say half of it. A little
half
more.
What we were?
That's good. We're not there.
Okay, so graphics we have there. Sound, I'll put a little more on that. But yeah, everybody has been involved. Everybody's done stuff. I think we're good. Nothing else our tech is going to be pretty impressive. Yeah, look at that.
Very tech-focused.
Tech-focused, yeah. Almost, yeah, over 60. Damn. All right, but we got some bugs we got to get going. Come on.
Wait like a second or two.
2 months, Super Nintendo will be taken off the market. Fine, we're not making it on Super Nintendo. Whoa, no. Fix the bugs. There we go. Look at that.
1, okay.
Can we repeat history as far as our Super Bowl game Saturday?
100. We actually reached 100 there. 100 points total.
Oh, that's awesome. Okay, so we're actually, that is going to be really good.
I think this is the first time we get 100.
All right. There we go. Coach's Conundrum. Let's see how it goes the second time. Because, yeah, it is a legendary game for Super Bowl game Saturday.
It was legendary in terms of money. Now this is legendary in terms of our first 3-digit score.
All right. Keep making history. That's what you do. Due to increased experience, Monica Olsen got a praise. Okay. 3D graphics volume 2. So you can put more, but yeah, we're under 1 million, so we got to get a sense of what we're seeing. All right, the moment of truth. Coach's Conundrum. Yeah, we saw it before. You knew it. You loved it. If you saw part 1, as far as our preview, let's see what we got now.
Okay, come on.
7 out of 10, enjoyable.
All right. So we're stable.
9 out of 10, great game. Very good.
Well, we've been consistent.
Yeah, and Star Games the only one's like, yeah, we only think this is worth a 7, but everybody else thinks like, no, this is a great game. We told you it's a great game. I think the market's gonna think it's a great game too. Let's get ourselves a idea. What do we got as far as this report? So yeah, this Coach's Conundrum, and we'll compare it with the other one for sure before we stop the show. Actually, no, I gotta be honest with you, I'm kind of liking the idea of this being a little early as far as the show, because yeah, we're 5 hours already as far as it, but it's the kind of thing that, no, it's not necessarily too massive, and it seems like it's going well that way. As I said, I think we can also justify coming back to like,
right.
Actually, question for you. I want to ask.
You want to do a second day of this? Then?
I think so, because this is what I'm asking, because I'm saying that, do we, I think at some point, want to come back to this to complete the 35 days?
Sure.
I think we should. I mean, as far as what the schedule that's going to look like, I don't know. We might have to put this a little bit on the shelf, sort of, but I think we can...
Yeah, we're gonna need another day.
We'll put it on the shelf, like, as far as, like, scheduling. So, like, usually we do every month if we can. We can't now for this, but as I said, it's going to be one of those cases we'll definitely come back to this, because I think it's fine. We're not stopping at 5 hours. We'll go to 6, I think. I think we manage it. Okay. Great. All right, so, Dolly Finn, you're liking what you're seeing on this. Graphics are important. And we got that going.
You have very stable scores. You're hovering between, what, 6 and 8, roughly?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
No big hits, but no ones either. So
no, there you go. I mean, that's been the case. I've had elements going on where it hasn't been a problem. All right, so yeah, take a nice vacation. You earned it. Yeah, good old Coach's Conundrum. Yes. Okay, so Dolly Finn, you'd like to see that as well. I mean, we do have the preview program we did before, but I think at this point, since we have this and we're going as well as we are with this, I think we got to continue the adventures of Tamsoft. I think at some point what I'll do is, I think the week after we do that, we'll show Battle Arena Toshinden. Whenever we come back to this, I'll do that the week after.
what is it, for 3 million now?
Yep. Alright, let's see what else we can do. And let's see.
Okay,
Publishing deal. We got publishing deals. Lowood Productions. What's that supposed to be? Oh, again, West. Is this supposed to be like Westwood?
Oh,
I'm trying to think what the joke on Lowood is.
Maybe.
Yeah, the people made Command & Conquer. Yeah, talk about that. Command & Conquer people making a fashion game. Though the Command & Conquer people did make the Lion King game on the Genesis Super Nintendo. Interesting enough. Let's see. Colonization, any genre. Yeah, actually, I don't have the topics for any of these. So yeah, we can't do a contract yet. Although, actually, you know what? Maybe we should see what's going on with that. So let's see. What do we got for research? Tutorials, character progression, better user experience. Enhance our graphics engine. Yeah, I think maybe we have to do. Since we're running engine so heavily, I think we need to do that. So let's do a better graphics engine. You go on vacation. I mean, usually you want to, I guess, wait till they get to the end. But I think it probably doesn't matter either way. I want to keep him happy. He's like, yeah, remember... Yeah, Miss Olsen was the one that we started the company with as far as our other worker. And we thought we might have been overworking her before. It's like, we value her service. It's company of question. All right, 2 million units in sales. That's pretty good. All right. There we go. But that doesn't mean we might need an engine change. But fine, we'll do another game and then we'll do another engine change, I think. But actually, you know what? I think I do want to get one of those other topics.
I'm not to play a game and just get some money and then just hire one worker and then just have them make like large games and just burn them out.
Yeah, to see what that's like, because yeah, I don't know what that's like.
I just want to see if you can literally make someone quit.
Or Chad, if you know as well, we can also get that answer. Let's see. Okay, so I think what I want to do here. Yeah, fine. Let's try something else. Let's actually do some.
Chat, anyone has done that before?
Yeah, if anybody's done that, feel free to go. You know, fine. Let's have a group session. Let's do a usability study with everybody in my team. So yeah, that's the other thing. When you're doing contracts, you have multiple people. It's gonna go way faster. So yeah, look at that. But yeah, we also got to get a sense of E3. So now we got to make a new game. But yeah, let's get that ready. There it is. We've got some money. Yeah, that got through really quick. Would hire again.
Okay,
Thank you very much. Or maybe we should make a sequel. We haven't done a sequel in a while. Or semi-while. Let's see. We haven't touched Prison Break. Actually, let's see. What is our most... Do we want to sequelize one of our most profitable games? Actually, yeah, there you go. Coach's Conundrum is our most profitable game now. At 1.9 million.
Okay, good.
So I guess then we want to... Maybe we sequelize Sunrise and Sunsets.
With the 1.6?
Yeah, I think we can do that.
Sure. Good.
Yeah, it's a good combo. Although, fine, the other thing is that we can change genre still. Actually, I'm curious. Well, no, because we did that, so that's a good combo, but maybe there's something better? Nah, probably not, I guess. Let's see what's market share looking like. Yeah, market share's been kind of consistent. PlayStation has been holding on pretty consistently as far as what it looks like. And there's Nintendo 64, which has a high license cost, very high license cost as far as how it is.
So it's 60K?
Well, license cost is 200. The the dev cost though is 60, but still, yeah, fine. Dev cost is the same. It's just that the licensing is case. Actually, yeah, we haven't done anything mature on PlayStation, and there is a mature audience on PlayStation. So let's do this, and then we'll have to go to the next engine for our additional 3D graphics, I think. Okay, we do have E3 coming up, so at that point we'll have a bit of a preparation. All right, so let's see. We do want to do well. Okay. Fine. You know, I think for this, I do want to have that a bit, and fine, we'll put in a little bit with April Keller. Okay, so then let's see. Engine, yeah, my Engine Man, you're going over there, and then gameplay is going to be important too. So let's put that there. That'll work, I think. Save game multiplayer. Actually, yeah, with Wild West Action, well, basically, I think we just have to run multiplayer at some point for everything because we've introduced it.
Yeah, once you introduce something, I think people expect it.
Right. Christopher Ringnall from E-Gaming Check. I got word you're working on a new game. What's going on? Let's see. What are you expecting about this game, which doesn't have a name yet? Being well received? Yeah, this is the other thing. You can be modest or you can hype it. I tend to be modest. I mean, technically we have another hyping method going on anyway, because we have E3 coming up.
Yeah, if you think it would go really well, hype. I usually go modest.
I do too, so I'm gonna do that. They might like that. They might say, like, hey, they're humble about it. They don't think it's necessarily going to be amazing.
It all depends on what the scores are.
All right. So here's E3. We got our game. It doesn't have a name yet, but don't worry, we're coming up with something. Actually, they don't even know it's a sequel. It's like, hey, this seems unique. You might think, hey, this is something interesting, but they don't know it's a sequel.
Game 18.
Yep. We had 77,000 people visiting the booth. All right. That's good. All right, we got our dialogues, level design, but we do need to get you involved. Let's get you on. Dialogues start. But yeah, we do need Monica Olson for that. Let's see. That'll be good, I think. Do a little bit more on that. Yeah, there we go. We're good. At the end, we'll name it. We'll say, by the way, this is a sequel to Sunrise and Sunset.
Mechanically, if you had you put it as a sequel, right?
I did. I just didn't name it yet.
They know, but the name.
They don't know it's a sequel to this, I guess.
Well, mechanically they should, because if you hit the tag, right?
I would think so.
Yeah.
Fine. Let's also put April Kelly. Yeah, you've been doing well for this, and Tony Rodriguez, you go there. So graphics, sound. Okay, we're in good shape. All right. I think that's good. All right, the Dreamcast is coming out. I love the system, as we showed before, but here it is, the Dreamcast. It's dream come true, the most advanced gaming console in history. The new console supports powerful graphics, hardware promising graphic quality rivals of high-end PCs, which it definitely was. And also the first console with a modem out of the box, made ready for online.
Also, how far did you get in your playtest?
This is almost as far as I got.
Okay.
A little more. Oh, I'll go a little more in a bit.
So you got, like, PlayStation 2 era?
Yes, it did. Oh, okay. The first I wait, did something freeze, but no, it didn't.
Nice. 50 hype.
Damn.
That's probably from EA, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Or, E3 or whatever.
Oh, E3, yeah. Well, that helped, but also, I guess, us being modest in the magazine interview. So, I find our name, it is,
Well, I think you get a little bit of hype, but it's just not as much. It's just, if you hype something that doesn't do well, it hurts sales.
Right. But yeah, we're not that way. So, Sunrise and Sunset 2. Fine, let's see. Wake up. I guess Wake Up Dead. Or, no.
Wake Up the Dead.
Yeah, wait.
A zombie apocalypse.
Well, hey, fitting, because remember what happened with Red Dead Redemption? They did a zombie thing for that. Wake up the dead. Well, so you're waking them up because, like, yeah, the souls of the main character, I guess, from the original game are back.
Okay.
So, all right. Let's see what they got. Ooh. So we're getting 2 raises going on. Tony Rodriguez got raised. Special training for ourselves. Yeah, when you get to level 5, you do have special training you can run, and I'm going to ask you about that specifically because I didn't do this.
Oh, that's the boost, right?
Yeah.
What is, like, 1 million, I think?
Uh-huh. Yeah, we'll show that, but actually this is, I think, the next level of the office renovation, so we're doing it.
Oh, we're doing office renovation. Okay,
yes.
Cool.
So there you go, and this is also a save. This is I got into this, but here we go.
How much was the office renovation?
150,000.
Oh, that's cheap then.
It's the same amount it costs to move into the new place. So first reviews came in, so let's see. 7 out of 10. Yeah, Star Games keeps giving our stuff 7s, but we'll see if everybody else agrees. 8 out of 10, very good.
Does it increase the rent cost of the building?
I think it does, but Almost Perfect by Game Hero. 8 out of 10. Focus on engine served.
I think technically this is considered an upgrade in office, but I don't remember it being all that more expensive.
Okay. But there we are.
Like, it just feels like a free upgrade.
I guess we'll see. Okay, so here we go. Originally is the sequel to this game, now with great responses. Since E3 has become the biggest meetup of game developers every year, tied user name for greater good. Starting today, we have different development challenges throughout the year where they can compete with each other. So it's almost like a game developer conference a little bit. Great way for them to learn something new. You're welcome to join anytime. No prizes, but you can increase skills. How's that work? Is that in...
I think they just give it to you, you just pick it, right?
Okay, as far as, what, training?
I think it comes up.
Okay, now tell us about. I don't have enough to do this, but tell us what boost
okay,
is.
So, so the boost, I think you do things faster. It's like a speed boost temporarily.
Okay, I don't have enough points for design or anything for it.
we don't have enough money for it anyway. It's too much right now.
Okay, actually, here are the E3 challenges.
So the E3 ones, it's an upgraded version of your initial training. So the other ones are 5, right? So they're 5, and was it 30? Was it 15K or 30K?
5 and 15K.
Yeah, 15K. So these are 10 and 70K.
So it's more.
So they're a lot more expensive, but they increase. They give you more points.
Gotcha.
So they're more efficient. They're more efficient in terms of. They're a stronger training method.
Okay. All right. And I think at some point we could do that. Yeah, when you get to level 5, you can do this, but I don't have enough.
Yeah.
Enough energy for it.
It's kind of expensive right now.
Yeah.
You kind of want to use your money for other things.
Yeah, like telling the hacker to fuck off. Very special offer. Our agents have managed to gain access to critical system when compares. They keep doing that. No, we're fine as far as our war games. We're doing okay as it is. But all right, we didn't do a report on this one. Fine, let's do a report. The 8 out of 10. So yeah, that's going pretty good.
Decent enough fans, but
yeah, we're doing okay.
It's low. Only 800K, but the fans are nice.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That being said, I do want to see something else, which is, yeah, he's getting close to that. Let's see what other things. Let's train her because she has not necessarily gotten much. I'll give her a little bit as far as this training. So go ahead, the innovation challenge. All right, so here's the post-release analysis. Platform match at PlayStation in a mature rated game is good and sounds important. Oh yeah, you're getting whatever, go on vacation. Alright, I'm trying to think also where else we should be going on this. Let me see one other thing, which is I want to look on platforms, not topics.
And how's our engine doing?
Alright, I want to update the engine, you're right. Thank you for reminding me. Because I want to run 3D graphics too. Actually, I don't think there's a reason to have 3D graphics 1 if I'm running 2, except for maybe cost reason. I mean, I don't know.
Like,
it gives me more options as I'm doing development,
I guess technically, it's not expensive, but you're right. I think once you get the next upgrade, you'll just never use the one before.
Pretty much. So in that case, I can take that off. So fine.
Yeah.
Well, actually, before
I think you're saving 30K
if I do that. Actually, before I do that, I want to take a look and see if there's anything else I want to add into this engine that we don't have. AI improved. Open world day night cycle 2D graphics 3. You know what? Fine. I'm gonna put in the AI, and then we'll make a new engine.
You're researching AI first.
Yeah, and I'm gonna preventively send him on vacation, so everybody be ready when we come back. And in that case, I will.
It's not gonna punish you. I don't think it punishes you if you're doing engine stuff when he's on vacation.
Okay. I just want to get him out of the way so we're set when we make the next game.
Yeah. It only is bad when you're making a game.
Okay.
Because it's like, hey, you guys are making a game without me. He feels left out.
Now, actually, is that actually a factor for this, or just us thinking?
It is. I think there's a punishment, and they do tell you that. But I'm just making a joke that they feel left out.
Maybe Tavern Keeper will put that in. Greenheart Games, that might be something to put into Tavern Keeper when you finish that one. Their next game. Okay, so, let's see. Actually, let me just take a look as far as topics. What other topics are there that we don't have yet?
The shopkeeper doesn't want to,
colonization.
What?
I was just looking at the next topic. It's colonization's next topic.
Yeah.
I think we're fine. We were gonna say.
So the innkeeper feels bad that he can't join the party on the
maybe because that's what that game is looking like.
Okay.
I'm curious about what it is, especially if this game is as good as it is, and it is. I want to see what they've got. All right. So next thing.
Oh look, I was right. Young in airplane is a good fit.
Yeah, it is. Okay.
I thought so.
We could do that again. We could just go as far as like something for airplanes. You know, we haven't done that in a while. Let's do that.
I just remembered that, but I didn't have a justification. I was just like, what games historically are good for young and
yeah, airplane action. Yeah, let's do some airplane. Let's like get our flying going on. Yes, 20%. Yeah, PlayStation's really held on as far as what that is, with market share being so consistent. Actually, yeah, we haven't done a young for PlayStation yet, so this is gonna be interesting.
I don't think young works well with PlayStation.
Then maybe we want to get something else then.
Yeah, I wouldn't use PlayStation.
Now it's running.
It's probably okay, but it's not a strong fit.
All right, fine. Since we're doing our 3D graphics,
I would say anything Nintendo.
Actually, yeah, that reminds me of one other thing. I didn't do the engine. Let's do the engine. Because I forgot to put on the... Fine, better. I was waiting for that. I'll take that off. Favorite stereo sound, that's all good. So next engine...
But yeah, keep your engine up to date and occasionally make sure you're training everyone.
So SOG's engine... I'm trying to think as far as something with 5. Let's see. Another language that we haven't...
You don't have to...
Fine, I'll tell you what we're going to do this time.
Don't be that creative.
Fine, we'll put a number. How about that? We didn't use number before, so it's like, fine, we're putting a number on it. We'll create the engine, and we'll have that running this way. Okay. You go on that, we're going to be in good shape. Let's grab something over here quickly. And perfect timing, because, yeah, our engine is complete. So let's see. Let's get going, and yeah, we will do what we were saying. Let's do airplane action. For youths, we are pulling out another system. So we spent all our time on PlayStation. It was nice. We do have the money to run Nintendo 64. Running Nintendo 64.
All right.
And then Nera's new engine. So there you go. It's just normal 2.0. That, and then just number without the decimals. Perfect. Okay. There you go. 3D graphics too. We're good. Okay, so let's see what we're going to do on this one. So engine is going to be important, so David Drabin is on that. And then, let's see, then gameplay, story quests. Yeah, we'll have some simple cutscenes. There'll be multiplayer, so it'll be like a precursor to Crimson Skies. You play Crimson Skies?
Oh, I did a little bit.
Oh, this game's so good. Another one I'd love to show for this game. It's on the PC, but then there's also the High Road to Revenge, which is on Xbox, which I have, and I want to show that bad. It's kind of like Indiana Jones a little bit, and it's very appealing.
Yeah, I think someone else showed me.
Okay, so we're good on that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, for someone with a reputation as lazy man, you certainly aren't a very good charmer.
Huh?
No, I'm taking from that game.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, that's how much I love that game. I have lots of elements as far as just my fandom of it. Okay, so engine, yeah, he does have elements of that, but I'm going to put myself on this one. And level design, let's see.
Alright.
That's good. Dialogues. We do want our better AI, so that's that. I do need to put Tony Rodriguez onto something, but he'll hold for a bit. Okay, that's good. Alright, we are going well. Alright, today the Dreamcast is released. We could have easily put on the Dreamcast, but honestly I think the Nintendo 64 is going to be a better fit for this. Actually, wait, I gotta start marketing this. I forgot, shit. Fine, magazine demo. We're sort of at the end, but yeah, we're giving our hype machine ready at the end. There's stereo sound, there's everything there. I'm a little overworked, so we're going to put stuff there. Let's go there. Tony Rodriguez doesn't have much going on. Let's see. Yeah, I think April Keller's going to be fine there. As far as what that is. World design should be okay. Everybody is in good shape. I'll put a little more there. That should be good. And then... Okay. At the end of this, yeah, our hype machine is going into full force. Yeah, look at that tech. Look at those tech points. Damn, it's almost 100 on tech alone. And the Vent Oasis is going away. Oh, we have a booth for E3. Okay, fine, I'll tell you what we're doing. We're gonna get our hype going into overdrive. We gotta wait for bug testing, and then we're done with bug testing, we're gonna go to E3, and we're gonna show this game. Yeah, okay, alright, this is going really good. Oh, and trend towards simulation. Okay, so that's gonna be a little off for us, but that's fine. I'm waiting to E3. We're almost there. Don't worry. Here we go. So we got our game.
A lot of checkpoints.
Oh yeah, we got 100 checkpoints. And some bonus hype. Oh man. Look at that.
That's more than the other games combined.
There you go. As you said, you're getting everything going. I timed that perfectly, I think. And,
So 150.
yeah, we didn't make it in the top 100 booths, but yeah. We generated this. Let's get going. Actually, you know what? Fine. This is going to be sort of a sequel as well.
Wait, you made an action game with high tech?
Uh-huh.
Too bad it wasn't a simulation game.
Fine. It's Ace Baron's come back. Remember him from the Game Boy days? He's back. And then I'm going to also take my element of Crimson Skies. We're going into, let's see. Burgundy Air. So instead of Crimson Skies, we're getting Burgundy Air. Yeah, there we go. Look at that. Beautiful. Alright, let's see what this is going to take. Or how it's going to take. But, yeah, you go... You know, fine. Well, I'll let... Yeah, you stay here. Due to increased experience, April Keller got promoted. And she got more money. She also is needing a vacation. I think she's going to deserve one. Bye-bye to the Sega Genesis, though. And new... Here we go. Burgundy Air. Let's see what this is going to look like. 8 out of 10. Very enjoyable. 10 out of 10. Truly great. Informed gamer. 9 out of 10. Outstanding game. Game hero. 10 out of 10. Awesome. All games. There we go.
Okay, so you got 2 10 out of 10?
Yes. There we go. See, that was worth going through. But yeah, you also go on vacation now because you earned a very good vacation. And you, or myself, or ourselves, let's take a look at that report. Yeah, look at that. That is our, I guess, our coach's conundrum of this part of the game. Also, yeah, she's sort of feeling it. So yeah, you go on vacation too, and you start training. Let's see. Yeah, we're going pretty good on this. All right, let's just take a look at that, that, and that. There we go. All right, I got a new research of multi-genre, which, okay, this is getting towards where I was getting with practice, because I then got the ability to run multi-genre. When you research that, in fact, I'll research that now. All right, after we look at the report here, which is dialogues aren't that important. And also, self-publishing medium games to be efficient when we have 100,000 fans. Publishing deals can give us great exposure and reach more players. I'm going to research multi-genre now. What that does is it means that you get to select multiple genres when you're making a game. So you make action, adventure, or something else. So I'm going to focus on that right away. And since you're back, you're going to train. There you go. Yeah, Sims are popular now, but it might fall out of style, so I'm a little... I kind of want to hit while the iron's hot now, but I also don't want to lose the ability for that. Yeah, when they're done with their training, then we'll see if I can do it. Unless maybe there's a contract for this, for publishing. Yeah, simulations are popular. There is a publisher deal. Let's see. Vampire simulation, but I don't have, let's see. Yeah, there are a couple of these. I want to do 5 out of 10 from Active Visionaries. Yeah, I don't know if Vampire and Simulation would be a good mix anyway. I don't have it researched, so I think I'll just do something else. Alright, so there we go. And then when she's done, I'm gonna try and we'll do a sim of some sort. 2 months, the Sega Master System, we've taken off the market. So yeah, it lasted 12 years, thanks to Brazil again, but yeah, all good things must come to an end, clearly. Alright, there we go, so let's get a new game. And we have multi-genre, so I can pick more than one. And you don't have to necessarily pick more than one, from what I've understood. But we need something that goes well with simulation. So pick a genre, simulation. Let's see the expedition there. So that's... Yeah, I don't think we want to make a casual simulation. That's probably not going to be a good idea. Let's see. Prison... We're gonna make it, fine, we're gonna make another Sim City. I think maybe we should do that. But yeah, it's also that question of, yeah, I'm wondering how we should do that. And our engine, yeah, we did run the new engine. Also, I'm trying to think of other games that I was asked to do for this. Yeah, we did the Freddy Fish thing that was really popular. We did Persona 6 again. Yeah, I think we did hit a couple of those big ones. Alright, let's see. Also, there's the Dreamcast, which does have a high licensing cost. And also, I guess the other thing is that, well, if you know your history on the Dreamcast, that might be a questionable proposition, although it does have the largest market share now. Which is, I guess, how the Dreamcast was initially, particularly in the US, where it was huge at the start and everybody was paying attention. But it's just that the Dreamcast does not have a whole lot of simulation games to it, so if we're going to strike on simulation, I don't know if I want to run... I don't know if I necessarily want to run the Dreamcast for that. In fact, I think I'm not gonna. I think we're going to run PC for this one. We'll run medium, they're a new engine. My other question's this, which is... Because I have mixed genre now. I researched that.
Okay.
I guess, because you have great combinations as far as one genre and a topic, but now it also takes into account, I'm going to assume, when you have a two genre, right?
Yeah, it actually makes things a lot more complicated.
I was going to say, we should show that at some point, but I think I want to strike on simulation right now, specifically, so I think in that case, I think I'll just stick with one, because you don't have to pick
in other words, you're
genre.
kind of specializing at that point. If you're going two genres, you're specializing.
Yeah, I think we'll do that for one of them, but we'll do that a little later. Let's hope I can also get this going before the trend on simulation goes away. But so far, it has not. Okay, so gameplay is going to be where we're going to focus on this. We'll put ourselves on that. Our engine man is going to be good that way. And then story quests. You keep starting with April Keller as far as that, even though her tech is pretty damn good, honestly, with this. So honestly, you know what? I think Monica Olsen can probably go on this better than April can. So we'll put her somewhere else. Save and multiplayer, yeah, because we want a city simulation. We're doing linear story, simple cutscenes. Yeah, it's fine. We'll just keep as we have. And then we have something to show. We will then... Oh, fine. It generate hype on its own. What determines that?
Huh?
When hype comes out on its own, I guess it's because we have a reputation as a company.
Actually, it was based on their fans, but...
Okay, that would make sense then. Okay, so we had 3 million units, or $3 million in sales on Base Bearing 2.
And probably due to the time period, too.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's see. AI, let's...
Time period, what level office you're at.
Right, okay. Yeah, in her case, yeah, I know she can go in level design. But I do want to put you onto this. That's pretty good. Let's start some marketing. Yeah, let's do magazine demos. There you go. There is the PlayStation 2, or the Play System 2. Now, upgrade hardware to compete with newer generation consoles like the Dreamcast. Like the Dreamcast, it's not focused on online that much, which is true. Although it did have online eventually. But its focus is on strengths of the previous PlayStation system. Solid upgrade controller, including rumble function, upgrade graphics, support for DVD, and backwards compatibility with the PlayStation 1 and PlaySystem 1. So there you go.
But yeah, as you go for multi-genres, you want to specialize more and more.
Yeah, I think I want to show at least one of those as far as that. And here's level 3, or stage 3. He is definitely being worked a bit, so I think I want to put myself on this one. Although he does have the most. Fine, that's graphics. No, I want all my artistry on that. So actually, that would be me. So yeah, that's us, I should say. World design. I think I'll put a little bit into that. You know, I'll put her on this because she has not had much play. Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, that should be fine. Oh, but unfortunately the market trended off. That's fine. Since release of the Dreamcast has been one of the fastest selling consoles in history lately, its anticipation of the PlayStation 2 is slowing down sales. If you're gonna hold up the hype when it's released, Vanna could be in deep trouble. Yeah, unfortunately we do have bugs going on, so we gotta get these out of the way. Oh, right, the Xbox. Yeah, here it is. PC software juggernaut Microsoft has announced today they'll enter the console market with their very own gaming console, the M-Box. First demonstration impressive. We'll have to wait how it fares against the Dreamcast as well as the PlayStation 2. It's coming in the next couple months. Today, the PlayStation 2 has been released. Okay. Alright, there we go. Pretty good. Good management. Alright. Okay, now we gotta think about a name on this. So, I mean... Wait, hold on. Right, it was, what was the name of that initial game we did? It was, oh, Pretend Town, right. That was it.
Well, now we need to upgrade Real Town or something.
But, you know, that's perfect. Actually, no, I'll tell you, that goes to one thing that, Chasm22 did, or was indicating. We're doing practice on that. I got the hospital genre. So he said, like, we have to make a hospital game. We said, Great Hospital. And then we made the sequels, Greater Hospital, and then Greatest Hospital. So we kept going, you're right. Yeah, Real Town.
What you should do is just be like... You should be like Cleric.
Uh-huh.
Then you could be like Saint.
Uh-huh.
Then you could be like God.
There you go. We can do that. I like that way of thinking.
Like if you make a hospital.
Uh-huh.
God Simulator.
Okay.
His best hospital.
Alright. You increase in staff. There we go. We got a raise. Or he got a raise. Easter eggs, AI companions. Actually, you mentioned stuff as far as Easter egg for that, so actually I'm going to do research on that now. Where is that? Here it is.
Yeah, go ahead and try to find some Easter eggs if you want.
I've seen some on screen, but I guess then that means, is it part of development or is it part of looking around your office or what?
At certain times, your office helps.
Actually, one thing I saw earlier, there's a poster of something Mars, it's supposed to be like Doom, and actually over there I saw another one talking about, like, Great Hospital, the idea of what that was. Are you familiar with Theme Hospital?
No.
It's on the PC, actually that photo over there, the thing with the medical symbol that's in green,
right.
That's the same thing in the box of that. I'll put a picture of that when we edit. Right, 8.
I'm saying if you want to go hunting for Easter eggs, go for it.
Yeah, I mean, I may as well, because actually this I haven't seen yet, so in that case, it's probably worth putting into that. The launch of the PlayStation 2 has been a phenomenal success. Stores are out of stock because manufacturing barely keep up, which is what happened with the PlayStation 2. Fans resorted to buying the console on internet action sites for 5 times the normal price, which is basically every single PlayStation system after this, except for 4. Weird enough, too. As many of the most successful launch in history, the sales of the Dreamcast have plummeted. Alright, so there is our Easter egg case. Okay, Cyberpunk action. Yeah, on Nintendo 64, that seems like a weird one, but either way. Fine, you need to be going on vacation. You look sad. Microsoft has announced the delay of the Xbox, and the release date is later this year. It also says the PS2 problem to delay their debut. So let's see, what did Real Town? World design is not important. That's basically it. You know,
like in terms of posters, there are some time-sensitive ones.
Uh-huh. Yeah, the Doom one was a specific one, because I did see that earlier.
Yeah, also that Pong one. You apparently lose.
Yeah, I just keep that around. Actually... Okay, no, I'm just seeing something else. Actually, yeah, we'll make a game when they come back. Oh, they are all back. So yeah, let's do that.
Actually, I wonder if he carries the pond every office.
I think he did, because we started at the beginning, and then I think it wasn't every one so far, so we have seen it. Okay, so next, we will create... Actually, wait, is there anything in engine that I bought that we... Oh, that's an engine thing. Okay. Actually, in that case, here's the weird thing. Anytime when I want to do an engine build, I want to build something else out, something else to use. Let's see, characters and game tutorials. You know what? Let's see, AI contains open world, 2D graphics 3. I think I want to go into some other stuff. Actually, you know what? No, we'll do better user experience. And then with Miss Olsen over here, we're gonna research. We'll do tutorialing, and let me just see if there's what else there might be worth doing. Dialogues, level design, AI, graphics. You know, I think we can do. Actually, before I do that, I'll just take a look as far as what other topics are here that I didn't touch. I was colonization still. Yeah, I'll do character position, and you know what the hell? Let's get colonization as well because I have the stuff for it, and also because I want to branch out or have an element of that. Because yeah, your big one is civilization, so it wouldn't be a fitting case of us playing this game without that coming up. And yeah, we do want a booth here. Actually, we could go bigger, but I don't know if we necessarily want to. Yeah, I think we can. I think we're just on this.
That's 500K is a lot.
It is a lot, but then again, we do have more money now. We're at 4 million. I think we can rationalize this.
If you want, I would stick to small.
Well, fine. We'll do small this time.
Small, unless you think that you have a really good game.
That's okay. That's the question because I don't know necessarily. I might not be able to be done with this stuff until we get to the next game.
If you think the game is really successful, it is a gamble.
Okay. All right. Also, talk about again art imitating life this way. Small Nerd fans have asked we release the source code for one of our older game engines, which is what Greenheart Games has done with this game. As far as it doing so to satisfy fans, we worked hard on it, and we can sell licenses for money. Well, honestly, and you can sell it for money and have more of it, or we can say no, we don't want to do anything, or we'll just give it away. I mean, running our better engines. You know what? Have our 2.0 engine. We'll give it away. Our recent decision was met with outstanding responses. It cost us money, but it gained 5,000 fans. Awesome. Okay.
Yeah, I think 5,000 fans is a lot better than a few K.
Yeah, I would think so. Oh, let's get a game running because we do have E3 coming up.
What was that, 3K and this one? 3K is nothing.
Yeah, at this point with $4 million is not a problem whatsoever. I guess here's the thing, yeah, we do want to branch out, like colonization. Oh no, we did a strategy game before. I missed the market on that. Let's see. We haven't done comedy in a while. Actually, I'm curious also, what have we not touched? On construction we haven't touched, or detective. Detective would be a mature rated thing, I know that for a fact. We make LA Noire. As far as mixing genre, actually, in some ways, something like this might be a better one, because at that point we can say an action-adventure or an action RPG, an adventure RPG. Honestly, I think we could mix action-adventure on this. So I think, you know what, let's do that. We'll medium it. As far as we're running, yeah, we could license cost PlayStation 2 and get ourselves in on that. Yeah, we have PlayStation 1. Dreamcast is there. Yeah, let's do. We'll do what we did on the test play. I'm getting the licensed PlayStation 2. And then
and that just came out anyway, right?
Yep.
Looks like an investment.
Alright, so that's that, and we're going mature rated on this. It's gonna be like LA Noire.
Right.
3D graphics, let's go. Here's the thing, yeah, we're just started development. This is like in pre-alpha. So you're gonna have to you have to trust our word for it. We got something interesting going. But they want to see what we got.
Yeah, look at those fans.
Damn. Bonus sales. Oh, I see. When you have a game selling now, you can get sale. Actually, wait.
Okay, I'm pretty sure that 1% was not in the other one. They probably hit that information.
What, in the PC version?
Yeah.
Okay. And
there was no percentages. I don't remember them ever showing a percentage on anything.
Okay, and that's because we have a game, I guess, selling now currently. But we have another game that's coming out that we're hyping. So it's like we got new fans of that. We got the game we got selling. And yeah, okay, so that should be fine to that. Okay, we do want cutscenes to this as well. So go in a little bit of a different territory. I do think we do want some stuff with story a little bit. Actually, yeah, you know what? Morgan Olsen, you're good on that. Engine, we do want gameplay on this. That looks pretty good so far. We'll have an action adventure as far as what that is with the everything there. Save game multiplayer. That's good, I think. So what happened to D3? Didn't make top 100, but that's fine. Got word they're working on a new game. Yeah, let's tell you what we got. What are you expecting on this? Do you think it's well received? I honestly don't know, so I'm not gonna say yes.
I'm gonna say modest.
I'm gonna be modest on this one too.
Unless you know what you're doing, I wouldn't go for it. It's too much risk.
Okay, so next stage, we have our AI, our dialogues. Let's see. I do think we want some dialogues. Let's see. Actually, no, as far as our art case, I want to put her on this. I'll hold her until the end of development. Actually, also, we'll do a little bit of marketing. Soul Magazine. We went to E3. We did have the interview.
Yeah, I think those do stack. I think they those stack.
Yeah, that's how we got 50 that time, and how we're kind of up on this one.
But yeah, only one marketing per game, though.
Okay. So stereo sound, that's good. All right, so she'll be here at the end. World design.
Like, I think it uses just the higher one. So if you get a magazine and you get, like, a demo, the demo and magazine override the magazine.
Well, it's time for some bug testing. Not as massive as we had before, but still not bad. As if we're kind of shooting in the wind on this one. Alright, so it's... Oh wait, we gotta name this thing, right. Let's see. We already did detective case. There's so many detective games I could think of to pull out for this one.
And what's the genre?
Action-adventure.
Action-adventure.
So, they're doing detective work. Let's see. There are multiple things I could think of for this. I said I mentioned LA Noire. There's Phoenix Wright, which is kind of like a point-click.
That's more of a lawyer type thing.
That's a lawyer thing I was thinking.
Like save that for something.
Although there is a little bit of detective work in that game because you're actually doing some stuff as far as investigating the areas, along with the lawyer part. You played that game?
I did not, but I've seen it.
It's good. I've gotten that pretty big.
It's one of those I should try type things.
And it is on a bunch of systems. There's a PC version. It's also on all the consoles. So yeah, it's easy to get a hold of. All right, so fine. Fine, I'll tell you. I'll throw this old school, and this is also, I guess, going to be a nod to my late grandfather. You familiar with the movie The French Connection?
Nope.
From the 1970s by good old William Friedkin, who also made The Exorcist. So what we're going to do is we're going to name him after the main character of that movie, which is Popeye O'Doyle, if you're familiar with that, played by Gene Hackman. If you've never seen The French Connection, you should see it.
Okay.
As I think it's Popeye O'Doyle. I hope that's it. I think it is. It's been so long since I've seen that movie, but either way.
All right.
Yeah, he was a famous detective, and actually, my late grandfather, just to go on this, I mentioned this before, but I didn't mention this part. He was a detective, actually, as far as his life, and he always hated how media tended to get elements of his job wrong, and he saw the movie and said, this is the first time seeing where that is exactly what it's like. So yeah, Popeye O'Doyle. Yeah, my grandfather, this one's for you. Alright, let's see. New research, video playback, which is, I guess, what, FMV?
I thought it was like recording.
Okay.
Like, in other words, you can save a...
Oh, like a replay mode.
Yeah, replay mode.
Okay, so let's see what's going on with Popeye O'Doyle. Oh shit, no, it's not gonna be well received. 1!
Oh no.
Don't buy this. You're not fans of French Connection, you horrible people. 2 out of 10, boring.
Oh man, what the...
Great film, but yeah, we don't have a lot of respect for this. I'm curious then about what happened here. A disaster. Alright, we'll see how this goes. We need to have something like that happen eventually, but
Yeah.
we'll see what this is gonna look like.
Wow.
Well, alright.
Our first real bomb.
Okay. It happens to the best of us. Let's see. Game history. Let's look at the, let's see. Well, I gotta understand this, because I'm curious. Alright, unfortunately, yeah, we lost a lot of money on this so far, but we'll see. It seems like it's selling okay.
Well, you can't say you have lost money until you actually send it up to make money, right?
Maybe also because the hype was there. The hype was so strong, but fans are leaving, apparently. They're not. I lost 1,000 fans, damn.
Oh, no.
Buster's analysis, let's see. Detective action and adventures with bad combination and dialogues are quite important. But there's the Xbox. New game platform has been released. Alright, so I think we need to get a hit. We need to rally. And I think we can.
Oh no, our first bad game.
No, it's fine. At least we got to show that as far as it. Yeah, great films, what Dolly Flynn says, and I agree, but it's that, unfortunately people don't get it. So I'll tell you what it is. Okay, fine, this might be in line with real life in this way, in that there are a lot of games in the PS2 era that were based on old films from years of past, like The Great Escape. There are other games that are making stuff, they were going to make a Dirty Harry game, nothing came of that. So, when it came to that, the thought that they were not necessarily well received, so I guess it's like that. Unfortunately, I guess it didn't turn into an element of that. You go on vacation. It's doing okay, but I don't think it's going to be selling that massively. Yeah, we're losing fans and money on this. But yeah, we'll make something really good. I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to make a sequel. Not to that, and you go on vacation. We might go to that eventually, as far as it.
Man, I don't know if that's the worst score I've ever seen.
Mm-hmm. Well, it goes from 1 to 11.
Yeah,
yes.
I was joking when I said ones.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know, 3s or 4s are bad, but...
Okay, but then again, we've been consistent the rest of the game, so you know what? I don't mind that. Like, if nothing else, I guess we do have something built up, but then again, also the question is that, you know, people are so excited about what they saw, they're thinking like, wait, what is that? Okay, I'll tell you what we do. We do what we did last time. We make a sequel to... Actually, wait, one thing I gotta do, I didn't do. We didn't do engine build. I forgot to do that. For some of the stuff we've gotten. So I'll tell you what we're gonna do. We'll put Easter eggs in there too. Oh, actually, I didn't name the engine. So, alright, it sold 36,634 units and generated 403,062 in sales. So looking at game history, it was a loss of about almost 500,000. I think it is the only thing we've... Or fine, it's the biggest thing I think we've had a loss on. Actually, let's look at that. Okay, it's the only thing we lost money on, actually. So everything else we came out ahead, however light it might have been. Although, actually, okay, fine. Our sales are in the top 100. Top sales rank. Actually, that's one thing we didn't look at. As far as what were the top sales ranks. Of what we had, the top seller for the charts was... Where is it? Actually, Ace Baron 2. That was the one. 5 on the sales charts. So not bad with that one. Really good. That is our best game. So fine, we had our best game, and then we had our worst game too after.
Oh, man.
What we're going to do is we're going to make another engine. We're going to rebound. So let's build in, and yeah. Miss Keller is just having a drink for coffee, so we're all set. New engine's complete. I didn't name the engine, I forgot to name it. So fine, we're just gonna say it's just Game Engine 6. Let's do another game. I'll focus just on something specific that way. I'm glad we got to show a mix specifically. You know what, fine, let's make Civilization, which I know you love. So it's gonna be a colonization simulation. That's gonna be a good mix, I think.
So Civ colonization, not Civ, their flagship game.
Right. No,
Colonization was an offshoot.
Was it?
Yeah.
Okay, that I'm not aware of. I think we run the PC.
They actually did make a colonization game.
Okay. For this, I think we'll go to PC because it also costs less. As far as audience on this, would it be everyone? Would it be mature? I don't think it would be young.
For a simulation?
I think it would probably be everyone.
I don't think simulation works with young.
It won't with young, but with everyone, I think it might.
Everyone...
Okay, that or mature. I don't know if it's your choice which one you want to go.
I would get the impression. I feel like mature, because it's history, colonization's history, and you know, everyone like I feel like younger or everyone wouldn't have as much understanding of what happened in 18 whatever.
Yeah, maybe. Or the only other thing is that we had a mature-rated game that bombed just last. I don't know if that's going to make a difference. It might not.
Like, you have to know history, or you have to be like a history nerd to understand colonization.
All right, fine.
Or have the appreciation.
We'll run that then. Fair enough. It's a good argument. But the good thing we're modest then, if nothing else. I'll tell you what we're also going to do. We're going to have a better user experience. This is what we're doing. We're going to make it better. This is what's going to happen. Alright, so there's our gameplay. Our engine as well. So let's see. There you are on engine. There we go. So story quests. Yes, we find there. Okay, despite what we had last time, there's still some hype going on this. Strategy games are set to be positive. Perfect. We're cornering the market on this.
Wait, was that a simulation?
Oh, maybe it was a simulation.
Oh.
Okay. Either way, I think we can be fine. Let's see. So, level design, AI. Let's see. Hang on.
Yeah, Civ would have been a grand strategy game.
Uh-huh.
So, if you'd picked colonization, like, obviously they don't distinguish, but I guess colonization, simulation, or strategy would have been probably more civilization.
Also, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll put an Easter egg in. We'll put a copy of Papaya Doyle as far as something in a trash bin in a cutscene or something. Okay, so that should be good for that. Oh, so let's also I'll do a small market.
Too bad I didn't correct you and say, oh, you're gonna make Sim. You're gonna make Civilization, and told you to put a strategy instead.
Actually, you know what? I think we need to give them an opportunity to play this. I'll tell you this. So I'm gonna put a little more because I want them to have the opportunity to play this.
You want to demo it?
Yeah, I demoed it. I think it's probably a good idea to do that.
Yeah, at this stage of the
Oh yeah,
game,
look at that. Already at level 2 or level 3 before we even got there.
Yeah.
We're at 92. So yeah, we're in good shape.
Okay, so
We're in good shape. We're in very good shape.
Yeah, like at this stage of the game, spending 150k advertising should be justifiable.
Yep. And that looks good, I think. I think we're gonna be in good shape. So alright, everybody, we got this. And here's E3, we can sort of afford a booth, we're going small.
Yeah, I'm small.
And we'll wait a little.
500k is too much.
Yeah, especially now because I'm under 1 million. Yeah, this is definitely the big time. We gotta come back. And I think we can.
Like, if you're doing really well at this point, I could justify 500k, but still, that's a lot.
Alright, here we go. So yeah, we got our game. It is almost ready. Bonus hype, new fans. Alright, there we go. There you go. Look at that. Dear Senior Man, I'm a financial investor to Wamba Oil Limited in Nigeria. I'm writing because you have your high reputation and trustworthiness. Our CEO is authorizing me to invest money. Oh, we're getting investment. Cool. Awesome.
Yes, an investment.
Awesome. We deposit the amount at a safe bank. We'll transfer this money to you, but the bank requires confirmation. I don't know if I trust this now.
You know what this is, right?
It's basically offshore accounts.
This is a new. I think they base this on a news story.
A nepotism?
A news story.
Okay, I don't know what it is. I don't know if I want to give it.
Okay.
I will not do that.
Alright.
You think it's probably the right thing to do?
Okay, I'll wait till they confirm.
Well, they'll confirm afterwards. Okay.
Soon. I think probably in like the next month or something.
Okay. There we go. New best, though. So what are we calling our combination of colonization simulation?
The New World.
Alright, I'm down with that. It is a new world.
Or I should say India.
No, I'll say the new
New
world.
India.
Oh, the new India? Or New India?
I was making a joke on how, was it Christopher Columbus thought this was India? America's India?
Yeah, I'm not aware of that, but I mean, fine, let's call it the New World. I like that.
You know, the Native Americans are Indians, right?
Oh, right, I get that. No, good point. The New World.
Because he thought he was in India.
Uh-huh, fair enough. Okay, the New World. I like that name that way. Good choice.
To be fair, though, I guess if you go that direction and you don't know this place exists, you know, I guess if you misjudge the speed, or you think it's closer, then I think it's fair. I think it's a fair mistake.
Right.
The time period.
Yeah, but of course, here's some interesting news. You mentioned this is the Dreamcast. Yeah, Sega confirmed the discontinuation. Sega's president said, well, many companies will deliver games for it, but no longer producing new units. Fans are disappointed, as was I at the time. But part of gaming console history is coming to an end. That's true. That was a heartbreaker when that happened.
So in other words, you're 20,000 miles away, but yeah, so.
And Ma Golson's level 5, so she has her special training running now. And research available, advanced cutscenes, rich backstory, and 3D graphics of version 3. But we gotta make sure this game is in good shape first. We are in good shape so far, it looks like, but so here you go. The New World. How is the New World?
Okay, the sequel is gonna be the New India.
Okay. So 8 out of 10, love it. 8 out of 10, played it for days. 8 out of 10, very enjoyable.
Okay.
7 out of 10, good game. So there you go,
Right.
we rebounded.
Still solid.
So we rebounded pretty nicely, so that's the idea.
Alright, and we got some hype on that too, so.
Alright, so let's get that going. Like I said, I want to try and make a strategy game, but I don't think we're going to have enough time before that. So I think let's have to wait. So in that case, I think everybody else can start training a little
That's too
bit.
bad we didn't have strategy.
Oh yeah, you need to go on vacation. Okay, it's selling well and we're getting more fans, so yeah, it is definitely a rebound.
Also, where do they show the market?
What do you mean?
At least on the PC version, they show the like the fads.
Oh, I think there might be something I researched that.
Did they take that off?
No, I think they showed it at the top. Hang on, let's see. Colonization.
Yeah, they do it at the top right hand side.
Yeah, Colonization Simulator is a great combination. Story quest not important. Self-publishing. Okay, well it's right there. It's hit the ZR button. Will show that. Nigerian scammers. Okay. Plan to invest large sums of money, but require an upfront payment to make the deal. Those who didn't pay it won't see their money again, and police investigating for how to stop international scammers. Yeah, it's right here. You hit the ZR button. Yeah, there you go. Report complete. That's that.
Wait, where's the hype? The market. The market fads.
Maybe they're not in here.
Yeah, I don't see it.
Maybe they took it out for the console version or the mobile version because it's also based on the mobile version. No, you're still doing that, so go on. Okay, we did rebound pretty nicely.
Okay, so they took it out. I'm just wondering if the market rebounded already.
Okay. In 2 months, the PlayStation system will be taken off the market. Okay, so we had a good run on the PlayStation 1. Yeah, you did your stuff. Go on vacation, please. Alright, but now we're back into it. So, if nothing else, it shows one thing. So, A, I'm glad we had that to show that we had that. B, to show the fact of, fine, we're gonna... It's
Game Dev.
Yeah, the snake eating the tail, specifically. That's where the case. We're definitely researching that. And I also will...
I say we make Game Dev Tycoon.
I agree with that. I think that should be... we'll make it. I agree. Let's see.
So, considering it feels so obvious,
well, I have to make that...
I'm looking to see if that's actually achievement.
I think there might be something for it. We'll show off what they are.
I'm pretty sure. I just want confirmation that that's
Oh,
actually...
let's also make a level editor. If we're going to actually make this game, I think we need to have a level editor running.
Okay.
And, well, we sort of made an engine already. Let me see something here. Racing. Oh, mature is... Oh, right, because I did do a racing thing. Fine, let's unlock racing for the purpose of this. Because the New World is actually pretty good as far as what we got. And we're getting more fans. So everything we got, we lost on the one game we got back. So it means that you can feasibly have a bomb specific... So in that case, I'm kind of glad it happened. Okay.
The Game Sphere.
Yeah. So it's... Okay, I'll tell you, they're stealing that from South Park, like, by name. Because remember, it's the Okama Game Sphere. That was the idea of what they were making. But yeah, this is the Game Sphere that Game Dev Tycoon has. Trying to compete with the PlayStation 2 and the Xbox. Curiously shaped console with similar specifications as other systems. The first console have an optical disc drive instead of cartridges, but instead of full-size CDs and DVDs, here's a mini disc drive. Start rolling into stores next month. And, okay, there is one version of the GameCube that does have DVD playback, which is the Panasonic Q, which was released only in Japan. It costs like $1,000 now for that very reason. So there's a GameCube that does have a DVD support. I don't want to look as far as engine. Because we're going to make Game Dev Tycoon, I'll tell you what we got to have. We have to have our level editor. I don't know if I want to just make an engine just for that.
Trying to confirm this actually.
Okay, so let me see about another research. Anything else we can put into that? Advanced cutscenes. Okay, since you have to build on our past games, let's put some advanced cutscenes in. And then I guess I'll also see... Like, that's UFO, which I saw when I was doing... We were actually for our preview program for this. And next, we'll do... Yeah, I'll do 3D Graphics Volume 3, or Version 3. New World's off the market. It sold almost 400,000 units and got 4 million in sales. Or 4.3 million, so yeah, not bad. PlayStation 1 is no longer supported. We released 4 games on it, and it was 9.4 million off of that system alone. Market's normalized, okay.
Oh, market normalized, so it was there, okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I guess to answer your question, then that icon there shows what the market's like as far as what that is. They give you the picture of what the current topic or a genre that's hot. So it's simulation.
Oh,
so
you did see an icon for it? It was underneath the
like the year fans and money.
Okay.
But maybe they lay it out a little differently on the PC.
They just hit it so it doesn't get in the way. I see. Okay.
Okay.
All right, and yes, there is and yes, that is one Easter egg.
Okay.
I'll let you.
Advanced cutscenes, level editor.
I'll let you fill it in.
Let's turn that off. Okay. Okay, let's turn off simple cutscenes. We're going advanced now. That'll work. Okay. Then again, making this game with multiplayer, that's going to be a question. Fine, we're putting a lot of money into our engine, though. So, like, we got another engine. And I didn't name it again. That's fine. Game Engine 7. That's how, we're just going to be straight to the point. Okay, there you go. Achievement. Invested over $500,000 in a new game engine. Okay.
Oh, cool. Nice.
So let's make a game in that engine. Why don't we? So what do we get? Fine, we're running the PlayStation 2 because I have the stuff for that. Actually, I won't look at that. So market share is yeah. Look, the GameCube does not have a massive market share, which is kind of how it. Well, hey, that's how it was in real life.
Well, right now there's a lot of competition.
That's true.
So.
But even then, it still had problems with that. So fine, we're making Game Dev Tycoon, as you said. So it's gonna be, I guess it's a game development simulation for everyone. And I guess it's medium. Does size matter, I guess, in this?
I'll let you.
Let's find out. I guess it's going to. Fine. Fine, okay. This, I guess, feasibly, because we're almost running on to 6 hours on this game. This might be a good one for us to end on. And then, as I said, we'll come back to this game. We're not gonna... This is too interesting as far as how it is. We've gotten about halfway as it is, almost, or getting close to halfway. I think that's a fair case for us to keep going on that. Yeah, but hey, Game Dev Tycoon was not on the PlayStation 2, so that's gonna be...
Okay.
Although, should we even put it on the PlayStation 2? Now I'm thinking, I was like, wait, maybe just put it on the PC. You know what? Fine, I think we should put it on the PC. Might need to make this as exact as possible, so let's do that. Fine, PC.
Okay.
Yeah, look at that. We have another page for our engine. So there's that. But yeah, we're running 3D graphic. Fine, I guess we're gonna change this specifically. So we'll run 3D graphics.
Making a better game dev than game dev. I see.
Or fine, we're upping the tech specifically. Yes. So there we are.
Yeah, I don't know if this is considered isometric or actual 3D.
It is isometric.
I'm saying in their terms of how it's generated.
The way this game.
It's isometric.
For this one, yes,
okay.
It would be isometric. I don't know if we need character progression, so I can take that off. Tutorials, very experience we want. I'll see what we can do with multiplayer on this. Why not?
That would be cool. A multiplayer.
Maybe they'll do that with Tavern Keeper. I mean, hey.
Actually, that would be kind of cool if they had a multiplayer game dev where other people compete against each other.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, that's kind of a great idea. They might be mods for the PC version for that, for all I know.
And everyone sabotages Arena's company.
That could be interesting. We're planting the seeds. We're giving them good ideas. So, yeah, Greenheart Games, we love what you made with this one. Looking forward to what you got with Tavern Keeper. This game is good enough. I'm like, yeah, I will definitely be focusing on that when we hear more. But, yeah, they got some ideas.
So yes, you mysteriously lose all your code.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I was like, well, wait a second, where's that? But then also, how do you strike back against them? You like hire the mob or something, and it's like, yeah, just snap their hands off or something. Okay, rumors spreading Nintendo's working on a new game console. Again, most rumors say it's not a successor to the Game Sphere, but instead a new console in the mobile market. Okay, so basically the DS. The Game Wing's been leading the mobile market thanks to the large updates. So yeah, they skipped the Game Boy Color and the Game Boy Advance specifically. So
why?
I guess because the Game Boy name, I guess they probably just conflated it the same way. It's kind of like the Switch Online services on the system, where they give the Game Boy and the Game Boy Color things in the Game Boy app alone, and then Advance is its own thing.
It just feels like the Game Boy. Yes, the Game Boy did last for a long time.
Oh yeah.
But I feel like the Game Boy Color, like, deserves its own place.
Yeah, I do too. I get that, and I think we might have mentioned stuff like that before, especially for the games that were only playable on it. All right, so expectation game.
What is your expectation? Just trying.
I don't know. Should we hype this or not?
Oh no.
No, we don't want to hype this.
Oh no, I'm just like, oh no, they asked the question.
Yeah, they
That's
asked.
Funny. I say screenshot it. Yeah, like screenshot it for just hilarity.
Okay, I'll tell you what this.
This is your caption for the game.
No, I'll tell you what this is going to be. This is going to be the thumbnail for when we upload the part to the
Okay.
YouTube site. How about that? And that's the other thing. Since technically this is turning into a multi-part game, it's also going to be your choice on thumbnail as far as this. So I think thumbnail of that, and then I don't know. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll thumbnail this, and then I'll put a picture of Papa Doyle from the French Connection as far as that. And people are like, what the fuck is this? But it'll also be something that people get attention. That's always the fun, I'll tell you this.
How did this happen? How did we run into this?
Because you said there's an achievement for it, number one, and number two, because I got that topic. If I didn't get the topic, it wouldn't have happened.
It would be funner. It would be funny if like some like developer from the company's like watching, you know? And it is like, huh? I wonder about those hills.
Yeah, we love your game though, so.
They'd be like, you better hype our game.
Okay. I don't know. What's your choice? What do you want to do?
I don't know. I'm innocent.
I'll tell you what we're gonna do. Second.
You have a dice.
No, this is better.
I'm innocent. I'm not a part of this.
Well, no, you don't have to be because we're doing it the simple way.
Okay.
We're gonna flip a coin.
Okay, a coin, not a dice. Okay, same thing.
Yeah, hopefully you heard that. I was going over to pick up my wallet because it's like, yeah, I do have coins in here. So let's see. So yeah, let's see what I got. All right, I got a quarter.
Okay.
A nice Liberty quarter from 1967. Okay, I didn't know I had an ancient one that
Is it
way.
a fair quarter?
Yeah.
Is it 100%?
Yes, it is. I will show you. There are a couple games I know we're going to play on this show that actually go into that specifically.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a head and the tails. Okay, so, yeah, we are going to fucking do this.
Okay.
So, what do you want? So, heads or tails? So,
oh man.
So I guess heads we hype it, tails we are modest.
Okay. Hype for heads.
Hype for heads, okay. Alright, it went off the table. It's like, no, I wanted to go on the table. There, it hit the mic, perfect. Although it hit the wire.
It hit the wire. I don't know if that counts either.
Oh, fine. Well, let's
it's
do
really
that.
flat.
Heads, we're hyping
Okay,
it.
hyping it.
Yeah, see, that's the other thing you need to expect. Alright, fine, we'll hype it. Thank you for your time. Alright, I guess we'll hype it more. Let's market it. Why the hell not?
Well, market, you get a bonus for it. I would hype it a little later, though.
Oh, wait. Because I don't know, we're at level 1. Okay, we are
we're in
level
level
1.
1.
Oh, no, okay, fine, after this
I
we'll
would
do it.
say probably level 2 or 3.
Okay, fine, we'll do level editor because, yeah, this needs it. I don't know, do we need AI for this? Okay, I guess we do. Alright, fine. Better AI.
Well, you have it, and plus it's up, yeah, plus 3, so yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Yeah, let's, I usually do the hyping at level 3.
Okay, so fine. At level 3 or before we get there?
At 3. At the beginning of 3.
Okay, so right after we do 3,
Yeah.
we hype it. Okay, awesome.
I don't think it matters, but that's just generally how I've played.
Alright, let's do it then. I like how this is going to be going, although...
I hope we get a good score in this.
I do too.
Not only for the...
So far, it looks like we're in good shape. Yeah, look at that. 69, dude, going into Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. We are in good shape. 3D graphics. Oh, here we go. So...
Alright.
Sound. Alright, so...
Okay, so I would put sound at 80%, graphics at 100%, and world design very low, maybe like 20%.
In fact, I'm also going to put him on that, so let's see. So 20% about there.
I want this to deserve the hype.
Well, there you go. And then we're going to mark it as soon as that happens. Let's give demos out. Why not?
Demos, okay, yeah. 150k.
Look at that hype we're generating. It's going to 100. Damn. This is the most hyped game we've had so far. Wow. Damn. Okay,
oh yeah, you did advertise. Okay, so wait for the things to go down. And
right.
maybe like wait 5-10 seconds to end it after the bugs go away.
Alright.
Wait till it...
I don't know.
Ooh.
I think we need to do this.
Yes. I would say small booth.
Alright, here we go.
We're gonna lose a little bit of money, but...
It might be worth it. This might be what we need. Just to see.
It's like, what, 3 weeks or so?
Yeah, hopefully she'll, Miss Keller will be okay being sad. He's like, we'll be okay.
They're not really joining much, but... Okay, good. That was worth it then.
Okay. Bonus hype, new fans.
Yeah, I think for the, yeah, for the...
Okay, but I want to wait till you fix the bug. Alright.
Yeah,
Visit booth this year. Okay, no, I hit A. There we go, perfect.
Okay, 128 or so.
And we released one Nintendo 64 game, which is a big one. It was 3 million on that one game alone. Let's see how the hype of 132 on this.
128.
And 128 on this.
Oh wow, nice numbers too.
Mm-hmm.
We got base twos.
Yeah, look at that.
Base two. Okay. Come on.
All right, let's see how this goes.
I want to deserve the hype.
For your increased experience, David Drivin and Tony Rodriguez have raises. Good job, everybody. The training available for them. First, you need vacation. You go on vacation. We'll see you next time we come back to this game, as will with you. So have a nice vacation.
Okay, hopefully it scores well enough.
First user in earlier this game, Game Dev Tycoon came in. You said there's an achievement for doing this, right?
Yes.
I don't know if
This
it's...
should be Easter egg. Okay, come on.
10 out of 10, my new favorites. Oh, wait a minute. When you get this, it's going to be 10 out of 10 each game. Yes. Oh my god, outstanding achievement.
Wait, so achievement and...
10 out of 10 simulation games work on PC.
Come on, 10.
9 out of 10. That's fine. It's
so
still
close.
the best thing we got.
Also,
the achievement for 10, yeah.
We would have got 10 out of 10. We got 2 achievements in 1.
I was going to say.
Yeah, okay, we deserve the hype.
Inception. Develop the game within a game. There you go.
Okay, good.
That being said, I'll tell you what we're going to also do. We're going to let this thing sell gold. Sell 500,000 copies of the game with the help of the publisher.
We would have got 3 achievements
on
that.
Or maybe we could have gotten 4, because apparently you can go up to 11. We'll show the achievement list in just a second.
Say unlikely.
Platinum. Sell 1 million copies of a game without the help of the publisher. This is our big hits.
Wait. So we just got 3 achievements on 1 game?
Yes. Actually, more than that. I think we got another one earlier. We got word the Game Dev Tycoon, which is listed at Tamsoft. Not quite, but still has racked over 1 million units in sales. Wonder how many more it will sell. Look at this. Also, we have a market thing. Games with new topics at the moment. So basically, I guess if we haven't done something, that'll also be our case when we come back.
Oh, wow.
But, okay, perfect timing. Going well in your management, or our management. Think it's time to move it out of Technology Park and building worthy of our success.
Oh, wow. You wanna go to the next?
Yes, let's do it. I've seen the perfect building. It's not cheap, it allows us to grow further. It has additional expansions, too. It's 8 million.
Okay.
Alright, but also this is perfect.
For the hype.
For the hype, and also because, yeah, it'll be a save.
Also, yeah, and yeah, this is gonna be expensive though. So you're gonna want to conserve money for a while.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's gonna be something when we come back to this. This is gonna be a perfect case to come back to. I think we have to come back to this now. We're doing too well at this now. More space to increase the team further. It's also new to renowned universities, so we get new talent set. There we go. Hello, we just learned you've opened your new headquarters not too far away from the university. It's about a special course about game development and could use your help. game offer you pay, but yeah, Greenheart University, so the university, the company who made this game. Your training options are now available. Alright, first thing I'm going to do is I'm waiting until this game goes off the market, and then what I'm going to do is...
Okay, well, hurry, because remember, buildings are really expensive.
Well, I mean, we're basically done as far as this. But anyway, so you do design specialist to open research and development lab. You train someone to become a specialist via the training menu, but it's only available when there's a certain design set. And training knowledge specialists come in handy for later. Also, wow, it's amazing and the location's perfect. Took a walk around, had this radical idea. Why don't we open a research development department? It speed up research and allow us to tackle bigger projects and innovations. Not cheap, but allow us to be the leading innovator in gaming industry. I've done research, and I think we should open a lab and hire a team of researchers before we can do it. We need design specialists. Okay.
You couldn't make that up. That was insane.
There you go. I know. Look at that. And fine, it's fine if I just sit here as far as this, because as I said, well, it does it auto-save.
I'm saying what you should do is you should be at least, like, don't rely on the autosave. What you should be doing is at least having something being done, so you're not literally wasting money. Okay,
today they announced a new mobile console called the Nintendo GS, so the DS. Features 2 screens, 1 touch-sensitive, promises unique gameplay. They've stronger gained their market lead ever since Nintendo 64, which is true. They still have a strong position on the mobile market. We'll strengthen this again and relighten the stagnating market when it comes out next month. I just want to see what happens when this ends, because as I said, it auto-saved when we got here, so at that point we come back because I'll just load it.
Oh, you mean when the game?
When Game Dev Tycoon finishes selling.
It's just like any other game at this point.
I just want to see what comes out as far as the number.
Oh, okay.
Need some new pictures of your office, cutting edge stuff. You're doing well, but if you need to top your budget, I got some big jobs. Large contracts. Oh, and the PSP! Or the PS.
How many things are spawned right now?
A lot. It'll mean to distract users from the DS launch. Uses an innovative dual screen. It's using a single screen focused on giving developers access to more powerful hardware. Which, of course, that was the idea. So, how long has Game Dev Tycoon been on the market?
Well, it's almost out. It's almost done.
Okay, I'm curious.
And I'm just curious on what the cost of the building is. It was at 251K.
Yeah, for a month. But not bad.
But that's also including their pay as well. So.
Okay.
I guess that's not terrible, but still.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Okay.
I said we'll see what this is gonna go, and then as I said, we'll show the games we did in our preview, on my preview stuff or my practice stuff, as well as the achievement list, and then we'll shut the show down for the day and night actually now as it is, and then we'll come back to this. We'll definitely go. Okay, Game Dev Tycoon is off the market, sold 2.1 million units and generated 23 million in sales. Wow. Wow. There you go. You can't make that up specifically. So, all right. So
I want to see the history. I want to see how much more that was other than the.
All right. So that's where we were as far as that. That is our save. I will. Yeah. So that's where we came in. We came in at that. So I'll remember that for next time.
Oh, you want to use the auto save and not just manual save it?
Yeah, not now because I wasted a couple of. I wasted a little bit of time for that. So I said, fine. You know what? We'll do that. Because I said it'll be for coming back later. Okay. So I'll show you a few things. Achievements. Hire someone famous.
So we did the Inception. We just got the Inception one.
Yeah, professional. Reach level 5 with the character. Support a young startup. Buy the game.
And we just finished the Platinum as well. We just did the Plat one.
I think so. See.
And I think we also did the 500K engine as well.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. The ones we did fan inspired company name, Inception, Platinum, 500K engine. I think
it was just those 3.
And 100. I think. Yeah, you're right.
I think it was just those 3.
No, gold. I did gold as well. Sell 500,000 copies without the help of a publisher.
Oh, okay.
So we did
4.
So we did gold, we did platinum, we did Inception, we did 500K engine, and we did fan. So that's 5. Because we got
what? What's the other one we did? Fans?
Yeah, fan because we named it after an actual company.
Oh no, I mean that one game, at that one part. How many we got? So we got 5.
Right away, we got like 3 because we had platinum, we had gold, and we had Inception.
We had Inception because that was the one you're going for.
Yeah, platinum.
You did platinum.
And we had gold.
Gold and what's
at the same time that was it, but I also did 500K engine. I did that before.
Oh,
right before we did that. That's what I spent.
So that's what you got at that point. Okay.
Yes. So yeah, we got total 5, and the other achievements that are I don't have yet is beat all odds, finish the game in pirate mode.
That's a hard one. Sure.
Yeah, insanely. Release a successful game in each of the 5 main genres. Reach level 2 in pirate mode.
Which is also hard.
Show them Red Barrel some action. I don't know what that is. detective, find one of the Easter eggs in the game, $100 million engine, invest $1 million in a new engine, get level 10 with one character for legend, diamond, sell 10 million copies of the game without help of the publisher. Although, wait a minute. Why'd that not unlock? Because didn't it sell 23 million?
That was the sales, right?
Oh.
The sales. That was not the...
Oh, yeah, it was the number. Okay, yeah, never mind. Okay, fine, fair enough. Full House have the maximum number of employees. I guess that's because we have to get another employee now we're in the building.
Yeah, we at least get 2 more employees.
Turn up to 11, which is get 11 out of 10.
Which is also hard.
As you mentioned, we just missed this one. Perfect game, which is get a game with a 10 out of 10 for everything, and then finish this game.
Yeah.
So those are your achievements, and then
we
also...
were so close on that. 10 out of 10.
Also, just to go into this, let's also load up what we did... Actually, what I did a day ago, because this is my... Actually, wait a minute, hold on.
Also...
I'll tell you what I'm I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm loading this one.
I also want to see how much more, in terms of money, because the other ones were, like, only, like, $1 million or 2.
Okay, Tom, this is our new office, but I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna save this, because I realized, hey, if I auto-save it, it's gonna be a problem. So let me look at that. Okay, so...
In other words, it won't keep the autosave.
It won't keep the autosave, so fine. I saved it there, so that's the one we had. So now I can load this, and we'll be fine. Company name. And with this, I will show what I had as far as this, because yeah, I didn't get this far.
Because the autosave will overwrite, right?
Yeah, we'll overwrite. So actually, in fact, I will show that. Well...
What?
Maybe it didn't. Okay, never mind. Whatever, it's fine.
You're fine.
So, alright, so let's take a look at the game history of what we did, and then we'll shut the show down. Yeah, Gemini 96 and RB Super and I made Final Fantasy X. That was what we made as far as that. Falcon Maybe, which was like a take on Phoenix Wright. That was kind of whatever. Space War for Nintendo 64. Actually, that sold pretty well.
Yeah,
It did well.
like, well.
Phonics Fun.
Phonics Fun did not sell well.
Yeah, it did not sell well,
Because
unfortunately.
you tried to teach kids phonics, apparently.
But Coach's Conundrum, we taught him stuff, and that went really well. Actually, fine, that was number 1 as far as Space Wars. So Space Wars is a huge seller.
Conundrum's a sports game, you know.
Andy's 2, Third Life, as I mentioned to you off screen for Nintendo 64. City Lights, that did not do so hot as far as sales. Coach's Conundrum on console, which made a profit on the PlayStation. Bloodshed Boy, which is a vampire action game. Shimshitty, I just like to saying it that way. Or it sounds like you're familiar with the show Schitt's Creek, which is a great show, by the way. There's that. Andy's, which I did off screen. Okay, no. Yeah, we did. Okay, I did Andy's off screen. And then Coach's Conundrum 2 for the Sega Genesis. A game I didn't name on the Game Gear. Not Contra, which is like Contra Rogue Core. And it's about reviewed about as well as Contra Rogue Core. Alien Attack, which was not so hotly reviewed. And I think this is also getting what we did. We did Alien Attack. We did Link is Back as well in the last part, as well as Coach's Conundrum. That was a big one. Army Attack, Link, Lucky in Love, Space Time Continuum, and game number 1.
Okay.
So there you go.
Did you do 2 Coach Conundrums?
I mean, off screen, yes.
Okay. So I saw they had the same name.
Also, the other... Well, no, I did one console edition and I did a sequel.
Okay.
And also, remember, when we did our preview program for this, we went bankrupt. So in that case, the other Coach's Conundrum game we made was not saved.
Oh, yeah.
All
well,
right.
I mean, in that one file, there was 2 Coach Conundrums. There was a Coach Conundrum, and there was 2 Coach Conundrums and a Coach Conundrum 2. Yeah,
there's Coach Conundrum 1, Coach Conundrum 2, and Coach Conundrum Console Edition.
Oh, okay.
All right, so there you go. That was fun. It's like, this is going to be an interesting one as far as the edit. Yeah, we were able to get 6 hours out of this game, and I don't think we're done. We're going to figure when we can come back to this to finish the rest of it, because I think we need to. I think after what we did with this one, we absolutely owe this game another part at some point. It's not going to be next month, as I said, because our plate is stacked for quite a bit of time, but we'll figure this. Maybe after we finish Lunar, we can come back to this at some point, and then eventually...
I'm impressed by our most successful game was Game Dev Tycoon.
There you go.
As a joke.
I talk about being poetic that way, because we are all about poetry on the show in one way or another. So, I mean, thank you so much, Proterova, for this, for requesting this game, for us being able to show it already the 2 times, including today, and then also the next time we come back to this. We'll figure when we can do that. I'm thinking maybe after we finish Lunar, we try and figure something of that, and then also, because I know the game... And also, I guess, is this what you want to do next? You and I have been talking. We're going to be playing Perfect Dark next year for the Nintendo 64. I don't know if you want that to be the next game we do after Lunar and after this. It's your choice. We can figure stuff. You can have time to think, because it's a ways away, because we've got to plan out stuff for sure. Thank you, Dollyfin says. No problem. Thank you so much to you, Dollyfin, to Elect First, and to Gemini 96 and everybody out there in chat and YouTube land for watching Super Bowl Game Saturday for tonight. We are tonight. Usually now it's like we'd be 2 hours in if we started this at 7. So, yeah, good call as far as the 3 p.m. show. But, yeah, actually, here's the other thing. We couldn't get Blood Spice Moon in for this part, so we're going to do another part. Maybe we can figure that one as well.
Yeah.
And I said, we'll talk about that as far as what that's going to be, because next time Proterova is going to be on the show is going to be next month. It's going to be April 22nd. We're going to do a 3 p.m. show on this one, too. Yes, for what we're doing?
Yep.
Okay.
Sounds good.
For Lunar Silver Star Story Complete for the
You
PlayStation.
think 3 p.m. is good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I could even say earlier.
I think this would work. I mean, we've gotten a good case.
3 then.
Yeah, so I mean,
it would give Blood-Sized Move some time.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll also see as far as Nocturne as well, because she's gonna be on the show in 2 weeks. If she wants to be involved with that too, or how that's gonna work, we'll figure the schedule and all that stuff, and coordinating everything, because that's what we've done, and we've made this come so far as our show. And Proto, thank you for helping make it that way and being kind of a bit of a spearheader on this show as far as how it's been. And honestly, us getting to this game, even just to sort of start with this, is kind of a little bit of a realization of that. All right, so thank you so much for watching Super Bowl Game Saturday. Last order of business is going to be our schedule. So next week, we have the Switch out this week. I'm keeping it out another week, but I'm keeping it offline, and I'm also taking the SD card out, or the micro SD card out, because next week is our April Fool's Day show. I'm going to be playing and opening live on the show Pokemon Violet version. Pokemon Generation 9 came out back in November. It is a fucking mess in terms of the fact that it is broken in so many ways, and it's getting worse by the fact that they patched this game and they're introducing even more severe bugs. It's a game that people told me it's really good. I actually own it because Edwack heard when I said, I'm not buying this game until they fix it, and in that case, I probably will not buy it firsthand. He said, fine, I bought it for you so that you don't have to do that. He loves this game, but he has to admit he doesn't like the fact that it's as busted as it is. It is probably the most broken game Nintendo's ever released in their entire lives. I think, unless anybody can think of something more, as the absolute nadir of Nintendo's, unfinished game element going on the Switch. There's a lot of games released that they've admitted later, we were not finished with these. So fitting follow-up to Game Dev Tycoon, I showed you what happened with Papa Doyle, the game. Probably better than how Pokemon Generation 9 is, but as I said, I haven't played it. It's going to be a fresh play. It's going to be a fresh blind play for me. For the first 5 hours, it's going to be at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time next Saturday, by the way, for that's a normal time as far as how the show is. You're definitely going to be curious to see how that is. As I said, I'm going to be fair. I'm going to be, harsh as far as how Nintendo's been with this, and I am. But people made good arguments about certain things they like, and basically just kind of pushing in the right direction. We're talking about this show with Game Dev Tycoon that we play and other stuff. When they let us down, we really feel upset, and we feel like there's a problem with that. We feel betrayed. What happened with Game Dev Tycoon with the one bad game I made, the fans went away, but we were able to get them back. So all hope is not lost that way, but we always do that for our April Fool's Day weekend show. We give a game that's either bad or is at least worth a laugh or something that needs to be reckoned with. This is kind of a case, I think, of all three. You're not going to miss that next week for sure. And as I said, I have my copy that Edwack got for me. I have not opened it, so I'm going to actually be a live unboxing on the show. So there you go. That's going to be an interesting one. Week after that is going to be Nocturne. She's going to be back on the show for Mega Man Legends 2 for the PlayStation. She's going to start that. There's going to be another one of our long-form games. We've got a lot of those coming up. I know when we played Mega Man X4, you said you hadn't played much of Mega Man itself, and I take it have you played the Mega Man Legends games at all?
Nope.
I have played this one very little because the only re-release of it is on the PS3. It's the one I have. She has it native. I think we're going to run it through the PlayStation 2. I think I'm going to confirm that with her specific, but that's going to be another case. We're going to run that each month. I think that'll also be 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on April 8th. I'll confirm that. If that changes, I'll let you know next week. Week after that, we're finishing the RPG we're currently playing, one of them, I should say, Shadow Hearts for the PlayStation 2. Crochet Nerd 64 is coming back in. He's going to show off the rest of the stuff that we didn't show, because we finished the game last time, but we have the bad ending, which is the canonical one. We still have to show that off. We have other elements of the bestiary completed and ultimate weapons, and he has something else up his sleeve as far as an extra game he's going to give us a little bit of a preview of. He has not said what it is, but he's holding it close to his chest. I'm looking forward to what that's going to be. That's going to be Friday night, April 15th. Or no, Saturday night, April 15th at 7 p.m. as well. And the week after that, Proterova, you're back. We're going to be playing and starting Lunar Silver Star Story Complete for the PlayStation, an RPG from Game Arts that he has a big fandom of. A lot of people love this game. It's a game that definitely deserves more attention. We're giving it more attention. He's playing this entire game fully for us. And so I'm absolutely trusting him on this one because he knows exactly what he's doing. He loves this game. He has most of the experiences of anybody I've really met. Yep. So I'm looking forward to how that's going to go. And definitely looking forward to it. And you do have your time to practice for sure. So feel free to go into that and we'll figure that as we go along. But I'm looking forward to that as far as the next RPG we play. And end of the month, there's going to be a little bit of a schedule change for April. The last week in the month, we're going to be playing Tekken 3 for the PlayStation. First in chat wanted to see that. I have to go through the rest of the unlocks. I have some characters I got to get left, particularly Dr. Boskanovich. Oh boy, that is a hard one. Have you ever played Tekken 3?
Tekken 3, a little bit.
Okay, yeah, I'm
more a fan of more knowledgeable of Tekken 2 than 3.
2 is your case. Yeah, we can definitely do 2 at some point. I asked Lekfors which one we want to see first because we were talking Tekken. He said, I want to see the third one. I said, okay, sure, we'll show the third one. I do have the second one and the first one. And actually, there is a little bit of a tie with Tekken 2 in Tekken 3 when we play that. I'll show that off. But we're moving that show a little bit. We're moving that to Friday night at the end of that month. So it's going to be April 28th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So I have a Friday show on that. I had stuff come up for the Saturday. But if we can't do that as far as that, I'll move to Friday when it's a solo show for myself. And we'll play that. Then we get to May where we'll have the next parts of Lunar and of Mega Man Legends 2. We're figuring out the schedules. I think the first weekend's going to be Mega Man Legends 2. I guess the third weekend for us with Lunar. The week between, trying to think about this. It's Chasm 22. He's coming in. We're going to be starting to play Guardian Heroes for the Sega Saturn. I don't know if you're familiar with this. Is a hack and slash game that is from Treasure. We played a lot of games of theirs before. He has a lot of memories with this one. When we start that, that might also be a multi-part case. So we're going to have to figure that. And then in the month, as I mentioned earlier, we have our annual Memorial Day compilation program that is going to be for Namco Museum Virtual Arcade on Xbox 360, running through a bunch of games on that Pac-Man, Miss Pac-Man, Galaga, Metro Cross, Mappy, Sky Kid, as we mentioned earlier, and of course the Tower of Duraga. I don't know if I've told you the stories about that one. It's a game that has touched everybody, and they're like, oh boy, this is not a good game, but we're going to go into that. I mentioned that game on the show multiple times. I'm looking forward to how that's going to go. And then in June, what's looking for so far is next parts of Mega Man Legends 2 and Lunar, and we might need another part of Guardian Heroes. We'll have that if that's the case. And then we'll see what's going on, because we've got a couple things going. I still have to finish Parasite Eve, because Emetics, he was not able to make it for the finale a couple weeks ago. So I'm going to get that scheduled. In fact, Emetics called me, AJ, who was in for the second part of Parasite Eve, said, I want to know when Emetics is going to be back on the show, to which I said, I'll find out. So if you're watching out there, let me know, or I'll reach out to you as far as we can finish that game off, because I've been having a blast playing that game, and with him, and him leading us specifically for that. And then the only other things I know that I got to figure schedule out still of are Crusader 64 and Surrender Antonio. They want to be in for Super Mario Sunshine for the GameCube. We're going to start that on the request of Brick Sabri at some point this summer, as well as Ed Wack. He's going to start Banjo-Kazooie for the Nintendo 64 for us, but when we play that, he is going to be playing the Xbox 360 version because of some of the enhancements it has, especially the fact that notes are permanent collectibles in that one where they were not on Nintendo 64. And then in July, the only program I know that we have scheduled specifically is for the July weekend. We're going to play Bomberman World on the PlayStation, and then next parts of Lunar and Mega Man Legends 2. And we'll see what other things come to that. But with that is going to be the end of our show tonight. Well, now it is tonight. So thank you so much for watching Super Bowl Game Saturday. Thank you again, Proterova, for making the request of Game Dev Tycoon. We will figure when we can get back to this game. We will not leave this hanging. We will definitely come back eventually. As when I can figure stuff and schedule, and we can get stuff going as far as how our schedules are operating, we'll make that happen. This game is good enough. I think it's worth coming back to for a third time. And I think that might potentially be our finale of it, although I guess given the rate that we went...
Wait, we would go through a third time?
Because we did a preview program.
Oh, yes.
So we've shown this game twice already. Okay. Specifically, we might need a fourth part depending on how that is, because we got to about, I think, 15 years. You know, let me load this up again.
Yeah, let's hope that we can get through at least this file in a second...
In a second session. I think we can. I was just gonna quickly look as far as what the score of that was, or what the year we ended off on.
I guess in terms of the beginning, you have to do less decisions, but we're about halfway through.
So in that case,
we're a little bit halfway through, but then yet again, the first in terms of number, but we would have to kind of pick up the pace if we want to complete in 2 times. Because it's 35 and we're at like 15.
Yeah, we're 15. You're 15 month 8 and week 2. So yeah, we were almost halfway.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's where we're gonna be at.
But granted, the complexity ramps up, so our rate of speed would increase. So I could see, but ideally I want to. But I guess I can see your point.
We might need another part. I mean, if we do need another part, that's fine. We'll go as long as we have to, so that's fine. Because I think at this point, it's worth probably going. It was like year 30, then maybe. Or 30 years we ran.
I guess if we do a third part, you can play your finale, essentially. And then I can sort of just show you, I can play through a little bit.
Okay.
On my own, just see.
Sure.
Just show the differences of play style or something.
The other thing we could also do is when we had our finale of Ocarina of Time, we finished that in only an hour and 15 minutes for the last part, so we had something else. We could do something else. I can pull something else out on Switch. We can look at that. We take a preview of something else like this War of Mine or something like that, if you want. We'll figure that depending on how that goes, but we'll definitely have that going eventually. Good night, everyone. So Dolly Finn says good night to you as well, and to Lekverse, and to Kevin96, and to everybody out there who's watching. Thank you so much for watching Super Bowl Game Saturday. I'll see you next week with our blind play of Pokemon Violet version for the Switch. Till then, keep being awesome. Have a wonderful night. Take care.